A very warm welcome from me to those of you watching this Broadcast Media Studies showcase for the fourth years live on the CMRU.ca YouTube channel. My name is Gareth and I am a professor in the program. I just want to firstly take a moment to thank John Sandercock and Ryan Yip for volunteering to put this showcase together. You guys are freaking awesome. I also just want to say how proud I am of the projects that we are showing today. I honestly think that this is some of the best work to come out of the program. Now, these projects have really been a labor of love for the fourth year students who started conceptualizing them in the fall. We've got many different genres of projects being shown today, so there will be something for everybody. So let's sit back and let's enjoy the showcase. And remember, let's comment and engage in the chat. Let's tell these students how great their work is. Thanks everybody. Enjoy the showcase.
And we are live, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2022 CMRU live stream project showcase.
Welcome. It's so great to be here. It's been a long year.
I think it's been a long time since we've actually done something live together.
Yes, it has been since before COVID, and now we're here.
Oh man, I think these past 4 years have been probably the roughest we've ever seen. Honestly, though.
Honestly, it's been pretty busy.
Yeah, exactly. We are your hosts. My name is Ryan Yip.
And my name is John Sandercock, and you will be listening to our wonderful voices for the next 7.5 hours, approximately, as we go through all of the fourth years at MRU Broadcasting's showcases, pieces. You're going to hear podcasts, you're going to hear documentaries, you're going to see documentaries, you're going to see sports stuff, we have comedy, we have action, we have something for everyone.
Now, we have a total of 22 projects. 22.
That's insane.
We have 22 projects that we're ready to showcase today. It's going to be a long live stream, but we hope that you do enjoy every single one of them.
Sit back, grab some popcorn, grab some whatever. I mean, it's 10 o'clock in the morning, but grab something to eat, to snack upon, if you will. And yeah, it's going to be a great time. You can, of course, join our chat in the live stream. If you aren't full screen on YouTube, it's just to the right, I think. I don't know if it's reversed or not.
Right
but
side. Nope, this side.
This side? This side?
This
Okay.
side.
Well, you can chat over there. We will be in chat. We'll be responding. We'll be talking to you guys. We'll be talking to others. Like, just share your comments. Just be respectful. All that good stuff. And yeah, enjoy it. React.
And just a few more things, actually. Just as a general warning, a lot of these projects have coarse language and some mature themes, so that's just something for you guys to keep in mind as you watch the rest of these projects. As well as some people have been asking us about whether these will be saved, or whether this live stream will be saved somehow. And yes, this live stream will be saved onto the CMRU broadcast channel, which is this channel right here, but you can also find all of these projects on the CMRU website near the end of the stream. So stay tuned for that, just in case you do miss these projects and you want to go back and take a look at them.
That's CMRU.ca by students for you. And yeah, some of the projects do have warnings beforehand. Others do not. There's also some horror segments and stuff like that. So, I mean, if you aren't a fan of that, we do not mind if you go into a different tab and mute the stream for 10-20 minutes and then come back and join us for the rest of the stream. It should be a fun time, I think.
Yeah, of course. And one more thing, actually. I have so many things we gotta talk about. We actually have so many guests that are lined up to talk with us today. So if you do want to check in with us on that, and you're wondering, hey, when are those guys actually going to join us and start talking with us and all that kind of stuff, or when can we tune in order to see what projects are going to show up? Well, luckily for you, we actually have a stream schedule just down there in the description. So if you just take a look at the description, you can see kind of our lineup for today. I think it goes all the way from 10 a.m., which is the start of this live stream, all the way down to 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. around that time.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, so it's going to be a long stream, but if you do want to tune into a specific project, you can look down in the description, take a look at which projects you want to specifically see, so you don't have to tune in for the whole live stream, but of course we do appreciate it if you do.
Exactly. And like we said, we have something for everyone. Join us.
Yeah. But I think we've talked long enough, John.
I think we have. I think that we should get right into our first project. This first project comes from Jessi Likness. And the reason why it's coming first, in addition to being just a wonderful overall great feel-good piece to get us into some movies, is that it features coffee. And I figured, you know what? It's the morning. We should be having some coffee.
Are you a coffee drinker?
I am a coffee drinker.
You are a coffee drinker.
Are you, Ryan?
I like to say that I'm an expert in coffee.
Oh, you're an expert.
I like to say that because I drink coffee almost every day. Well, actually, no, every day.
Every day.
2 cups a day.
2 cups a day? Wow.
Yes. So, but I could be wrong whenever, like, I think I have a good taste in coffee, but I think I could be wrong after looking at Jessi's critiques on all of the local coffee shops around Calgary. So maybe she has a better insight on this.
Maybe she does. So we'll give it over to Jessi's production.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Hey guys, welcome to Jessi's Java Quest. I'm obsessed with coffee, but I haven't tried enough local coffee shops in Calgary, even though I've lived here my entire life. So what am I doing? So for this series, that's exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to go to a couple of local coffee shops. I'm going to film the interior of them. I'm going to get a either unique or a popular coffee drink from them. And then I'm going to try it and I'm going to give it a review. And yeah, I'm super excited. So let's do it. So the first coffee shop that we're going to today is going to be Cornerstone Music Cafe. So let's go see. This is the interior of Cornerstone Music Cafe. For starters, the service was amazing. Everyone was very sweet and helpful. It's a very cute and small space that they have organized in a really nice way. They give it a homey feeling by having some plants, art, and lots of merchandise from their brand and other local brands that you can purchase or browse through with your coffee or while you wait. The other really unique part of Cornerstone Music Cafe is that even though they are a regular local coffee shop, they also offer music lessons in the back, which I find very cool and smart. Oh right, I just went to Cornerstone Music Cafe and I got the Americano with oat milk in it. So first of all, the cups are very, very generic, as you can see, but it does say compostable and we love that, so A+ Cornerstone. Let's give it a try. Ooh. Huh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I've had Americanos before, and that does not taste much like an Americano. They need more espresso in there, I think. Yeah, I don't know. That is literally just water, and it's kind of bitter. I will say, I know this is cheating, but I had a latte from it earlier, and I'm sorry guys, I lied to you. I tried it earlier, and I will say that that latte was way, way better. It was actually really delicious compared to any of the other ones that I've tried, so maybe I should have stuck with that, but yeah, this is not very good. So hype level rating, I will give it a 2.5, I would say. It's coffee, I guess, and yeah. Okay, goodbye. Thanks for watching Jessi's Java Quest. Hey guys, welcome back. You're watching Jessi's Java Quest. We have another great local coffee shop today. It's called I Love You Coffee Shop. How cute is that name? I'm very excited to go film the interior and to also try their drink and give it a review. So let's get going. I Love You Coffee Shop had a very young and cool vibe to it. They really tried to design the space with colorful and quirky art, plants, and other decorations. They had interesting wooden shelves and benches where you could sit to enjoy your coffee as well. The amount of merchandise, art, and other kind of random decorations was slightly overwhelming, to be honest, but it definitely made it feel kind of naturally messy or hipster or Gen Z-like, which is the best way that I can think to describe it. I think that is also what they were going for as well. The barista was also very sweet. She made me feel welcomed right away, and she seemed genuinely interested in what Jessi's Java quest was, and gave me her opinion for which coffee drink I should get, and even gave me suggestions for other coffee shops I should try. Overall, the owner created a really unique space, and I've never seen another coffee shop like it. Alright, normally I want to do these reviews outside, but it snowed last night, so it's a little bit cold outside, and I don't want to go stand out in the cold and do it, so we're going to do it in my car this time. So we just came back from I Love You coffee shop. Yeah, super cute in there. I asked the barista what her favorite drink was and anything like unique that they offer, and she said that they offer this one, which is the spiced melange, she said. Interesting. She said it was after Dune, the movie, or the books, I guess. This really exposed my movie taste because the first thing I thought of was the movie Dune, but I searched it up and this drink is actually named after a studio in Milan named Studio Dune. Oops, okay, back to the review. So I'm not too sure about that, but yeah, and she said that it has lots of yummy ingredients in it. I'll put the graphic up right here, and yeah, let's give it a try. Oh wow, that's actually really good. Okay. Yum. Okay, you can taste like it's kind of like a latte, but like it has like other flavors in there. It almost tastes like, well, vanilla-y, because you can like taste the vanilla, and I think it has chai or something in there too. That's really good. Temperature is really nice. You can taste that it's definitely coffee, but it's not too like bitter or anything. It actually tastes really good, and it's not too sweet because I'm not a big sweet fan. But yeah, this is actually really good. Yeah. Hype level rating, I would say for this one, gotta think about this for a second. A 4, I would say. It's really good. It's like mind slightly blown on this one. Yeah, I am definitely gonna finish this one. Also, can we talk about how cute these cups are? And their whole vibe in there was kind of pink and very cute as well. And the name is what caught my eye when I looked it up online. It says I Love You Coffee Shop, and I just thought that was a really cute name. Yeah, so overall, success. Perfect. Thank you so much for watching episode 2 of Jessi's Java Quest, and please tune in next time for episode number 3. Thank you. Goodbye. Hi, welcome back to Jessi's Java Quest. This is episode number 3, and this is going to be the final coffee shop that we go to. How exciting. Yeah, so today we are going to Good Trade Coffee Company. It looks really cool based on the photos. Yeah, the owner was super sweet when he emailed me, so yeah, already good vibes. I love that, so let's go check it out. Good Trade Coffee Company had such a bright feeling as soon as you walked in. They had big windows all around the shop, so the natural light from the sun really gave it a warm and fresh vibe. They didn't have much art on the walls, but it wasn't really necessary because of the big, beautiful windows that they had. This coffee shop felt mature, but still young enough for anyone to go there and feel comfortable and welcomed. The barista was so nice, she even offered for me to come behind the counter to film her making the drink, which I really appreciated. It's in Kensington, and it was clear that all the employees working close to it loved to go there for their everyday coffee because almost every single customer that came in, the barista already knew them. All right, we just went to Good Trade Coffee Company. First of all, love the cup. Very nice designs on there. I love it. Oh, can you see? Yes. Yeah, it has like clouds, it has coffee bags, coffee mugs, super cute. And yeah, everyone was super nice in there as well, which is great. So what I got was the Vietnamese latte. The barista really recommended this one. She said that it was like one of her favorites on the menu for sure. And she actually also said that it was only originally on the seasonal menu, but it became so popular with all of their customers that they just put it on their regular menu as well. So that already tells me that this is going to be really, really good, and I'm super excited to try it. So let's try it. Oh, wow. That is really good. Okay. That is so good. Yeah. Okay, she described this perfectly because she told me that it is sweet, obviously because of the condensed milk, but not too sweet, and you can still taste, like, for sure all the coffee and stuff. So what's in this is the condensed milk and espresso, basically. And yeah, so good. Very, very good. She really highly recommended this one, and she did a great job recommending it for sure. Oh, I've taken like 100 sips, but it's actually like really good. Okay, and again, love the cup, love the service. I was super bumping in there when I was doing all my shots for the montage. Yeah, like tons of customers kept coming in, which is great for business for them. Yeah, so temperature's great, not too sweet, not bitter at all, which is amazing. Yeah, success, yay. Hype level rating for this one. Uh-oh. I will give it a, I want to say a 4.5. Yeah, mind blown. Might consider putting this in my urn when I die. Definitely in between both. Yeah, 4.5. Super delicious. Yeah, great. Okay. Thank you so much for watching Jessi's Java Quest. Again, this is going to be my third and final episode of going to coffee shops, so I will not see you next time, sadly. But I had a great time doing this, and I'm not going to give like a full extra yet because for my fourth episode, I am still going to talk to you guys and give kind of a breakdown of my number one favorite coffee drink. Number two, I'm going to give an overall rating for each coffee shop that I went to. So just not based on the hype level rating, based on everything, based on the service, based on the drink, based on the music, the atmosphere, everything, sorry. Yeah, so that's gonna be super exciting. I'm gonna do that. And yeah, but we ended our third episode on a great note, I think. Definitely a success. Good Trade Coffee Company, definitely go check them out. And yeah, thank you so much for watching Jessi's Java Quest. It is almost 2 in the morning. I just got home from work, so I'm very tired. But I thought that it would be a good idea to do a fourth and final wrap-up episode. Basically where I reiterate kind of my favorite coffee drink based on the hype level ratings, and where I reveal my favorite coffee shop out of everything. So atmosphere, lighting, service, all of it. Yeah, so with that being said, my favorite coffee drink was obviously the Vietnamese latte because I gave it a 4.5 for the hype level rating. It was just delicious. It was creamy. It you could still taste the coffee. It was hot. It was just great. It was perfect, almost 4.5. And then my close second would obviously be the spiced Milan. Because yeah, again, it was just really good. It was unique. It was super yummy. And then the latte that I kind of gave a little snippet in, I would say would be my third, obviously, which was me cheating, but it's fine. And then obviously the Americano was not that great, based on the hype level rating. Yeah, so yeah. My favorite coffee shop, Good Trade Coffee Company, for sure. I loved it in there. I thought that it was number one in a great location because it's right on the corner of Kensington Road. So you constantly have traffic moving through there, so it's great for them. And then secondly, I really, really liked the like huge windows that they had. They didn't even need like the lights on really during the day because like it was just like so bright from the like sunlight, because it was like the window from like the ground like all the way to like the ceiling basically. So I just like that. I feel like it was like my vibe for sure. Like I like people watching, number one. Like I think that with the big windows and stuff, if you just sat there relaxed, had a coffee, it would be like a really, really like just chill and like easygoing kind of like vibe, which is like what I like. And you never feel like stuffed up, which is how I think you would feel in the other two coffee shops, to be honest. I think that you would feel, yeah, just a little bit overwhelmed, just because of, number one, they didn't have like much natural light coming in because they didn't have like the biggest windows. I Love You Coffee Shop didn't have any windows because it was downstairs. And then Cornerstone Music Cafe had like some, but it wasn't like much light coming in, right? So yeah, I think that if you sat there for a while and had like a coffee, it would just be like a little bit like stuffy. And yeah, it just wasn't really like my style, I guess. It was like really cool. It was like unique, especially in I Love You Coffee Shop, because they had all the colorful art, like the really like kind of crazy art, which I thought that was fun. Yeah, so not like a bad thing at all, but it was just like my vibe was a little bit more towards Good Trade Coffee Company. And then same with Cornerstone Music Cafe. They both had like a lot of like cool like local merchandise and stuff that you could shop, which I really liked. Yeah, but Good Trade Coffee Company was just like, right when you walked in, you're like, wow, it's so bright in here. And like in a like great way. Like I love that. Yeah, and I think that's it. Cool. Again, thank you so much for watching Jessi's Java Quest. I had, again, a great time doing this, like I said. We didn't find the perfect one. So, I wish that we did, but we didn't. So I might have to continue this just so that I can, you know, keep going, try to find one that I really, really want in my urn when I die. I found one very close, but not the perfect one, so I might have to keep searching. Yeah, but we did do good. We found some really yummy coffee drinks, just not the perfect, like top tier one. But I'm sure it's out there. I just gotta keep looking. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's all I had to say. So thank you again. And now I'm graduated, bitches. Goodbye.
And we are back. Thank you very much, Jessi, for that great first production. I must say, I think I would die. I would most definitely die if I drank 42 shots of espresso on stream. I think I maybe could have made it through the first video, but I would have been bouncing off the walls for the rest of the stream, and I don't think we want that. I don't think your walls want my footprints.
Honestly, but that's a lot of coffee. I think I believe her, though. Because she is the expert of coffee.
Expert of coffee.
You know what? That invalidates everything that I have to drinking coffee, because we clearly we have an expert here.
Yes,
and
clearly.
We need to go to these coffee shops. So if you haven't checked out these coffee shops yet, please.
At least the good ones. At least the good ones.
Good ones.
You know, that Americano.
I want to say it's all of them. All of them are good.
Okay, well,
in some certain ways.
The optimist.
I'm just trying to upsell our local companies here. Our local coffee shops, but to each their own, I guess.
Absolutely. And next up here we have Aden White with a podcast. This is episode 2 in his podcast, where he sat his family down and watched some old family videos, and the results are hilarious. Don't you think, Ryan?
There are a lot of funny moments in this one, so stay tuned for this one, and be sure to keep your eyes open for a certain thing. Ready?
Okay, yeah, let's do this. I don't know.
Let's go.
Studios.
Number 69. Everyone's favorite number.
No, stop, guys. Stop.
We actually.
Stop, guys, stop.
Okay.
Actually,
Chill.
stop. Everybody be quiet. Seriously, be quiet. Thank you.
Chill out.
What's up?
We're trying to record.
Yeah, as long as there's red in the corner, you're good. Now, are we both in this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome to the Halfway Pod. This is episode 2. We got one familiar face, and we got Grayson, and we got Lucas. They.
Just the light on the.
Oh, for sure.
What is up, guys?
You think they are awkward now? Wait till we get to the videos.
What do you mean awkward? I'm the boss with the sauce.
Okay, so last episode, Bree was here. We went over what?
Asia.
No.
Before Asia. Everything before Asia.
Yeah.
Me,
Okay.
Chrissy, and my kids.
Guys, what are you guys doing?
Okay, we're good now.
Sorry, we're good. Sorry, go recap, Bree.
Everything before Asia. Highlights of me, Michaela, and Christina.
So we talked about the States, we talked about New Zealand, Australia, Fiji, and we ended the episode watching a video that I cut up of Bree in Asia, but that's where we're gonna start off.
You're like matching.
Just to get Bree here.
It was awesome.
This is us in the Philippines.
Is this the Philippines?
Yeah.
Chrissy, she literally is the exact same.
Yes.
You guys have your own videos.
So
I used to be a very energetic kid. Right? It makes sense that there are lots of these videos, you know?
okay, Lucas, what do you remember about the States? Go.
I do remember sitting in the car for a very long time at a time.
Good answer. Good answer. I'm
Very
glad.
long time
I'm
at a
glad the
time.
parents took us on a world trip so you could remember sitting in a fucking car.
Chill. Okay, I remember the huge trees. Those
Okay.
were in California.
It was in California.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you remember about Portland, Lucas?
What happened in Portland? That
The Windy City?
You probably.
Isn't that Chicago?
I know, I'm joking.
Do you remember a big xylophone?
I think I do.
Okay, so we have a Lucas special. I just listen and watch.
Okay. I just need to find the notes.
Okay, let's hear it. Old MacDonald, go. You found the notes.
Sorry. I messed up that song. I was playing a song that was made none of it. And on that That's all I learned.
Where did you learn that? That was brilliant.
Music class.
Wow, you need to pay more attention to music class.
So, I haven't gotten much smarter.
Did you ever know how to play Old MacDonald?
No, I don't think so. What was that?
I literally cried the first time I went through that. Had to find it out. Anyways,
You know what? I was trying my best.
you know what? On that note, we're actually going to go to Grayson in Asia.
Where are we?
Marble Mountain.
And this
Wata Fort.
Wata Fort.
where are we right now?
Jaipur.
What are we doing?
Like your
Eating peanuts.
like, oh, it's like why?
Peanuts.
I didn't hear that.
Anyways,
Can you play Old MacDonald?
listen.
I'm getting violated out here.
Yes, I told you this was going to happen. Here you go. Grayson, where are we going?
Back to caves.
What is it?
Caves.
That's all you know about it?
Their name is Batu Caves. Okay.
Where are we going, Lucas?
Batu Caves.
What is it? That's all you know about it?
Yep.
True, young man.
Yes.
That's the first word Grayson has spoken since this morning.
No, since like yesterday.
Delhi has traumatized this young man.
I think he's just finally hitting puberty, you know?
So your man here is coming in?
Sign off first.
Signing off. That was cool.
Damn.
That was a cool way to end it.
I didn't even know
I
knew
feel
so much stuff. But, okay, what do you remember about India? Because that's really all I wanted to ask you after that.
So, first thing I remember is when we got to Delhi, I like broke down because I was like, oh. It was just weird seeing different ways people lived and how privileged we were.
That's fair.
Yeah,
That's a lot for like a 12-year-old to see at the time. Like,
damn, how old were you? Were you 12?
13. And I remember everyone was making fun of me, and I was like, guys, why can't the guy just cry? I do actually remember also going to see a bunch of cool things that I probably knew a lot about at the time. I probably could have given you a tour of the Taj Mahal, but yeah, no chance I remember any of those facts now. But yeah, India was cool.
Like, I knew you were overwhelmed, but I didn't even like think of the fact that you actually thought like that as like a 13-year-old.
Well, I just was like surprised no one else was like, oh shit, people like, yeah.
It was a shock to the system. It's like two different
worlds,
universes. Like, yeah. So I don't know. Good, touching for a little young boy like yourself.
I feel like I wasn't crying. I wasn't.
No, you
I
weren't
wasn't.
crying.
I know what I
play
know.
Old McDonald.
He's stuck in Portland.
You know what? Guess what? Yeah. I know.
This first clip is the embodiment of Lucas's brainworks, I think. And this is also just mint camera work by Dad. Reaches in. What is it, Lucas?
What is that?
It was a rock. Turns around and just goes, a rock.
Okay, just run through those guys. I want to get some video. Just run! Run!
I don't want it.
They'll get out of your way, Lucas. Just go!
For those chips.
Just get showed up by an old lady.
Eric, very nice. He helps me a lot with my school. And he's also really nice. And he also helps me with my school.
There's no way. Dude, I used to be this dumb as a kid. There's no way. Don't say that. I know.
I was gonna play in the sand, but they made me go in the water, which was fine. I liked it. It was fun. Just I have sand all over myself now. Well, there's crows.
Crows, okay.
There's those parakeets. There's that cat that sounds like a baby dying.
The question was, what kind of animals are there around here? There's crows, there's parakeets, there's that cat that sounds like a baby dying. Anyways, sorry, Lucas, you were living your best life in India, I think.
Dude, I just...
Pretty much the opposite of
Dude,
Grayson.
I just lived. I didn't think. I just lived, bro.
That's true.
Did you puke? You didn't puke? Almost. Hang on a second.
I did twice.
You puked twice. Once on the floor, once in a bag.
Practice. Let me see you practice throwing up.
Lucas, let me see you practice throwing up. This is all while Grayson's crying in the corner. Lucas.
This is probably like some religious monument.
Listen to Dad.
Okay, this is gonna go on the video, how not to behave at a Buddhist temple.
You're joking! You know what? Hey, I grew. You know what? Let's keep watching the videos, guys. It's just...
I think he's regretting his decision.
Lucky ball.
The Lucky Ball.
Oh, I love these faces.
I hope you know that this will, in all likelihood, get played on your wedding day. Is there anything you'd like to tell your bride?
I'm hungry.
Have a great wedding.
Lucas, are you scared?
I'm not scared.
Would you like to go to McDonald's now?
Yeah, I'm thirsty actually.
Anyways, Lucas, just how do you feel about that?
Dude, that makes me happy. I act very similar but like better. So like I'm happy about that.
Better how?
Like now,
just
now
a little
he's
bit.
stupid on purpose.
No, you can tell I'm like a little bit older.
Like, as in you're taller?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love watching these because I don't remember like half this stuff. I can't believe I used to act like this just in public, especially in
pretty
places
much
like
act the
the
same.
Philippines.
Okay, well,
I need to go to the bathroom.
bye, Lucas.
Thanks, buddy.
I wanna see more videos. This shit's hilarious.
I know. We went to
I was about to see where's my phone.
Like, because they're like, we have to go to church, and then your mom took us.
Okay, so Lucas, we decided we're gonna go through.
We decided to do that.
We're gonna go through Mickey, Bree, and Chrissy from the States and a bit of Australia and stuff.
Oh, I had too much chicken.
Well, you were gonna flick it out.
I've got chubby.
I don't know if
I'd eat some more chicken if we had more.
Did I take more green curry?
there's 2 plates of chicken. Hit him hard, let's hear it.
I need more chicken if we had more.
What kind of memories did that bring up for you?
Eating whatever the fuck we could find.
Dude, yeah, we'd go to the grocery stores, grab those microwave meals, and just nuke them, bro. Like, they were so good. Fine dining at its finest.
Fine dining at its finest.
Hey,
No cap.
Hey.
no keezy. I think it's trippy that, like, Bree lost a tooth, right? Like, traveling and that kind of stuff happened to us as kids, you know what I mean? It was like it's like, oh yeah, I lost my tooth in India, and you're like, you said
Dude. I'm not high, but I feel high right now.
Yeah, I'm not either, but I'm just saying, like, isn't that, like, weird to think
It's
about,
weird to
though?
think about.
Sure,
It's
part of me
weird.
wants to have this revelation with you, Lucas.
the
Like,
thing
I
is-
want to be as
No, but-
excited as you are, but I
I get what he means, because I haven't been around the world. You guys haven't been around the world. You're like, I already know how this feels. Get out of here.
Damn. Do you want some sugar
Get
cubes?
out of here.
You know
Want
what?
some sugar cubes for your high horse?
Sugar cubes for your high horse.
Okay, you know what I will say? It is cool that we've all had a birthday like somewhere
yes.
different.
Thank
That's
you.
what I'm saying stuff
That
like
is
that.
not what you were saying.
I'm saying stuff like that. I can't, you know,
You were
I'm just
saying
gonna-
like, damn, that's crazy. We like ate supper.
I
but,
like lost a tooth
not
in
at
the
home.
States, man.
We, like, it's like saying like, oh, I got sunburned in Mexico. People get sunburned in Canada when they're in
Well,
summer.
okay,
but I got sunburned in Mexico.
What
Who
I'm
can say
saying
that?
is, like, imagine you get your first, like, chin hair. No,
It
like,
happened like what?
Yeah,
3 weeks
Lucas,
ago, 4 years
Lucas,
ago?
imagine when you get your first chin hair, eh, bud?
guys!
Okay, no, I get what you're saying.
No, don't touch me.
What?
Don't touch me.
I do.
Don't touch me.
Kinda.
Move on.
Okay.
Unpause.
Gladly.
Unpause the
I
clip.
agree.
Oh, of course you agree.
No, not with you.
And just unpause the clip.
Unpause the clip.
I said unpause.
Tourist attraction.
I promised you sea lions, I delivered.
That's such dad. I remember you saying the funniest thing to me in Fiji. I was like, this tastes terrible. And you just go, it's like ball sweat and pepper. And I was like, I'm 11. And I was like, what? So
Not
bad.
that I've like tried different combinations of ball sweat.
You were 13.
But if you like, that's what it tastes
The
like.
smell-
Then like the pepper at the end was like it burned your lips a bit.
Yeah.
I love
Never
my
again.
brothers, but I hate
So
my
funny.
brothers.
I apologize.
What's Polynesian?
Daddy Ruth. Yep.
Jesus Christ.
I've never heard that. I've
What's
never heard
Polynesian?
that. Polynesian?
Oh no, Lucas, you're really
No,
showing your
please don't
color.
tell me that's Asian. That's so much cooler than saying Asian.
It's not.
Let's keep watching the video. Let's keep watching.
No, Lucas, you're really showing your colors on this episode, and
Dude, it's just watching old clips of me. I'm not.
no, you're
you
introducing
just said-
you're
No.
introducing some very.
There's new clips of you now.
I'm being
Asian?
put on the spot, bro. I'm being put on the spot. I've
putting
never heard
yourself-
Polynesian.
You're putting yourself.
I've never heard Polynesian.
You're literally putting yourself on the spot.
Resume the video. I think I remember that. That's India.
This is all New Zealand, Australia, Lucas.
My bad.
I feel like that's... She's
Ground.
taking a picture of mushrooms.
Dude,
That's
this makes
okay.
me...
That's what I thought.
Isn't that like crazy though? Because like most people take pictures of mushrooms at home, but like those are mushrooms in New Zealand. That's just wild.
He doesn't
No, I get what you mean. I get what you mean.
Of course you get what I mean.
This makes me want to go back to New Zealand. I miss New Zealand. So
I miss me New Zealand.
I said New Zealand. Look,
Dad was obsessed with how cool it was, so he kept filming you guys.
I mean, nobody. I've never seen a swing like this other than this.
Jeez, see, I knew it, Lucas. You,
Dude,
I love you, Lucas. I love you, man.
I miss this trip so much.
Dude, I'm telling you, for anybody out there watching who's part of a big production company, whatever, send us back out there
send
again.
us back there.
We could do it even better this
Send
time.
us back there.
Even better.
We're gonna
I do read my blog every now and then though, and then I remember.
Oh, I
something.
came across my blog the
Dude.
other week. I Google myself.
Our father would make us write blogs for.
That
every
was
place we
LA
went.
class.
Yeah,
I
that was
shouldn't
LA
have even
class, pretty much.
graduated.
I should not be graduating. Just
You're
kidding.
not.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
This.
I'd like to hear, did you have any traumatic experiences in Asia? Any
Yes.
big accidents?
Too bad that this wasn't caught on camera. I got hit by a motorbike, basically. What
I
happened.
forgot about this.
Yeah. Got hit by a motorbike in an alley because I was like, oh, they drive on the left side here.
Okay, yeah,
Everyone
here we
thinks
go.
I was simping for my dad.
Okay.
Everyone thinks I was simping for my dad. Like, oh, he's on the other side of the street. I need to go to him. No, they drive on the left side. I was walking on the left side. I'm like, oh, I should go to the right side.
It was an
Motherfucker.
alley. They drive down the middle.
Okay, well, you don't drive.
No, Mom loves to say it
100
was because he was
kilometers
trying to
an
get to
hour.
the same side as
Cat?
Dad.
Guys, I'm coming in with the facts. I would be like, oh, they drive on the left side here.
Yeah,
And I'd also be like, oh,
I
speed
can't believe
limit.
that happened.
I'm sure you were factoring in speed limit.
Speed limit and law theory of everything.
One day, we are going to reenact it. You ran across.
I jumped a bit.
Yeah,
I
jumped a bit, clipped you the perfect amount, so you did
It
a
went-
full tray flip in the air and landed in a bush.
In a bush.
You did this.
My bad.
You did that.
That's hard,
You
that's
did
hard,
that.
That's hard. That's hard.
This is so stupid.
And then I landed in a bush.
And then you
And
landed
got
in a
up
bush.
and you were like, I'm fine. And then as soon as we got to the restaurant and you saw that you had scrapes and cuts on your leg, you started crying.
No, I started crying because I was like, damn, I just got hit by a vehicle.
And we're like, Grayson, why were you so traumatized from India? Guy did a backflip after getting hit by a motorbike.
Yeah.
Did the motorbike even stop?
Motorbike
afterwards?
stopped.
Oh, Dad
yelled at him.
No, and then he got mad at me.
Oh my gosh. India horror story though and go on. I had
fuck.
bed bugs crawling in my pillow at the hotel we were staying at.
You were in the bed at least. I literally had to sleep on the floor.
I
bro.
didn't sleep. I didn't sleep.
Me neither. I
sleep.
was on
Like,
the
I was, like-
floor. Actually, though, the real horror of Goa, as we all know, Homeboy is not here to defend himself.
Oh,
I don't
fuck.
care.
3D
Homeboy got a 3D tattoo.
I think that's how we'll wrap this episode. I'm gonna flash a picture of this 3D tattoo and
Yeah, just
I don't want to see it again.
horrors of Goa. Bed bugs and 3D tattoos.
3D tattoos.
And getting hit by a motorbike.
Oh yeah.
I just remember my flip flops got stuck into our
Big
and I was like, Mom, don't leave us.
The beach was dope in Goa. It was
The,
like,
the Indian dude and the Irish.
they were nice. I loved those people. They were so nice.
Comedy Central was my favorite thing. The whole
Learning how
time.
to be a
Our
prankster.
TV, not Key and Peele. Yeah. Watched a lot of Key and Peele.
This was the half-life pod. Didn't cut that. Thank you for having us.
Where's the beef?
All right. That was Aiden's video, his podcast with his family.
That was such a wonderful video. Thank you, Aden.
That was such an awesome video. Honestly, like that reminds me of all the times that I've had with my family and all the funny videos that we've captured. You know, I'm pretty sure you had some too back then.
Absolutely. We have tons that still actually need editing, ironically, for us being video editors and in broadcasting. You think I've edited them yet? I don't think I've edited them yet.
Oh, I need to edit all of my old videos too, man. Like, I thank you, Aden, for reminding us about our old family times. Anyway, we are about to get into our other projects, but first we do want to talk a little bit about our memories. You know, since, you know, John, you're graduating.
Yeah, I am. This is the last you will see of me for CMRU.ca. There's the bug right there. That's the last time this appears is this stream.
Oh man, I'm a little bit sad, you know, knowing that this year a lot of us are leaving.
Yes.
Leaving this program. I still think that we're still in first year. I honestly still have that feeling that I went into university, and I'm just seeing everyone for the first time, you know, especially after the pandemic. Now that I've seen people for the first time in person, I think I don't know, time flies way too fast, I think.
It does. It's been a blink of an eye. Of course, COVID didn't help, but it's like, wait a minute, I was in first year last year. Nope. We're graduating now. But it's been a ton of fun. Ryan, what are some of your favorite memories of broadcasting and this program and everything else that's been happening?
Oh no, I knew you were gonna ask this question. Favorite memories. I think I've had a lot of awesome memories. I think throughout these 4 years, it feels weird to say still 4 years. I think one of my favorite memovries has probably got to be our radio show.
Yes,
we did a radio show together, genuinely speaking, for 3 seasons. I can't remember. Is it 2?
It was 2.
2 seasons. Okay, yeah. But I think those were awesome, you know, where we just put like a brief schedule up and we were like, okay, let's just riff off something that we put down as notes. But I've also been thinking a lot of the favorite, I had a lot of fun doing the newscasts.
Yes, in person. Those were a jam, honestly.
Right? Like, I honestly thought, like, it was so cool to see the behind the scenes and see everyone, like, switching and being anchor and all that kind of stuff. And everyone doing, like, different roles but doing, like, the same production, that kind of thing. It was my first time actually getting behind camera and behind the scenes with doing that kind of stuff. But I think that it was an awesome experience that I got to take away a whole bunch of that into the real world too, right? Like looking for jobs and seeing, you know, other newscasts go behind the scenes and seeing how they work and function as well. Like, I just thought it was phenomenal.
I definitely agree with you. And even newscasting is different than this production because we're running the whole show right now.
We are running the whole show. It's a 2-man team for this one, which is, I mean, good job us.
Good job us.
Good job us. But what about you, John? What are your favorite memories?
I think the one in particular, right before COVID hit, we were all cramming for math. And
oh no!
Yeah,
don't remind me of that.
Yeah, I mean, math class. We will admit we were not the fondest, and I think a lot of people in our year also shared our same opinions that we were not the fondest of math. But the camaraderie of like March 13th, 2020, there's a test in like 3 days or 4 days, and Thursday night we're all crammed into around this table in our broadcasting suite, this giant table, all crammed around, all studying, all calculators going, how the heck did you get this answer? Hold on, no, I got this answer here, and like compare it. It went on till like 9 o'clock at night, and it was insane, but it was fun.
I think it went for 3 hours. That's nice. Oh man, it was painful, but at the same time, just seeing everyone like kind of there at the same time, just studying their asses off.
I mean, I'm not gonna complain. I didn't like the subject matter that we were studying, but
I did like it.
the fun, like it was just so memey and lighthearted and everything. And we have comments as well. Gareth says, "I'm gonna miss you guys. We're gonna miss you too, Gareth, or at least I am. You'll see him around."
Hello.
I'm gonna miss you too, Gareth. Maddie says, "Same. I'm gonna miss everyone in our year since we all got so close over the 4 years." Yes, absolutely. I mean, we still have each other's contact information. Let's not be strangers. Can we make that like a set priority?
We can make that a set priority.
To not make ourselves strangers, because I don't know about the rest of you guys, but like I want to do short films. He wants to do short films. No matter what job we get, we want to continue creating stuff. So
true.
I think that if we continue that and continue to, poke each other every 6 months at the very least and go, "Yo, how's it going? You wanna
do a project?
You wanna do filming?
You wanna do something?"
Yeah.
Conrad is also saying, "Me, Maddie, and Lisa have our stats exam tomorrow." Which, by the way, good luck.
Good luck.
I'm pretty sure you guys will do well. Honestly, I think we did okay on our stats exam. So
we did. Well, we did decently, but COVID kind of gave us some time to prioritize and to focus and to study. When everything else was kind of up in the air. So
that's right.
We had that advantage going for us, but I'm sure you guys will do just fine because we survived and you can do it too.
Kim is also saying math is hard. Yes, it is very hard. Fun fact, by the way, I don't know if it's fun. I did fail math. I did. I did fail math and then somehow got here. Hooray.
Well, hey, you graduated high school. So you know what? If you graduated high school, you're in university, math is kind of important to some of the graphic stuff that I've been doing.
I mean, to some degree, but most of the time you're just inputting numbers into graphics and stuff. You don't really need math, do you?
Oh no, I've divided screens and like estimated where like thirds are and eighths are for different. Yeah, it was a rabbit hole that I went down, but that's a whole other different discussion. Gareth says, "Don't forget to come back and visit us." Of course, I will come anytime you will have me, and my work. Whatever work ends up being will allow me to come.
That goes for everyone too, right? Just do come back and visit, or maybe do check out the CMRU website whenever you have a chance, just because there's always content pumping out, almost on a daily basis, I want to say.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I was watching We Apologize in Advance last night. Quick plug to like the second years. I cannot remember what they are. I was watching it for like some late night entertainment. It was a jam. Like I quite enjoyed it. I only watched the first 2 episodes. There's a third that I haven't seen yet. It's quite fun. I highly recommend that, and I'm looking forward to seeing all the other content that gets produced by students as well, because some of it is quite exceptional.
Honestly, it is. But we went down a whole rabbit hole of this little conversation here. We want to hear from you guys. What are your favorite memories from broadcasting? What are your favorite memories or of your time being a student at Mount Royal or any other university? What are your favorite moments? Do put that into a chat. We'll be sure to acknowledge you and be sure to bring it up as soon as we come back on after the next project. Which, do you want to introduce the next one?
Yeah, so this is a project by Adam Solway, who we've come to know and love. He produces some really phenomenal stuff. So this is a documentary. He does a better job at explaining it, but this is indigenous documentary, and I think it's really, really well put together. So take it away, Adam.
Okay, let's do it. Hi everyone, it's Adam Solway here. This is my short documentary entitled Ts'oostsitsi. Ts'oostsitsi is a Blackfoot word used to describe the past, and this film is about the role of storytelling in my family. I really made this film to honor the storytellers in my life. The story that you're about to see in the film is one of many that I've heard as I've grown up. And I would like to thank my friends and family who really made this film possible. And I couldn't be more proud of this project. So, enjoy.
In our Blackfoot language, the old people, or my father, would always open up with a story by saying Ts'oostsitsi. When you say Ts'oostsitsi, it means years ago. Okay, Itaniko Ikine Kitao. My traditional name is Slowly Crossing. My English name is Ike Solway. We're on the east end of the nation, Binapo. That's where I was born and raised. That's where my family, the Solways, were born and raised down east. We've been down here for many years. Ranchers. We have ties to the land and what we do. The stories in my life came from my dad and my mother. My dad mainly. I hung around my dad a lot. His Indian name is Gidetochgitabi, the horse he never rode. His nature was he would sit there and he'd just break into a story of his time or what he may have heard in the past. You know, he told me these stories and to me it was a strong relationship of one, where I was at that actual time and place. If I was standing there by the creek or standing by a hillside or standing by a flat overlooking the land, that story meant something because it had an imprint or a generational place of who I was. And to hear those stories, you know, he puts you right there. He puts you right there because everything was so descriptive. He'll always start a story out with skocht. So when he's telling that you in Blackfoot, it's either one of two things. He's teaching you a lesson or he's telling you a story that's going to be passed down from family to family. Now being a grandfather to my grandchildren, and when I recite these stories, I want these stories to be told from my perspective, not from a book. I take what my father has shown me and what he's saying and put it to where we are now. You know, there's a lot of many stories that my family were passed down, and even stories that made you think, and made you think of one, how Creator did things and the value of life and how it created balance. One particular story that kind of really resides in with me because it was told by my dad. And it happened to my dad and my grandfather. And I'll go back to Ts'oostsitsi, way back then. My grandfather was named Adam Solway. His Indian name was Apes to me. And that Indian name means bull otter. They would go out on the land and hunt in around October, November. This was the time that they would go out and get their meat. My grandfather Adam had 12 kids. If he could get 4 deer, or if he got 2 mooses or an elk, that would sustain him for that winter season. So he ventured out with his 2 sons, my father, Melvin, and my other uncle, Andrew. And along the way, they killed about maybe 3 deer, and they were on the hunt for more. They were quietly perched on top of a coulee, and at the bottom they seen some deer. They were white-tailed deer. My grandfather Adam had told the boys to be very quiet, that they were going to come out of the brush. He looked down the barrel. He saw them deer coming out of the brush line. 1, 2. On the third one, there was a deer that came out. And in his vision, he saw an old lady. And up behind that old lady, coming out of the bush, was a child. So he blinked, he pulled back from his rifle and looked, but only saw a deer. So he went to view a second time, looking down the barrel. And there again, in his sight, was that old lady, standing there with a child. Kind of shook his head and looked down again the third time. Seen the old lady starting to walk down that trail. So he looked to his two sons, my dad Melvin and his son Andrew, and told him, "It's just stop," meaning it's done. Let's go home. My dad said, my grandfather Adam was very quiet. He never said much. They skinned that meat that night and got it ready for the winter months. My father told him, "Why did we stop?" "Dad, you had that deer in your sight." My grandfather told my dad, "Tsiki," meaning my son in our language, "what I saw was very spiritual." And that was Mother Earth telling me that we had enough meat. And the lesson behind that was, don't be greedy. Don't overtake what you need. Let the balance of life continue. That was the lesson that was given to him. These stories create a world that nowadays you wouldn't even think existed. You know, a lot of people, they're so amazed in how it was back then. My dad lived it. My granddad lived it. You know, and through those decades and through those years, they saw the changes. In our language, they'll say, "Kikomcht." It means you're older. You know, when you get older, things are going to be different. And it's so true. I strongly believe they keep the memory of my grandfather and my dad alive, because these stories, they have strong ties to me, they have strong ties to my family, they have strong ties to my children, and now they're going to have strong ties to my grandchildren. The way I see it nowadays, if we didn't have those stories that were passed down, then I don't think we'd have an identity. We'd be so lost in this world. It brings you to who you are. Sometimes I think I've become my dad. I sit there and I have my kids. I'll break into a story. And one day I'm going to be telling that to my grandchildren when they get older and they understand. Who knows? I mean, like, maybe I'll have a storyline of my own that my kids can tell their children or their grandchildren of who I was. In closing, I'm going to say, people take things for granted. And when you look at time, those people go away. They don't remain on this earth forever. They'll go away. And it's the stories that remain on this earth. And those stories become something of knowledge, strength, and understanding of who you are inside, not outside, inside.
And that was Adam's project. Good job, Adam, honestly. That was such a beautiful video, honestly. It showed a lot of the tradition of the First Nation and Aboriginal people. Like,
so beautifully shot, too.
Yeah, and like, I think, for those of you who don't know, Adam actually released a short film a few years ago, I think, 2 years like ago. That. And it actually had a live premiere viewing down in LA, which is, Adam, you're already getting big. You're huge. Keep going forward, my friend.
And to see this, it's amazing. Anyways, our next project is another one on Indigenous issues. This is the Métis Experience by Holly Roberts.
All right, please enjoy.
Hello, My name is Holly Roberts. I decided to create a PSA attached to a website blog that allows me to encourage people to learn more about the Métis culture. So please start by following the website link, watching the PSA on the front page, and then clicking the website guide button in the top right, which will bring you down to a video to the bottom of the page that'll explain to you how to use the website. Then feel free to explore the website yourself.
Hi, I'm Holly. I'm a Métis woman of Alberta, and I took to the streets of Mount Royal University to ask people what they think it means to be Métis. Let's hear what they had to say.
Oh boy. Well, I guess it's kind of being in between two identities.
Well, it's to be part of a very specific culture then.
That's a big question.
Well, I don't know much about the Métis culture.
I'm not sure.
They're not fully First Nations.
What do you mean, like, what does Métis mean? Like, I really don't know. Oh, that's a tough one. Honestly, there's not a lot of information. They don't teach you a lot about it.
Go first. Let me actually think about it. I mean, I'm white, I'm not really sure.
I think it's like a traditional thing.
Well, I'm Métis actually, so personally it's like my mom is a quarter Métis, so I got whatever was left of that really, because that's all I know.
Did you know that the Métis culture doesn't have blood quantum? That means there's no such thing as being half Métis or a quarter Métis. You're either Métis or you're not. The first part to being Métis is carrying that lineage back to the Red River in Manitoba. That shows through your family tree. The second part to being Métis is being accepted into your community. Being in Calgary, I reside in Region 3. Where do you reside? Even though we originate from both French and First Nations blood, we are our own people. We have our own culture, our own traditions, our own history, our own language. Did you know that they teach Michif lessons here in Calgary? You can learn more about the Métis culture, history, and application process to being part of the Métis Nation of Alberta by visiting albertamétis.com. Hello, and welcome to the Métis Experience website guide. This is the homepage where you will find the welcome statement, the PSA, and my first post. It will be pinned here, as well as a link up top here where you can click and find all the other posts. Continue scrolling down further and you will find my contact page. Back up at the top you will find buttons to the right. Home, About, Posts, More with a drop-down menu, Login, and Donate. Currently, the donate button is not linked to anything. I will be working with organizations in the future. Moving on to the About page, you find exactly what this website is about and explains what my journey and purpose is here. Moving on to the Posts page, you will find that there's nothing here just yet. Right now it's because there's only one story and it is off to the left here, which you can click on its name to open it up. In the future, you will find more posts on this page. Moving over to More, you will find the drop-down menu where it says Interviews, Chat, and Members. Starting in Interviews, you will find Discussions to Learn From by Holly Roberts. This is the playlist where all of my interviews with people I am learning from will be posted. Back to the More drop-down menu, you will find Chat. This is the forum page. You will be able to see this whether you are a member or not, but being a member means that you will be able to like, share, comment, and create your own posts. Please feel free to create a new post if you choose to become a member. Becoming a member is easy. Simply click Log In and sign up with your email, Google, or Facebook. Once you're a member, you can go down to the Members page. The Members page will be where you can see all other members and connect with them as a community. If you come back over here to the left where you see the Métis Experience, it'll bring you right back to the home page. Thank you for watching the Métis Experience website guide. I hope this helps.
Wow, Holly, thank you so much for that and all of the hard work that you've put in. I'm looking forward to really seeing that grow and see where that takes you and the experiences that you're learning from and posting about on there. So thank you very much. Ryan, would you like to introduce the next video?
Yes, for sure. So this one is a little bit more, is also a very touching project as well. It deals with mental health, which is a very prominent subject that, especially during the COVID period, is very prominent. So this is Lisa's project. It's called the Happy Place Project.
Hi guys, so this is my final project. It was a process to make, but I'm really happy with the final result. It's basically just a quick documentary about mental health, what it feels like to live with a mental illness, what the difference between mental illness and mental health is, and the different kinds that can exist. So you don't necessarily need to be diagnosed with a mental illness to experience poor mental health. And yeah, so I hope that this is informative and kind of eye-opening for people who've never experienced a mental illness, but people who have, I hope, are able to relate to some of the topics that are talked about. So please enjoy.
Okay, I'm Caitlin Zeiler. I go to University of Lethbridge and I'm in the Department of Kinesiology and I'm 20.
Right, so my name is Leah. I'm 18 and I'm in the Social Work Diploma program.
Austin is my name. I'm a well tester for Lions Production Services. I am 21. Depression, anxiety, and OCD. Like if I leave the house, I have to run back and check the door's locked. I do it like 3 times. When my grandpa died, I had a really bad time. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. I was just a potato. But sometimes it takes different forms. Like recently, like last year, I kind of didn't want to move, actually live. So I just gamed and gamed. I didn't want to face reality.
I work at the Glencoe Club as a support staff in the restaurant. I like being outdoors. I like hiking, camping, just kind of living it out as best as I can, I guess. So I did recently just move out of my parents' house, maybe a couple weeks ago. It was a big step for me. I'm really glad I did it, but it was a little bit hard, but it kind of was bound to be hard. But yeah, so I guess that was probably the biggest thing that's happened recently is me moving out. I think around grade 8, I want to say, I started really kind of experiencing some issues with my mental health. Obviously, mental health is more than just mental health issues, but that's when I really started noticing those issues, some signs of depression and some suicidal thoughts every now and then. And then in grade 9 is when I officially kind of started doing something about it. I self-harmed for a bit and I ended up it was a school staff member ended up talking to me about it, and they're and because they do have to disclose that to your parents, they're either you tell your parents or I'm gonna have to. So that prompted me to tell my parents, and very supportive, got me the help that I needed. Went through family doctor, some private psychologists, public psychologists through AHS as well. Yeah, so, and then in towards the end of grade 10, I want to say, I officially got diagnosed with persistent depressive disorder. So it's also called dysthymia. But a lot of people don't know what that is unless you are in the mental health system. So persistent depressive disorder is kind of easier to, kind of understand. Kind of all the symptoms of depression, just on a lower scale. Not that it's any less severe, it's just not as intense, and it's just kind of those symptoms happening for a prolonged period of time. When you're under 18, it's for over a year and a half, I think, and then once you're an adult, it's over 2 years, I believe. It was really difficult because honestly, you don't want to have to tell your parents that. I talked it out with the school staff that did kind of tell me I had to tell my parents. I am closer with my mom, so I decided I would tell her first. And because I'm not the best at outwardly expressing my emotions with like talking it out, especially back then, I wrote her a little note, and then we went on a walk and I gave her the note and she kind of just read it. Then we talked it out after that. So that was kind of how I did that. And then once I kind of got into the help, I got a little bit more comfortable with talking to my mom about that. Those kinds of issues, because I knew that she knew already. So it kind of gets easier once you've, like the first conversation is a lot harder than the rest of them. I have quite a few friends who've also gone through a lot of mental health issues. And I would say seeing them go through that kind of thing is probably harder than me struggling with my own mental health. There is one story that like just is always in the back of my head whenever I think about mental health and why I'm in like the program I'm in as well. One of my close friends, I want to say it was in grade 10. It was in grade 10 or 11, but she attempted suicide, and I had to take her to the hospital because her parents were separated, and the parents she was with currently, like at that time, were out of town, so she was home alone. So I had to take her to the hospital. I sent her to triage, and I sat in the waiting room for maybe 3-4 hours by myself with no answers. So that was definitely the hardest thing. She did end up okay. She's doing a lot better now. She's got the help that she needed, but that's definitely one of the hardest experiences I've ever had to go through. Even if it wasn't for me, it was just something that broke my heart to see.
I'm a competitive curler, and I've been doing that for about 13 years now. And I work on the turf care program at Mickelson National Course in Calgary as well. I would say mine, I only ever started to experience it in the last kind of year or so, probably started around June. I just experienced mainly burnout, and then looking back on it, not knowing the moment, probably went to a bit of a depressed state with a lot of anxiety. But overall, like I pinpointed the root cause of it, and it was kind of get myself out of the situation before it got severely worse. It was a combination of, it was a whole situation I was in. As a competitive curler, the team was an environment that I just shouldn't have been a part of to start with. There's a lack of support and overall like love. And that's what really drove me into the burnout stage, which then led to depression and anxiety. So by using like help from my family and friends to like realize that, I got myself out of the situation and left the team, and then relied on their support to kind of bounce back and like get back to who I was. Yeah, it was honestly kind of really scary. Burnout, I was falling asleep in class, falling asleep in team meetings, taking like days where I couldn't leave bed because I was so tired, struggling to study because I was too tired to actually focus on what was happening. And then burnout like commonly was leading to my feeling of a depressed state because I wasn't doing anything but sleeping in school and curling, but then I couldn't sleep. So it just kind of became this endless cycle that like I didn't really know how to break, other than I thought it was a normal student athlete lifestyle, until I actually saw a doctor and was like informed I was like actually burnt out and had to like work to recover from it. So once I like knew that, then I like ended up taking a break from curling, even though it was forced, but it was definitely what I needed. And just kind of, once I got the break, it felt very different, like actually being able to rest and not go, 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 which was what I needed to heal.
When I get into depressive episodes, I do kind of feel like doing nothing. It's really hard to motivate myself, so I really have like a strict set of things that'll make me feel better without like draining the life out of me. Even just getting out of bed, taking a lap around my backyard or something. I found that fresh air helps a lot. Even just stepping out and just sitting on your porch for a bit makes like so much of a difference. Mostly just getting out of bed is kind of the biggest thing, because getting out of bed is so hard when you're in those kind of those episodes. So getting out of bed, walking outside, taking a shower or bath if you can, kind of just really focusing on yourself and nothing else.
It doesn't sound the best way to cope, but it was genuinely just going out and like living my life. Like as a full-time student athlete, you get stuck in this cycle of I go to practice, I go to school, I go to the gym, I go to bed, and it's this continuous cycle where there's not really any social life. So once I got like stuck in that cycle, the best way I coped was like just trying to like let loose and actually go see people I didn't play on a team with, or if I seen friends, it wasn't to study, it was to go like have a night off, to try and like bring myself back in to like a happier place. And also I found working out, I've always like used working out as a coping mechanism to like de-stress. But when I was working out to de-stress and not to train for my sport, it helped a lot more.
Well, you've helped me, like socially, because, yeah. And then my older brother's always been there, like, he is my supervisor, he got me the job, I often work with him. He's always been there as my father figure, because I never even had one, so he's helped pick me up a lot. If you're not diagnosed with ADHD, and you're like, oh, I got ADHD, I can't focus. And there's like a party going on next to you. You don't have ADHD, you're just not focusing. ADHD is like when you're, like you so don't want to do something, like you really, really don't want to do something, and you're like, oh, I'll put it off. And then you find something new and you procrastinate, and then it's mixed in with that feeling where like when you're a kid in the summer, there's nothing to do and you just feel empty, so bored, just, ooh. It's like that all the time, and you're always bored, like deadly bored. And then depression, you just feel like shit. OCD, it's like, you forgot something, but it's okay, but your brain's like, you forgot something, something's wrong. But it's all right, it's just missing a loop in there.
In the best of times, it's kind of just a constant feeling of exhaustion. You kind of just are emotionally drained. You kind of don't want to really do anything. You just want to go to bed all the time. That's kind of in the best of times. In the worst of times, obviously you still have that feeling of exhaustion, but you can't physically get yourself out of bed. You feel like there's no hope for you out there. And then you don't necessarily want to die, but you just don't want to exist, and you don't want whatever you're feeling to go on. I guess that's the best way to describe it.
I think it's obviously very different for each person. I lucked out that my roommate was my teammate, so she saw what was happening to me on the ice, off the ice, on the road, in hotels, in our apartment. And I honestly think the best thing you can do is just straight up being there for them and not pushing yourself on them either, just letting them know that you're there if they want it, but waiting for them to actually open up to you or talk about it. Because even if like they feel comfortable with you talking about, they just straight up might not want to at certain points. So I think just providing that option that they know they can come to you for anything is the best thing you can do, because every person's gonna react differently and want different things, but it's a big comfort knowing you have that option if you need it.
Listening. I think a lot of people confuse that with giving advice. When someone reaches out, they're not necessarily looking for advice. A lot of the times they just need someone to sit there and listen to them, and just so that they can lift that burden off of themselves. So that's my biggest thing. If they do end up asking for advice, then by all means, give them advice. But a lot of people are just looking for that open ear to be there to listen or just a shoulder to cry on, you know?
It's kind of like when I quit vaping, kind of still in the process, but just gotta say no. Often you're not saying no, you're just saying yes. Feel like, oh, it's okay if I just lay here and do nothing. You say no, you get up, you move, you do something. It's like lifting weights, you can handle more, you can handle more. Even though like you may stumble, you can handle more later.
Honestly, slow down your training. Like if you've made it this far and you're on your U Sport team or your competitive team, clearly you're good enough to be there, and taking that one night off a week or something isn't gonna end your career, and it's what you need, because if you get stuck in that cycle of training school, it's really hard to get yourself out of it. And just listen to your body and your mind. If you know you don't feel good or you know you're struggling, just stop, take a break. Like no one's gonna be upset at you, or if they are, then you should probably re-examine the like player-coach situationship you might be in.
The first advice I would give is to reach out, which they're already doing by talking to someone, asking them, being like, I'm struggling, I don't know what to do about it. That's my biggest advice, is to reach out, because in those times you can feel really lonely, and reaching out to someone, and even if they haven't gone through that, knowing that someone else knows what you're going through can help a lot. That's my biggest piece of advice. Therapy is obviously not for everyone. I do recommend that everyone tries it at least once. I think it's beneficial for someone to try.
I think in general we could talk about it a lot more too. Like you see campaigns like the Let's Talk and that, but like we have campaigns for like one day of the year. And like especially burnout, like as a student athlete, I never even really knew that that could be something so severe until I experienced it. So I think it's just a matter of like, why aren't our TV ads talking more about what happens or what you can do or like what it feels like? Because like I didn't really realize I was depressed until I looked back on it. And I think if there's outlets that actually tell you what it kind of means, other than saying this is depression, this is anxiety, this is burnout, people are gonna better understand if they're going through it, and also better understand other people that are going through it, if they actually know what exactly it means versus just a label.
I could go on and on about this one, but education, biggest one. Even though it has changed a little bit, I think it's still heavily stigmatized even in education system. And I think it's necessary that we continue to educate our kids further on not just mental illness, but mental health in general, because a lot of people interchange that, interchange mental health with mental illness. And mental health itself is just the well-being of your mentality. So, like, if I say physical health, that doesn't mean you have a physical illness. And people need to realize that mental health does not mean mental illness. So I think we need to educate our children.
It's always the little victories, like you make a bed, you get stronger from lifting weights, and that makes you feel good. It just gives you more momentum.
Reaching out is probably the biggest thing you can do, and just knowing yourself and what makes you feel better is kind of something you need to learn on your own, but it's definitely something that you need to look into.
Family too. For me personally, I relied on a lot of family. Like some people obviously go see doctors and stuff when they're depressed, but being away from home, I relied on a lot of family to help me figure it out. So I recommend like reaching out to family as a first.
Mental illness is not bad, and we need to treat people with mental illness the same as we would treat people with a physical illness, because at some point it is on the same level. Yeah.
I like that a lot.
And we are back. Thank you very much, Lisa, for that amazing documentary. And we're going to jump into a bit of a talking block now. We actually have a guest on the line.
Wow.
If you guessed from the chat, we have Gareth, the wonderful professor that we have, is with us to talk. Say hello, Gareth.
Gentlemen.
Gareth!
How's it going?
Hey, how are you enjoying the stream so far, man?
Yeah, it's been awesome. I'm really enjoying the projects. I like that people are engaging in the chat and just chatting and having a look and complimenting our students. I think you guys have done some great work.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, like, what are you the most proud of, I guess, from a group of people? Since, you know, we are graduating now, right? Which is, I still can't believe I'm saying that. We are graduating this year. I think what's the most proudest thing that you would say that came out of our year, if that makes any sense?
Are you asking me to play favorites and pick a favorite student?
Well, I mean, not pick a favorite student, because obviously it's going to be me. Obviously it's going to be me.
It's going to be Ryan and John.
Ryan, have you seen my project?
Ryan and John, because they're doing the stream.
Hooray!
No, honestly, I think I don't know if there's any one thing that I'm like that I can kind of isolate, if I can use that word. But I think just, you know, you guys taking the reins this year and just running with it. You know, you prepped these projects in the fall. You did all of that work, and then you shot them in the winter. And these are all kind of individual projects, but you've helped each other out where you could. And I really think we've come out with 22. It's 22, right? 22 really successful, great and successful projects. And I think in fact, yeah, this is what I'm getting at. I'm probably most proud of the variety that we have. Yeah, there's podcasts, there's short forms, there's documentaries, there's little web series, there's such a variety, and it's awesome to kind of see what you guys are interested in and what you want to throw yourselves at.
100%. Now, we do want to ask a question, since we do, you know, you've seen all of our projects, you've graded them, you've seen all of them already. What advice would you give to like the upcoming year? So like the third years that are this year, what would you give as an advice for them to kind of top quality production that we have this year?
So coming into this course, so the fourth year courses, the independent media project courses, I would say keep things simple. A simple story told effectively will be more successful than something that's really complicated and that you maybe try and overexert yourself with. Keep it simple and have fun with it. Do something that you love.
That's great. Now, I have a bit of a personal question for you, Gareth. How much do you think that we fixed in post-production?
I don't know. John, I know that your project, which is still coming, your project required a lot of kind of post-production work. But I'm not sure a lot of you fixed any huge issues in post this time around. I mean, we probably shouldn't say that. Alana's probably in the chat and is gonna want to have my neck. But I don't think you've fixed that much. John, is this going back to our white balance issue?
Yes, this is going back to our white balance issue and me saying, oh, I'll white balance in post. It's no big deal, you know?
Yeah, no. Get it right in camera and then enhance in post.
That's some good advice, I think. Lots of us should have taken it, right?
Yeah, sure, totally.
Should have.
Do I need to go back and look at those rubrics again?
Don't remind me, please. It's over already.
Well, I think we've learned a lot since you gave us that advice. So, you know, and it's obviously sinking in if you don't think a lot of people fix stuff in post. Then that means we're either very good at doing post Or we shot things right the first time, and I
Yeah.
guess we won't say which is which for
I
the.
I hope the second one.
Yeah, we're hoping for the second one, okay? Let's just say it's the second one. We got a few more questions for you. I think just about 2 more. If you could, I'm sure there are people watching this live stream right now that are not part of the broadcasting program, but are thinking about maybe joining the broadcasting program itself.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have like a quick elevator pitch on to kind of put forward the BMS program to say, hey, this is the program that you should join?
We have state-of-the-art equipment. I think that's what I always want to start with. We're always upgrading that equipment. We're always looking at new things, and you get such a varied education. You go through doing a whole lot of different things. So come and join the program, or at least come and check us out during the open house.
100%, yes. Take those words to heart, people. And finally, we have one more question. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to those graduating this year?
I think what I want to say is, while you're going out into the industry and figuring out what you want to do, stay humble and hungry.
All right.
Let go of the ego at the door, and when you're going in, always be the first person there and the last person to leave. You'll catch someone's attention and you'll be successful.
Always grasp for the opportunity, right? So that's always an important lesson to learn.
That sounds like some great advice.
Well, Gareth, thank you for your time. Thanks for joining us, and we hope that you continue watching the live stream, because honestly, we've put in a lot of work, and I'm sure you're proud of all of the work that we've done too. So
I am. Thanks, gentlemen, and thanks for the opportunity to hop on and have a chat with you.
100%.
Thank you.
Take care now.
Cool. See ya.
Okay.
That was Gareth, professor at MRU. Thank you very much for joining us again, Gareth. And we have plenty more guests planned, so keep it locked here for all of the wonderful media that you will be seeing, as well for all of the guests, even if you've seen some of the projects or a lot of the projects. Stick around, because we have plenty still in store for you.
Now, speaking about in store, I think we have the next project up and ready to go.
Yes.
Would you like to introduce the next one?
Yes. So this is Quinn Keenan's production called Catching Up with the Cougars. It is a sports-themed production, and it talks about MRU's sports teams. And I mean, I'm not a big sports guy, but maybe I'll learn a thing or two. Let's get it started, shall we?
Take it away.
Hello, my name is Quinn Keenan, and over the last few months, I've been working on a project called Catching Up with the Cougars. It's all about how Mount Royal athletes have come back after the COVID lockdowns last year took away their athletic seasons. During this docuseries, I interviewed Drake Renero from the soccer team, Chris Byam from the volleyball team, and Lindsay Janes from the hockey team. This is a personal project to me, as I work with the Cougars. Currently, I'm the play-by-play commentator for the hockey and soccer teams, and also worked previously with the volleyball and basketball teams. Thank you for watching, and I hope you enjoy.
It was, I think, grade 9 or 10. It was the Alberta Winter Games tryout, where I actually tried out for a volleyball team when I was playing hockey pretty competitively. And then made the volleyball team, and that kind of started to take over a little more time. And that was when that coach actually asked me to play for his club team. And that was kind of where I got started into volleyball. I got a pretty good opportunity to play when I was younger, so I don't know, I just kind of fell in love with it from that point on. I'm inspired to do it once I got started, but it didn't seem like it was going to take me that far right away. And then as I kind of started to grow a little more, I started to talk to a few more people who thought there might be opportunities here if I keep working the way I am. So as I got older, I decided to kind of get a little more serious, and that was when things started to come together a little more. Yeah, I guess like I came from a really small town, so the smaller campus size really appealed to me for just like the educational side. And then obviously losing Tyler Schmidt was a huge thing for this program. He was a pretty key piece, but it gave me a good opportunity to come in and really compete for a starting position on this team. So I think a lot of it was like opportunity. I saw a great opportunity, and with a great coach, I was able to grow here and continue to grow with the years to come. I didn't really know what to expect coming in. It was kind of a blank canvas, I guess. I knew it was going to be a lot different than what I was used to, just coming from like smaller towns, smaller programs. Even when I played club, I kind of played on a lot of smaller programs. So I knew coming in it was going to be a lot different. There was a lot more opportunities with just the stuff available to us at Mount Royal. So I would say it probably exceeded my expectations. I guess like at first, when it first started, we were done our season anyway. We got eliminated in the first round of playoffs, so COVID kind of hit and we were already done. So I kind of just assumed it was going to be something, you know, pretty quick. We were going to go in lockdown and then volleyball wouldn't really be affected. So I didn't really think too much of it at the start. I thought I was just going to be able to train at my own gym throughout the summer and then come back and it'd be fine. And then as it kind of got a little longer and longer, it started to affect it. I think for me, it was just kind of like, I had to take a quick moment just to kind of think of what was still gonna happen, I guess. I obviously knew I didn't want to take a full year off and just do nothing. So it was kind of regrouping and figuring out as a team what we can do to maintain our volleyball skills and continue to train, I guess. Obviously there kind of was, especially with like some of the national team programs and stuff that I was hoping to do in the summers, they were getting shut down. We were getting shut down, other leagues were getting shut down. So obviously there was that little doubt of this might be a year of no volleyball, no sports kind of thing. So I'd be lying if I said that didn't cross my mind, obviously. Just from like a strategic side, you get to play the same team a lot more. So like game planning against opponents got a little bit different just because normally in a regular season you see somebody once, twice kind of thing. This year we got to see teams like 4 or 6 times, I guess. So that made a huge difference, just kind of adjusting to that and then getting back in the swing of like a high level of compete, because the previous year all we did was like inter-squad matches and stuff. So it was kind of weird getting back into like that style of competition, I guess. I think myself and our team, we really have a goal of obviously becoming one of the top teams in Canada West, as well as a top team at a U Sports National Championships. So I think that's really what I'm trying to fight for, and that's what our team is trying to fight for as well. We've had lots of talks about it, so I think that's kind of where we see ourselves going. Just because we weren't training in a volleyball setting as much, we had a lot more downtime. I thought myself, personally, I was able to spend a lot more time kind of growing in like a weight room and setting a better routine that way with eating habits, working out. And could grow my side of the game a little more on that side just because I had a little more time to think about it. So I think that was definitely a huge positive that came out of the lockdown, was a little bit more off time to figure out some other things that you normally don't spend time on. So.
Yeah, I started playing soccer. I was 3-4 years old. Just kind of fell in love with the game. Ended up playing a couple of years in England, a year or so in Vancouver, and then after that I ended up at Mount Royal, and that was all the way back in 2015. So that was my first experience here, where I had a great time. Got to meet some awesome people, and it's definitely good to be back here. Ryan Jackie, the coach, I've known for years. When he first started coaching, he coached me at Calgary Foothills. Helped me out when I was in England a little bit as well, so I had a good relationship with him. And when I graduated in BC after playing with the Whitecaps, we kind of decided that it was time for me to come home, kind of get a little bit more established and get my feet running and enjoy my football again. I don't know, it was strange. I was just rejoining the team. I came back, I had to do winter classes, so I was was kind of getting used to the flow of things and starting to train again. We didn't get to play many games, so that was a struggle, but I also work at a bank, so we were always open, and I seen a lot of things shut down around me where I was kind of still going through day-to-day life, normal living in a sense, but yeah, I had to just follow the protocols and precautions, which was a little bit of a struggle, but for me it was just kind of missing soccer. It was the first time I actually had a more than a month break, I think, from playing in my whole life, basically, so that was a big change for sure. Very disappointing. At the time I thought it was premature to cancel it, but we also didn't know what was happening with COVID. It was in early stages. I mean, we all like to think that it wasn't going to be too serious, but I mean, we're still dealing with it today, right? So it was definitely a blow. I think the university did the best that they could in dealing with it and allowing us to get to play as many, I guess, internal games and training sessions as we possibly could. I guess deal with it, right, as so many other people did around the world. Kind of slowed down, and I had that thought of, well, what am I going to do now? Should I continue with playing soccer still? I mean, I enjoy the game, but can I still hold myself up to a high enough standard with the team in the way that the program's been going? There's definitely times where I thought maybe I shouldn't come back, maybe it's not the best. And there's still thoughts like now, for instance, I gotta always plan a little bit ahead because I'm a little bit farther staged in my life, but soccer's always calling, and everyone here is so welcoming and friendly, and they want me to stay around. We didn't stay at any hotels, we didn't get any of that proper team bonding for players coming in, a whole bunch of new players, people leaving over the COVID break and stuff, so it was very interesting to try to get that unity as a team. The program's heading in the right direction. I mean, we've come top of the league twice, which is huge, 2 years in a row, and just cutting it a little bit short in the Can West finals, which is always a tough blow, but I think now that we are kind of sticking in a sturdy pathway and building platforms for players to grow, for players to stay on for more than a year or two because of the COVID break, and myself for sure. Like I said, I've been everywhere for my youth, and kind of just realizing who I am outside of soccer. And that's the biggest thing as a person, is soccer might not last forever, whether I'm at Mount Royal, whether I'm a pro, and so forth. So I had the chance to figure out, I should say, during COVID, of who I really want to be as a person. It's a huge step for I guess myself, and to figure out what's going to be in the future, and I had that time to do so a lot earlier than expected, at least.
I started playing, I think, around 10 years old, and so a little bit late than compared to other, like most people. I did like dance and gymnastics and all those kind of sports when I was younger, and but my brother always played hockey, and so I was always around the rink, kind of in that environment. And so I eventually wanted to play hockey too. My brother's younger than me, so it's kind of roles reversed. Usually the older sibling is the one who's influencing the younger, but he really influenced me that way to want to start playing hockey. Within my second year, I was already at like a pretty decent level, and I started playing AA in Fort McMurray probably like 3 or 4 years later. And so the process was kind of really quick for me, but I definitely did fall in love with the sport, and I didn't really know what the future had planned for me, but I definitely knew that it was something I wanted to do for a long time. I kind of found out about MRU through meeting Scott and Jordan, our head coach and assistant coach, and because I was obviously looking for somewhere to play post-secondary, and I got in contact with them and I was able to tour the school, and I realized that a smaller university was really what I was looking for. I really liked that the class sizes were small, you know, you're not going to class where there's 400 people, and I really liked that. I definitely, obviously coming from high school straight into university, that first semester is a pretty big jump. The academic side was definitely a punch in the face a little bit because it's a really big step. I definitely found my experience though for the first half of the year was to be pretty normal, and then obviously in the winter semester things were great until they weren't. It was definitely a big shock. We were obviously at nationals when everything happened in PEI, and it happened with the blink of an eye. All of a sudden I was home and you couldn't leave your house unless you had to, and it was definitely a weird experience. I spent a lot of time just inside with my family. Family walks became a huge thing because going for walks is really the only thing you could really do. It was definitely really sad. We were making a pretty big playoff run, being at nationals, being the underdogs, and winning our first quarterfinal game, and so the entire group was really, really upset about it. It definitely was super unexpected, and then following to the next year when we find out that that following season was canceled as well, it was definitely really hard to take in because you go from winter time is hockey season every single year to it not be, and it was definitely really tough. It was definitely a little bit different when it came to, obviously, like you said, the schedule and stuff. I feel like I haven't really had this was a real season yet, because even in my first year it was cut short, but it honestly, it felt pretty normal to me. We played 20 games instead of 28. That was probably the biggest difference, but obviously with having to wear masks and stuff, like that was obviously different, but we never had to wear masks on the ice, so that was super awesome. And yeah, I found the season to be, it felt relatively normal as it could have been with the circumstances. Yeah, you know, I think our group made a really big step this year. Obviously, back in my first year, we were definitely not expected to be at nationals, but we were there, and we obviously kind of got cut short this year, unfortunately losing the semifinal to U of S, and so I think our group has a lot to prove this coming season and the season following. Obviously, I have 2 years left, and so going into my fourth year, I just really would love to see this group get that championship and kind of make up for what we lost this year, because I know all of us never want to have that feeling again. Hockey has always been such a big part of my life, and then to have it kind of just taken away like that definitely opened my eyes to really realizing like how lucky I am to get to play it and how much I do truly love it, because not having a season last year really showed. And so I think, yeah, not taking things for granted, and I also just think health-wise, you know, I think the entire world, myself including, like you never really pay attention to those things. You show up to school with a stuffy nose and a sore throat, like you persevere, but I think now just like taking your health more seriously has definitely really showed, and it's something I value a lot more.
And that was Quinn's project, interviewing all of the some of the athletes that MRU has to offer.
Do you feel knowledgeable now about sports, Ryan?
I want to say so. Look, I'm actually like trying really hard to understand more about sports and all that kind of stuff. Look, I'm sorry, guys.
Well, maybe this next project will help you. It's by Conrad, and Conrad deals with the local sports industry. So not just Calgary Flames or anything else, but some local sports that aren't as covered. Conrad, why don't you take it away?
And keep in mind, this is an audio project, so although you won't see anything too visualized kind of thing, do feel free to boost up your headphones a tiny bit in order to hear what Conrad has to offer. Now, with that said, take it away.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the Conrad Krausert bedroom studio. This is where I recorded my show, The Amateur. The The Amateur was an audio project consisting of me talking about some of our local area amateur sports. Well, 3 teams really. The Calgary Canucks, Calgary Hitmen, and Foothills FC. But why is this important? Here in Calgary, we've lost Shaw Television, which aired a lot of amateur sports games to TV, and Sportsnet 960 has almost gone to completely covering only the Calgary Flames. You got a little bit of Cavalry FC and a little bit of Stampeders mixed in there too. But Calgary has such a great amateur sports team that now doesn't really have a voice. I felt I could give it that. So what you're going to listen to here today is my episode 2. This episode was when I sat down with the captain of the Calgary Canucks, Connor Bertamini, who has spent an entire life in the Calgary and area sports scene, specifically the amateur. So sit back, relax, you can close your eyes because it's an audio project, and join me, Conrad Krausert, in the amateur. Oh, and enjoy everyone else's projects too.
The Amateur.
Hello and welcome back to another episode of The Amateur. I'm Conrad Krausert, your host, and we're going to have a little bit of a different week this week where we focus solely on the Calgary Canucks. Why is that, you might ask? Well, the Calgary Canucks have successfully confirmed their berth into the AJHL playoffs after a 6-2 defeat of the Olds Grizzlies. They actually lost in their first attempt to defeat Olds by a score of 3-2, but in their return home after a away game in Olds, the Canucks summarily defeated the Grizzlies by a score of 6-2. Leading the way was Caden Steinke with a hat trick. And let me tell you, as a PA guy, there's no better feeling than announcing a hat trick for the home team. I've unfortunately had to announce one for the opponents more than once this season. And, you know, it was really fun to get to announce Caden's. But that wasn't the end to the Calgary Canucks regular season. The Calgary Canucks also had a rough and tumble pair of games against the Okotoks Oilers, where unfortunately we saw us get beat up a little bit out in Okotoks, which led to a, let's call it spirited affair back at the Ken Bracco Arena, where we did see game misconducts handed out to Matthew Brunton of the Calgary Canucks, as well as Tucker McRae for the Okotoks Oilers. Which is kind of a weird fight for Tucker, considering he was one of only 2 20-year-olds on the roster that night. But a little passion has never hurt anybody on the ice. But yeah, we saw certainly enough penalties in that game to get us ready for the playoff type atmosphere. But a little later in the show, we are going to talk to Connor Bertamini about what this has been. He's played for the Calgary Canucks for technically 5 years. We'll get into that technicality in the interview. But it really has been fun to watch this team grow. From starting this season at the Henry Viney Arena at the Stu Hendry Complex, then to moving back to the Max Bell, specifically the Ken Bracco sheet, this team has really been passionate about redefining an identity, rebuilding on some history that has gone back to 50 years. With this being the 50th anniversary season, having success and making it to playoffs for the first time in a while has really been a focus of this team. And you can feel that all the way into the front office and volunteer levels. There's a lot of pride in place with the team. Whether that's the unique 50th anniversary jerseys or their pink shirt day anti-bullying jerseys, which I happened to pick up in an auction. This team is really focusing on doing the little things to make the big things happen. And even if that doesn't happen this year in playoffs, this is building towards a place where this team does continue to build. We only have 3 graduating players this year, Connor Bertamini being one of them, Aidan Moore and Matthew Brenton being the others. So let's build this Calgary Canucks season a little bit like you would a professional team. This is the year of the rebuild. This is where you're bringing in those youth to try and get you to that next stage after this season. You don't necessarily have that rebuild through the draft because there isn't really a draft for the AJHL. But the Canucks don't really have to do that. They've already got all these young pieces in place that they acquired both at the trade deadline and just through building this team looking towards the season. That really was one of Brad Moran's focuses going into this season, was building a core that you could build towards next year with. using the leadership of these older players to kind of move towards that. And it's always tough to acknowledge that as a fan. You really want your team to be successful every year. But I think this team is left in great hands. With the leadership group that we do see and them handing off their learnings, I think this team will be better in playoffs and looking forward to the future. But enough of me talking about that. Let's head over to my interview with Connor Bernamini, your Calgary Canucks captain, and let's see what he has to say.
The Calgary Canucks.
Perfect. So, Connor, congratulations on your 200th game in the AJHL last night. Your season as captain this year has obviously gone okay. Clinched playoffs finally, but it's obviously got to be tough because this is a little bit of a team in a rebuild. You've only got 3 guys graduating out of the program this year, so it's got a lot of younger players this year.
Yeah, for sure. Like, obviously, every year that I've played junior, it's been tough. This has been the best, like, statistically, like win column and stuff like that. But no, it's nice to see. It's like a blessing and a curse, like having a very young team. But no, the young guys are really showing what they've got, and I'm really excited to watch this team in the future because there's a lot of upside.
For sure. And with you being the captain, you get to be that leadership. You get to impart some of your teachings and a little bit of wisdom to some of these guys who are just making their inroads in the AJHL. How does that feel to know that you've left your mark on this team being the captain, especially after your father was the captain of this team back in the day?
Yeah, obviously, like with my dad being the captain, he's always said be a leader no matter what. Like he's bestowed that in like my learning. Like he said, no matter what, no letter, you lead by example and in the room when there's a chance. So, but no, I along the way, I've had a lot of great leaders, like captains and older guys in general, that have really taken me under their wing and helped me out. And I feel like I'd be doing a disservice to some of these younger guys if I wasn't trying to do that in my best way. So, but no, it's been cool being able to be the captain this year and just having the ability to, obviously, all the experience I have, just helping guys in the little things and doing that stuff right and stuff like that. But no, it's cool to watch. More so for me, it's cool to watch these guys grow, because obviously I went through the same thing. But no, that's the biggest thing, is just watching the young guys grow and really come into what their full potential could be.
For sure, and we are certainly seeing some of that. We had our second hat trick of the season scored in the clinching game by Caden Steinke. And then obviously you've had a rotating cast of D-pairing partners throughout the season. Has that kind of been a little bit tough, adjusting to the different way that some of these guys play? I know you've played a lot of games with Quinn Unreiner, but it's been a little bit of a rotating door there on the...
Yeah, no, for sure. Like I've played with Quentin a lot. When Zach Whitaker was here, I played with him for the majority of his time here, and now I'm playing with Macomb. I've played with literally everyone. It's nice because you get to learn everybody's styles, but also at the start it can be a little tough because you're used to one thing and you're going to get something else from every guy's different. So, but no, it's nice to have the ability to play with everyone, because when it comes playoff time or any time where it's tough in games and let's say one guy's not going, you have to be able to play with who you got going. So it's good to learn each other in that sense along the way, but no, it's tough too.
For sure. Okay, so enough about the Canucks. Let's take a journey back through the history of Connor Bernamini. So where did it all start? What organization here in Calgary?
Well, it all started. I don't live in the city. So,
okay, for sure.
So I played minor hockey in a very small place called Indus, Alberta.
Okay.
So I played there through I don't even know what it's called now, but like initiation through Pee Wee. But no, I played underage Pee Wee there, and then I moved out to Strathmore for 2 years of AA Pee Wee, and then 1 year of Bantam AA. So I moved around out east of Calgary a little bit to play my minor hockey, as you would say. But
sure.
And then I played Bantam AAA down in Okotoks, and that was my first year really branching out, playing with high talent. Like, that team was full of talent. Kyle Krankovic, he could be drafted. I played with Peyton Krebs that year.
For sure.
So, no, that was my first real year of branching out of there. And then I went back to Chestermere, Alberta to play minor midget. And that was a up and down year. And then right before I came to the Canucks, I played 1 year with the Beaumark Oilers, their inaugural season down in Okotoks. So that was pretty much the journey I've had.
So is there any real memories that stick out? Obviously, you said you've played with guys like Peyton Krebs. Is there any memories that stick out from those days coming up through Alberta hockey?
Like people say it'd be cool to play with Peyton Krebs, but I played with Peyton since I was 7, and I played with him till I was 12 with spring hockey. So I don't see him as Peyton Krebs, the big hockey star. He's my buddy Peyton. So it's nice to and cool to see it that way. But no, there were a lot of cool memories. Like I played underage Pee-wee my first year in Indus before making the jump, just because I was able to. I finished high enough in the evaluation process where they deemed it possible for me to play underage that year. And then my following year, when I moved to Strathmore to play PBAA, we had a very, very strong team. I think we lost 3 games all year, and we won the league, and that was probably the first big moment that I had. And then obviously my midget AAA year, I was named top defenseman. So that was kind of cool, being the first defenseman out of that organization, you could say, to be deemed the best defenseman that year. And then obviously making the Canucks my 17-year-old year was a huge goal.
And you played a lot as an affiliate player, from what I understand. I wasn't necessarily watching Canucks at that point, but I heard you made quite a few appearances.
Yeah, it was cool. So after we didn't finish so strong my midget AAA year. So after that, I was in really close talks with the coach at the time, Daryl Olson, and he said, the minute that your season's done, I want you here. So I played 12 games in total. So that's why I've only really played 4 years in the AJHL, but I'm deemed a 5-year player, because after you play 10, you're considered part of the team. Yeah. So no, that was a great learning curve for my rookie year. I came in with not like a really wet feet. I was waist deep in the waters by then, so I really got to see, and I learned from a lot that year. Just being able to not play in their playoffs that year, but being able to go to every game, take video, watch, be involved in practices leading up to that. So it was great.
Learn what the next level is like, and you're obviously preparing for your jump to another level, heading down to the NCAA.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, I want to finish strong and hard here, to go as far as we possibly can, but it's just preparing myself more so throughout the summer, putting in the work, like the little things I don't want to do, the power skating, the stuff like that, working hard in the gym, eating right, all the little things that most people don't think of when you think of a hockey player. There's a lot of other things that go in time investment and stuff like that.
For sure. So what is that off-season ritual like for you? Do you take any time off, or as soon as the season's done, are you right back into the gym and right back not having the pizza on the Friday night?
I usually take 2 weeks max if I get to that. Obviously, the body needs time to heal, and every year you're getting older, so your body needs that little bit extra time. But no, I don't like to take more than 2 weeks, and then usually it's just easing my way back into the gym. I usually don't skate for about a month after the season. So I'm lucky enough, I've been with my trainer Chad Scheel for now going on 11 plus years. So him and I work very closely throughout the year. We keep in touch how things are going, what I feel like I need to work on. So going in, I usually just focus on getting back to the stage. I use the first couple weeks to just get back into the working form, because the human body's not built to skate. So it's about getting my hips moving back in the right direction and all the little things, and then any nagging little injuries. So work the first few weeks up to a month on that, and then it really gets into the conditioning and strength portion of it.
For sure. And like you always, if you look at the pro game, you always hear half the roster is going for surgery after the end of every season. So obviously you don't have the mileage that some of those NHLers have, but I'm sure the bumps and bruises don't hurt any less.
No, for sure. They're only getting worse the older I get.
It hurts to hear you say that you're old, and me being 29 just watching you guys. But it's been really fun watching this team kind of evolve, especially after the AJHL trade deadline. You guys really seem to gel as a team. Yeah. Is that something you felt in the room?
Yeah, it was. Obviously, the Jan 10th of trade deadline's always a tough day. You dread it as a player. Like, you don't know what's going to happen, but that was a tough day for not just the team, but the organization in general. Obviously, we lost some older guys in Dylan Clark, Zach Whitaker, and all the guys that moved on. But the guys we gained were great. Obviously, Dylan was our top scorer and stuff like that. But with him leaving, it gave guys opportunities like Easton Ingalls, Steinke. It gave the younger guys a chance to really step up, Roosevelt, Barker. It gave those guys a really good chance to step into the role that they were moving towards, but it kind of just threw them in the deep end, and they've done a really good job.
Even though sometimes it seems like Rosie can't buy a goal.
Oh, I know. He's a little snake bitten, but he got the first one. He's starting to roll a little bit.
For sure. So talking a little bit about looking forward to playoffs, obviously still a few games in the season left to go, but is the feeling in the room, we've made the playoffs, now we can push to try and get to that next level? Because all it takes is a shot, right? Everyone that makes the playoffs has the same opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. Like playoffs, we like to say it's a brand new season. Like anything can happen. There's no records. No one cares what you did in the past couple months. So obviously, like, playoffs was a goal for our team, and we were able to do that. Now it's just building the small good habits, making sure we're calling for pucks, getting pucks out, dominating blue lines, and then obviously finishing checks, because playoffs is a totally different animal, different beast in itself. You gotta play hurt. You gotta do stuff you're not willing to do to win games. So we're not trying to get complacent here. We're trying to get better every day and keep pushing.
For sure, as much of a cliche as it sometimes sounds in media, that is really what has to happen. You have to almost forget the rest of the season existed, right?
Very true.
So for any young child that's listening to this, just starting their hockey journey, what would you say the most valuable piece of advice that you ever got was that you could pass on? Because obviously your dad, being a captain for the Canucks here in the AJHL, probably imparted some wisdom onto you starting it from a young age.
Yeah, like obviously for myself, it was very helpful having my dad that has a huge background in hockey, but the one thing that they've preached from day one is have fun. Like, it's not worth doing it if you're not going to enjoy it along the way. So having fun is the most important thing. At the end of the day, it is a game. Like, you got to enjoy it. At the level we're getting at, it gets a little bit more, it becomes more of a job, but we wouldn't want to keep doing this if it wasn't fun. So having fun and having the love for the game is the biggest piece I've had along the way.
For sure. And I always ask this of athletes, is there a superstition behind the number 5? Is there a reason that you wear that?
Mine's actually kind of funny. So the first year that I moved out of, like, my first year Pee Wee AA in Strathmore, I made the team as a first year technically, and I was only one of 3 that year, and it was kind of coming down to the wire of whether or not the coach thought I could play defense at that level in my first year or play forward. So when I went in to choose numbers, I had a choice between 5 and 12. And he was like, I like to keep my defensemen low numbers, so you're going to be number 5. And ever since that day, I've been lucky enough where I've been able to wear the number 5, and it's just kind of been part of my life. My dad wore a couple numbers, but his one was 12, so that's my big story about 5, and it's kind of stuck.
So you avoided 12, which obviously has in the Calgary area has a little bit of a mythos to it.
Yeah.
So, and it also allowed you to carve your own way. But let's talk a little bit, because I think parents are always the backbone of amateur hockey. What would you say if your parents were sitting over my shoulder? What would you be saying to them for their support through all these years?
There's not a whole lot I can say. They've done so much for me. Like, I can't thank them enough. The early morning practices at 6 a.m. when I was younger, my dad coaching me through the way, my mom being a cook, a bus driver, a therapist, like all these things. Like they've done so much for me, and I can't thank them enough. Like, even now, my mom's my number 1 fan. She will be for forever. My dad, he's a mentor. He's my best friend for hockey. Like, they've done so much. Like I said, I can't thank them enough.
I'm pretty sure we need to get a plaque put in where your mom sits here at the Kenton Bracco Arena. It's almost a statuesque way she's watching you.
Yeah, she's sat in a different seat for one game, and we won that game, so she was debating moving seats, but thankfully enough, they took the SO Minor Hockey Week banner down, and she was able to sit back in her spot.
So speaking of the SO Minor Hockey, and then we also have the Max Midget that takes place here. Did you ever participate in any of those major tournaments, and do you have any tournament memories?
I wasn't able to participate in ESO as I played outside the city.
For sure.
But I did participate in the Max tournament one year, and it was a kind of like, I don't know how to put it, but it was kind of like really put the fork in the road for me on decision making, because I had a really good showing at it, and after our second game we were at Father David Bauer, and I don't know why I did it, but I felt like a vibration from my phone, and I usually don't go on my phone till I leave the rink or anything like that on game day, but I checked it and it was a text from my dad, and I was like, I thought I played good, we lost, and I'm like, why? He's gonna rip me apart for something. But no, it was him saying, meet me at the end of the hallway, we have to talk to someone. So I was like, well, okay. So I got undressed pretty fast, met him down there, and he was standing with the one of the Winnipeg Ice Scouts, and he was there to inform me that they had protected me on their 50-man roster. So that really made the decision a little harder when it came time at the end of the year between whether I wanted to play here or potentially take a shot at the WHL. But for me, the biggest part was I've considered myself a late bloomer. Like I've never been the top skill guy, but my work ethics made me make teams and stuff like that. So I felt that with a little bit more time and development, being able to play junior A, more so in the gym, you're not playing as many games as the WHL is, but I felt the time in the gym, more practice time, that was going to be very helpful for my development, and I'm very happy with the decision I've made.
All right. Thank you very much, Connor. I know we've got a couple more games here to wrap up the regular season, but best of luck for your development going forward and heading down to the NCAA. But most of all, best of luck here finishing up the season, and hopefully it's a long run.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
AJHL.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Connor again for sitting down with me, the amateur. But that's all we've really got for today, folks. Tune back in for the Calgary Canucks playoff update. Hopefully it's good. And we'll talk a little bit more about the Calgary Hitmen and how they'd done, since we didn't this week. And maybe we'll even touch on the Foothills program as they approach their season, as the snow finally starts to melt. Thank you very much, and you've been listening to The Amateur.
And that was Conrad's project.
Yeah, thank you, Conrad. As I believe Gareth was talking in chat, thank you very much for the very, very well done on the interview, and yeah, thank you for sharing that project.
Yeah, I know it was a very difficult one to do, so thank you for putting in a lot of time to make that happen. Now, speaking of which, we are about to get to another segment where we like to interview one of the students of Broadcast Media Studies, but this may be a little bit unexpected. We're reaching out to the year before us. That's right, we're reaching out to a third year, and now we're introducing her to you. This is Amelia. Say hi.
Hi.
Hello. Hi, Amelia. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you guys?
We're good. We're good. Thanks for joining us today. We do want to ask you a few questions now that you are here with us, and we promise that we won't take long, hopefully. If we don't blabble on, we usually
we're very good.
It'll
at
be
that.
fine.
Well, what have you liked about your time at MRU thus far?
If I'm honest, half of my choice of coming here was the campus, so it's nice to be back on it finally. And I mean, getting to use a lot of the cameras, even if I have to haul them around on transit, has been great just because of the quality of it, and that's sort of how it's helping me get an internship currently, so.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, like, just handling the equipment itself. I'm sure. Have you dealt with this kind of equipment before? Or have you dealt with anything around broadcasting before?
Before coming to Mount Royal, I had basically no experience. It was just me kind of working with Sony Vegas Pro on my own.
Same.
That and Audacity, and that was it.
Wow.
So it was kind of a huge leap. I was terrified when I first started, but it definitely got better with the professors and with everyone else who had more experience than me.
Oh yeah, 100%. So like, what made you like want to come to broadcasting, I guess? Since I assume you had some kind of interest in it, but was there something else that kind of, irked that interest into broadcasting?
Yeah. Sort of according to my parents, like when I was able to understand what a computer was, I kind of threw myself into GarageBand because we had a Mac at the time and stuff like that, and tried making my own radio show when I was like 9. But sorry, I looked at the stream.
All good.
And from there, I kind of gave up for a while and wanted to be a doctor. And then I wound up actually joining and creating a Kingdom Hearts podcast for a Facebook page. And I realized that I sort of loved doing that. And I wanted to do it full time if I could. So this was kind of it.
Yeah, 100%. Will you be continuing that podcast at all?
No.
No.
I stopped back in high school, but it was definitely an experience.
Oh, good.
No, you never realize how much work it is until you're the one writing and producing and editing like hours-long content.
I think a lot of people don't understand that at all, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure you can attest to
Oh
that
yes,
too.
100%. Some of the interactions that I've had, they completely underestimate what we do, and they think it's all just magic that we turn out in some sort of time period. But
something that simple can be a lot of work too, right? I'm sure you would know, right, Amelia? Like something super simple that looks simple can actually take hours to produce, which is...
It takes so much more effort than you think just to make like the tiniest cuts look natural.
Right.
Like it's crazy, and there's a lot of misconceptions about broadcasts. Like I've had people ask me, "Oh, so you're gonna be a weather girl?" No, that's not my job.
No, not exactly.
Good enough, I guess.
Well, looking ahead, what are you most looking forward to for 4th year?
I don't know. Honestly, I'm a little scared.
Oh.
But I guess it's kind of getting the chance to work on my own projects and sort of focus on my own creativity.
Do you have kind of like an idea at all that you've kind of been brewing over the past few years, or is this something that you haven't thought about yet?
I've been thinking about it, and there's a lot of ideas going on, but I might be continuing one of my projects from 3rd year, maybe.
Okay. I mean, did you want to share a little bit about like what your idea would kind of be at all?
Yeah. So I don't know how aware of like horror drama podcasts are, like stuff. The Magnus Archives I know is a very popular one, and the concept that I had was sort of working with presenting mental illnesses as like monsters and kind of working through that format to bring some more light to sort of what it's like and all that.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
No, feel free to just increase it more in the 4th year as well. And feel free to go nuts. I'm sure like all of these projects that we've shown so far have kind of reached the limits in terms of what they've showcased and all that. And I'm pretty sure that your year and the rest of the students out there are willing to show even more. And I mean, we're looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to tuning in a year from now and seeing what you and everybody else has.
Honestly,
I hope it goes well. I know we've got some great talent in. Well, I'm gonna be a little conceited and say, "Oh, you're especially," but there's definitely some exciting stuff coming, I'm sure, because I've heard a little bit about what other people's projects are. And after squishing meat in my hands to make sound effects for my last project, I hope it goes over well.
Oh man, you had to do some Foley, right? Foley is...
Yeah, no,
What'd you think of
it was ground beef in my hand to make the squishing for the monster, and I hated it. It was awful. I actually almost accidentally deleted it, and IT had to get it back for me.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, lifesavers.
Right? Oh man. Like, what was your project this year, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, no, that was the extension of the concept that I had, was kind of creating a pilot for that one. So it was audio horror stuff, and ALANA seemed to like it, so I'm hopeful.
Gotcha. Well, I'm sure it was a great project, but if you want to expand even further, I'm pretty sure the profs don't mind at all.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, that's what they were suggesting, so we'll see.
100%.
I do also believe that we have some more horror-ish kind of podcasts coming up. I don't think they're directly horror, but at least horror-ish. kind of potentially in the similar sense that you are speaking to. So maybe stick around and see what we have for that and all the other great projects coming up. But it was great to chat with you, Amelia.
Yeah, it was great to chat with you guys as well.
All right, best of luck on your exams, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you. See you then. Bye.
Bye. And that was Amelia, everyone. Thanks so much again for her contribution to the stream, and we're looking forward to what she has to showcase next year, since their year will be next.
Yeah, it's insane how time flies. I know we were talking about this earlier, but it's just...
I still can't believe it, man.
Yeah.
I still can't.
You know what else I can't believe? That we're 2.5 hours into this stream, and if you want to catch up on what exactly is coming up next, you can check the description box down below. Feel free to interact the chat to the right of us, whichever direction the right is.
This way.
That way.
This way. Yeah, so we do have a schedule, as a reminder. We do have a schedule down in the description for you guys to kind of check in and see which projects are coming up, and tune in whenever those projects do. You know, if in case you want to pick and choose which one you want to watch, in case you don't want to tune in for the whole 6-hour stream. And in the case that you did miss a project already in the stream, don't worry, all of this is saved on this YouTube channel, CMRU Broadcast, as well as it will be words. It will also be on the CMRU.ca website.
You got those words out.
Yeah, I finally got it out. You know, it's been a while since I've hosted anything with you, you know?
Yeah,
So
it really has been.
Trying to exercise that.
Hey, when you're essayed out from all of the essays that we have to write, you know, words just don't come naturally. Essays only words flow through our fingertips of typing on the computer, not through our mouths. I know I have that issue. But speaking of some work, audio work.
Even you're struggling with
Even
some
I'm
words.
struggling. Speaking of words, let's listen to some audio work. This is Evan Lawson's End of Time Theater, which kind of gives some, I don't want to say horror-ish vibes, but it definitely gives some a good dose of maybe not necessarily creepy, but eerie. We'll go with the word eerie.
Yeah, now if you've ever seen Black Mirror, it does give a lot of Black Mirror vibes. So I think Evan does his project extremely well. So without further ado, why don't you guys listen to that right now?
Hello there. Welcome to the end of time. I live here, collecting artifacts and stories from universes never traveled and timelines never born. I am able to witness all, but I am not allowed to interact with the beings that exist in reality. Instead, I stay here and witness all that has, is, and will happen. If you are here, then you too wish to witness these stories with me. Well then, join me at the End of Time Theater.
You have 6 new voice messages. To play your messages, press 1. New message.
Hey, I didn't see you at dinner tonight, so I thought I'd give you a call. I know you said you were going to have to work late, but usually you'll at least let me know what's going on, so I thought I'd let you know I have to head to bed soon, but there's some leftovers in the fridge, so you can just heat those up if you're not home too late. I know you can get really wrapped up in your work sometimes, but I just wish you'd kind of let me know what's going on when you're not going to be home. You know, I worry about you. Anyways, I hope you're staying safe. I love you.
New message.
Hey, you weren't in bed when I woke up this morning. Just wanted to make sure you're all right. I'm guessing you just came home late and left early in the morning before I got up, I guess, because I didn't see you. I noticed the leftovers in the fridge, too, so I'm hoping you just weren't hungry last night and then decided to get fast food for lunch today. You better be careful, though. You know what happens when you order while hungry. Either way, I hope you're having a good day. I'll see you tonight then, okay? I love you.
New message.
All right, Greg, I'm really starting to get annoyed. I understand that your work is important, and what do I even know about any of this stuff, right? You know, your science talk always goes way over my head, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't at least reach out. I know you've made a habit of staying at the lab overnight before, but you've never done it for an entire weekend. If I don't see or hear from you tomorrow, I'm I'm going to come down there after work and I'm going to figure out what's going on face to face because this is really starting to worry me. Look, I love you and I miss you and I really, really hope you come home soon. Hopefully, I will see you tomorrow. I just hate imagining what's going on with you.
New message.
Greg, please. Please come home. I'm begging you. Look, I'll forgive you for everything. We can just move on, but you have to come home. Please. I'll do anything. I don't know what I did to drive you away like this, but this isn't healthy and this isn't fair to me. I'm going to come by after work and see what's going on. I don't know what else I can do. I really, really need to see you again. You were always the only person who could calm me down when I get like this.
New message.
Well, I stopped by the lab today. They told me that what you were doing was so important that I couldn't interrupt it. I really hope it is because this feels really, really shitty. We have been together for over 3 years now, and I have always tried to understand how important your work is for you, and I've let it slide when you missed a dinner, or even when you missed our second anniversary. But to just disappear without ever reaching out, without even letting me know that you're okay? What the fuck, Greg? I don't even know how I'm feeling right now. I'm angry, and I'm mostly sad, and I'm worried. I know they said that you're okay, but I don't care. I just want to see you. I want to hold you. I want you to hold me and to calm me down like you always do. I really hope everything is okay. I love you. I miss you. Please, please be safe.
New message.
Well, I guess this is it. It's been over a week now, and you still haven't come home. I don't even know if you have your phone with you in the lab, but I have no other way of reaching you. You aren't leaving, and your coworkers now want nothing to do with you, and I don't know what that is about. I have no idea what any of this is about. Look, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. But this is it. I'm going to move in with my cousin for a few weeks while I get my bearings and try to find my own place. I really, really didn't want things to end like this. All your stuff is still in our apartment, so you have a place to return to. But I won't be there. I love you, Greg. I always will love you, and I really hope that you find whatever it is you're looking for in there. But you're gonna have to find it without me. I love you.
You have no more messages. You are
Hello, my name is Jet Shepard, and this is my story from the end of the world. About 2 months ago, some unknown virus started spreading, causing those exposed to it extreme anger and violence. Basically, people lost their damn minds. They would attack each other out of nowhere, even if it would cause harm to themselves or each other. I saw a man throw himself out a window to get at some other guy. They both died when he hit the ground. I figured the best thing to do would be to take my wife and daughter out to our cabin. After we gathered everything we have, we made our way out into the woods.
I'm a pretty handy guy, so, you know, I figured I'd be fine surviving out here until this all goes over. Well, after 2 months, it doesn't seem like that's happening anytime soon. And we only have enough food for another month or so. I suppose we'll have to start hunting. The power went out about a week in, and now the clean water and bathroom situation is getting difficult for me and the girls. Maybe I'll take a trip into town and see what I can scrounge up. According to my count, we are now on day 106. My daughter Isabel has gone through all of her books and says she misses her friends in kindergarten. I know it's rough for her. I can't imagine being alone without anyone her age. But I just can't risk it. My wife Sarah is getting frustrated too. She wants us to head back to town as a family since I can only bring back so many supplies by myself. Last week we had a group of guys come by the house. They saw the fire and asked if they could join us for the night. Sarah convinced me it would be a good idea, so I let them in. They told us they had some group together back in the city, but I'm a little hesitant to go join them. People have never really been too good to me, and I would never do anything that would put my girls in danger. Maybe I'll just bring them on some visits to the outskirts of town. The Rangers tend to stay near the city center looking for food. I only ever see them eating meat, though. It's like they lost their goddamn minds, turned into animals. I had to kill one last week when I went in. Some guy in a lab coat. There was nothing behind those eyes. It was like killing any other animal, but I found his wallet after I did it. It was just a picture of him and his boyfriend or something sitting there, smiling. He used to be a regular guy, just like any other one of us. This just ain't right. Whatever this thing is, no one knows how it started or how it works. It's just terrifying. But I know one thing. I will keep my girls safe. I just knew taking the girls out to the city was a bad idea. We get back and someone came into the house and fucking robbed us. Not to mention, now the girls want to keep going out again. They got a taste of exploring and that's all they want to do. How do I explain to them that I'm doing this to keep them safe? How do they not see that they just need to stay here? I bet it was those damn others. They stayed with us for a day, and they must have been waiting for us to leave again so they could rob us blind. I swear to God, if I ever find those bastards again, I will kill both of them. I will put them down in the fucking dirt just like those ragers last time I went into town. They came by again, those others. I did just what I said I would do. It wasn't like killing the ragers at all. I had to look into my daughter's eyes and tell her why Daddy killed the nice people who came to visit before. They didn't have any of our stuff on them. They said they were there to help, and I killed them. Sarah took Isabel to go with the rest of their group. She said they deserved to know what happened, and that I had gone too far. That I was controlling and violent, and not the loving husband or father she once knew. I don't know what to do anymore. They were all I had. They were my everything, and now I'm all alone. Again. If I'm going to be alone, I might as well do my part in helping to clean up this mess. I'll take out as many of those goddamn ragers as I can. I will clean up the streets of that godforsaken town and make that town as safe as I can. At this point, it's all I can do.
This is Dr. Johnson recording experiment 1 on this previously unknown bacterium. I will be recording my levels in the tank appear to be unaffected, and there is no sunlight in this room. Something is keeping this organism alive, and I must find out what that is. Perhaps I should introduce another organism into the tank. There might be some interesting interaction between the two. It might give me a better understanding of what this little thing can do. I can feel my facial hair growing in, so I must have been here for at least a few days. I started on Thursday, so I would wager it is now Monday morning. I decided to go grab I seem to have forgotten the name of the animal that's not like me at all. Damn it. The longer I work with this thing, the more irritated I get, and the more my mind seems to be slipping away. Rabbit. Yes, that's what it was. I grabbed a rabbit from another lab. As much as I've never cared for experimenting on animals, it seems that this is the only thing I can do to find out more about XS-104. XS-104 is truly fascinating, and a little terrifying. I introduced the rabbit into its ecosystem, and while nothing happened at first, the rabbit slowly began to get more and more aggressive. But it never attacked the organism itself. It simply began hopping around like mad. Once it noticed me, I had to sedate it. It began throwing itself at the glass in the enclosure, and was not reacting at all to the blunt force trauma it must have been suffering. XS-104 must have been having some effect on this, but I cannot be sure how it was doing this. More studying must be necessary. Things have not been going well. I was unable to stop that damn animal from killing itself. It just kept charging at me through the glass while I slept. I left the body in there, but still, XS-104 has no reaction. It just sits there. I don't understand this. I don't understand any of this. I am getting increasingly frustrated as I am as I feel like my mind is just slipping away. I am forgetting observation methods. I am blanking on simple words, and yet all of my focus is on this beautiful creature in front of me. I have decided I will go inside to study XS-104 directly. I don't want any of the radio waves of my recorder to interfere with this being, so I will end it here, and I will pick up after I do some direct interactions with it. I will talk to you again soon. This is Dr. Greg Johnson, signing off.
And that was Evan's project. Thank you so much for sharing that, Evan. Nice voice work. I think that was all you, right?
I think so. That's what I heard. So that was incredible.
And we're just gonna look at the chat for a little bit. Yes, Evan killed it for sure, Maddie. Yes, absolutely. Gareth, yes, such great storytelling. Absolutely fantastic work, Evan. Ben, great stream so far. Also, shout out to the red pillow in the middle, who is a great sidekick. Yes. The pillow's great. I think that was a gift from you. So.
Yeah, D&D pillow.
Oh, where are you going? Oh,
let's get a close up.
Close up of a D&D pillow. Yeah, but good work, Evan. Thank you so much for doing that. Are you going to come back to the desk? Yeah,
I'll come back to the desk.
Our next project, do you want to quickly introduce that one?
Yeah, so this is another audio-only piece, but this time it's from Emlyn Jones. It's not episodic or an anthology or anything. It's just a standalone piece, and we hope you enjoy it because it sounds good.
All right, let's go.
Welcome to The Dinner Party, a short audio drama. Voiced by Verena Drawn, Brett Orchard, and Emlyn Jones. Written and produced by Emlyn Jones for Broadcast Media Studies 4405, 2022.
Hey, Al! Wake up! I told you I'd come with you, but I didn't think that meant doing the 2-hour drive alone.
That's a stupid nickname. You make me sound like an old man.
Well, you're lucky I love you, old man. Because you've pretty much slept the entire drive.
I'm sorry, just with the new deadlines at work.
I know. You've slept, what, About 6 hours total in the past 2 days, and that's including your little power nap just now.
You sound like my mom.
I sound like someone who cares about your health. I know this is PTO, but I'm pretty sure that stands for paid time off and not work from home.
I'm sorry.
Don't apologise, just try to relax. I thought that was part of the reason we're driving right now anyway.
We are driving, in fact, to see my sister, who I haven't spoken to in 6 years.
Right, the dinner party. Who even sends paper invites anymore?
I don't know. She's always been her own person, you could say. Honestly, I found it super strange that she reached out. I didn't think I'd speak to her again.
I doubt it's anything sinister. Just try to relax, please. Isn't it at least a bit excited to see her after so long?
Yeah, I think you're right. Oh, watch the road, please. The map says it's the next left. I'm not sure what I expected, really.
What, barbed wire and crows sitting on the roof? Lighten up, pal. Let's head up.
Stupid nickname.
Well, look who it is.
Hello, Kate. It's been a while.
Well, I'd say this is cause for celebration then. Champagne?
Oh, all right then.
Come in, come in. The dining room is right this way.
You have a beautiful home.
Oh, thank you. I built it a few years ago with the help of my fiancé, Max.
Oh, congratulations on your engagement.
I suppose I should say he was my fiancé. Fell a bit too far off the roof finishing the shingles. And since we lived so far from town and I wasn't home, no one could hear him yelling for help. Tragic accident.
Oh God, I'm so sorry.
Well, you know, I've been trying to move on the best I can. But seeing as I haven't had a man around in a while, I have been having a few issues with the place. You're an electrician, aren't you, Mark?
Oh, yes, I am. I'd love to help.
You see, I've never had an issue with the power upstairs, but nothing seems to be working right in the basement. I can show you to the panel, if you wouldn't mind taking a look.
Of course. I'll be right back, hon.
I'll be back in a jiffy, dear.
Oh, what's that aftertaste?
Oh, look at you getting in the party spirit. Here, have another glass.
Oh, thanks.
Well, congrats on the new gig.
Thank you. I'm guessing Mom told you?
I heard it through the grapevine, actually. You're enough of a big hotshot now for that to happen. And I thought, what better time to invite you over? Cheers to you.
I have to be honest, Kate. I was a bit surprised that you invited us here, after how things left off a few years ago.
You mean when you humiliated me in front of the entire family by getting into every school I didn't, and then stole the guy you knew I was interested in? Oh, water under the bridge, hon. Oh, I almost forgot about the appetizers. You stay put. Have a sip of your drink. Come on, don't be a bore.
All right. That is some strong champagne. Oh, my head. You have lovely art in here.
Thank you. It's all mine.
Oh, I didn't know you could paint.
Yes, well, no one ever really paid that much attention to me, But of course, who would when they have you to fuss over? The golden child, Mum's favorite.
You were plenty talented growing up. I remember your recitals.
Well, that would make only two of us. You always just had to be one level higher in swimming lessons or the better dancer.
My
I remember your wall of awards in your room, and how you'd yell at me to not touch anything.
Where's the washroom?
So I'd sit on the sidelines and watch you get trophy after trophy. Watched you with your friend group, which never seemed to end, while I sat alone, waiting. You know, I spent so many years alone.
What the hell?
Walking behind you in your shadow, watching from a distance. I wanted to be you so damn bad. But I was the twin born a minute too late. Second place from the start. Not good enough. For Mom, for Dad, for Max.
Oh my god, Mark!
Do you know what loneliness does to a person? Being told they'll never compare? It breaks you. But that's alright. I won't be me much longer.
Oh my god.
Oh, speaking of lonely, I think your boyfriend might be down there. Why don't you join me?
Kate. Oh, please.
God, I know how to throw a party. See you on the flip side, sis.
That was a horror film or horror short. God, that scared me.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, but great sound design. Even though that did scare me a little bit, I appreciate everything that you've done on this project, Emlyn. So, good job.
Yeah, I think we actually have some more horror-related ones in a different section. But for now, we're going to jump to Maddie O'Toole's project entitled Believe Me. And she does a very good job at introducing it, so I won't take up very much time other than to say enjoy.
Hi everyone, my name's Maddie. I'm the writer and director of Believe Me. I want to give a huge thank you to all the broadcasting students that were able to help me on this project. And I also want to give a bit of a warning to people watching from home that this film does discuss and talk about sexual assault. So if that's something that you do find hard to watch, feel free to come back in about 15 minutes. I promise I won't be offended. But for those that stay, enjoy Believe Me, and thank you so much.
I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos. Oh, see, I'm not on YouTube enough. I don't do makeup very often. Oh my gosh, let's go.
You should have worn that pink shirt I got you for Christmas.
I know.
And you could have worn it with those black heels you wore at graduation.
I know.
Well, why didn't you?
I don't know, I just didn't feel like it.
Look, did something happen for my host you here? Because it feels like you don't want to talk about anything.
I'm just freaking cold. I could cut paper with my nipples right now.
Okay. Okay, wear this. At least your grandma clothes came in clutch. Like, Jesus, Willow, you look like a Mormon.
It's called being comfortable.
It's called Mormon chic. Are you ready?
Just give me a minute.
Okay, what's the holdup? It's just a party.
It's not just a party, it's this house. It's this party.
A party's a party. What makes this one so special?
Just give me a second to catch my breath.
Okay, seriously, what's going on? You've been acting weird since we left my house.
I just been trying to work it out on my own, but it's hard.
Okay, seriously, Willow, what's going on? I've never seen you act like this. In all the years I've known you, what's going on? Hey, it's okay.
party here last March.
Yeah?
I was really drunk. Theo came and started chatting with me downstairs, and one thing led to another, and we ended up in a bedroom upstairs. I don't really remember how it happened. I just kind of like blacked out that night. He started taking my clothes off. I guess what I'm trying to say is that he assaulted me. He sexually assaulted me.
Theo, as in Theo Harvey, sexually assaulted you?
Theo fucking Harvey.
Uh-huh.
What are you uh-huh-ing?
That situation.
The situation in which I was drugged and sexually assaulted?
Or the situation where you hooked up with Theo. You weren't assaulted.
You know what, Rosie? Fuck you.
No, fuck you and your dramatized bullshit.
Mind if I heard everything?
Fancy seeing you here.
It's your house.
No, correction. This is my parents' house. My house will be like so much fancier.
Same shit.
You look cute.
You're a kiss ass.
My feelings. No, I'm serious. You look hard.
Okay.
Man, you just can't take a compliment, can you?
Not from a kiss ass like you.
Feelings. Hey, you're looking a bit low there.
Oh.
Yeah, you can do some of this.
You want me to try some of your shitty
Hey,
blackout? Just what is in
I will
this?
let you know that it's a high-end cocktail, all right? That has vodka. It's got the best Mexican tequila you can buy. It's got limeade. You know, it's garbage.
Oh no!
Oh, whoa.
Shit!
Hey, don't worry about it. Here, I'll grab this guy. Bathroom over there. You just go and, clean up.
I'll be back.
That's okay. I got you. Hey, Willow. Fancy seeing you here.
Excuse me?
I said hi. No, it'd be rude not to say it back.
I don't owe you shit.
Owe me? No, I'm just the host. But if someone's got an attitude...
You know exactly why I have an attitude.
You know you weren't worth it, right?
Wasn't worth it. Why don't you tell everyone why I wasn't worth it? Tell everyone what happened back in March. They're all listening.
You need to calm down. Yeah, you're acting fucking crazy.
Oh, kind of fucking crazy. You know what fucking crazy is? Fucking crazy is drugging a girl at a party, carrying her all the way up the stairs because she can hardly stand or formulate a sentence. She can hardly say no, but she is saying it. And you take her and you put her on a bed and you rip her underwear off of her so you can fuck her. That's what's fucking crazy. And now you're silent because you got caught in your little lie. She's just tired, you said. She just needs a rest, you said. Meanwhile, I'm saying no over and over and over and over again. But I'm fucking crazy. It's me, for sure.
That's not what happened, and you know.
I was drugged. Theo wasn't dead.
Who are they gonna believe? Me? Some little bitch that cried wolf.
You're just an insecure, stupid, young boy who has to take advantage of someone just to get a piece of action.
Enjoy the party.
Fuck you.
So you're still mad, huh?
Well, you basically told me you don't believe me.
Okay, whatever. I just need to talk to you like right now. Okay, fine. I'll just tell you then. I think Theo's into me.
Are you insane? No.
God, what's your issue?
It's like you didn't even listen to me outside.
Okay, but like Theo and I have been talking for a couple days now, and he's been really flirty with me, especially today. I don't know, Willow. I just don't think he would do something like that.
Listen to me really closely, Rosie. Theo is not the sweet guy you think he is. Listen, I know we're fighting right now, but just promise me you won't hang out with him anymore.
Okay, Willow.
I'm being serious. Rosie, don't hang out with him.
Don't tell me what to fucking do, Willow. I'm not some kid that needs constant supervision. Just leave me the fuck alone.
Just 1 second. I'll be right back. You know, I heard what you said to Theo. You and half the party. Yeah, I think that needed to be done. Me going crazy in front of everyone? No. You standing up for yourself and confronting that fuckface. You don't give yourself enough credit. I feel like everything I do is a mistake. Well, I believe you. Yeah. You don't think I see right through his smug little act? Look, I've been there, okay? Like, I'm telling you, it's really hard to fake a story like that. Thanks. It feels really good to hear something supportive. Instead of just that I'm crazy all the time.
welcome. Wish I heard something like that when I was going through it. Trust me, you're not alone. Thanks.
Come on.
No.
A few more steps.
No.
Yeah, I heard no. Come on.
Oh, fuck. Willow, you don't understand. He tried to rape me. He was going to do it to me too. I had no choice. I believe you now. I'm so fucking sorry, Willow. Willow, please, I need your help. I had to do something. He can't get away with it. Willow, please, just look at me. I just wasn't thinking. This is self-defense, right? Willow, this is self-defense, right? Willow, look at me! Say anything. Say, I told you so. Say, I'm a bad friend. Tell me I'm a bitch. I don't care. I just need an answer. Please, Willow.
I wasn't here. And I didn't see anything.
And that was Maddie's project.
Wow.
Believe me, yeah, it's a very heavy subject, which I'm glad that Maddie did cover. On the upside, we also had a lot of cameos and a lot of people that actually worked on this thing too. So, big shout outs to everyone that worked on this project, and thank you, Maddie, again for sharing a very important message.
As Alana says in the chat, Maddie, this is so well done. Karen, wow, 100%. We agree with that.
100%. Now, we do have a little bit of some time before we get into the next project. So while we do have some time, how about we discuss something that I'm sure is a topic that you're a little bit scared to talk about?
Yeah. What comes next?
Yeah. What comes next after this? And it's a little bit of a tough subject, especially maybe for you, just because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but you went immediately from high school directly into uni.
Yes,
then...
so I've been at education now. What's 12 plus 4?
16?
16, yeah. So I've been at doing schoolwork, and that's pretty much all I've known for 16 years. So it's a very scary time to transition. I'm glad that we had the internship though, because that's that is at least warmed me up to doing work. Yeah. Like I've done part-time jobs before, but that actually warmed me up to like, okay, full-time job, here we go. What about you, Ryan?
Yeah, I guess it's the same for me, where I jumped immediately from high school and directly into uni. But surprisingly, I had a better work ethic in uni than in high school, you know? Because even though high school, there was a whole bunch of, all of our classes were extremely important, right? You know, in grade 12, I keep saying this, in grade 12, it's going to be the most important year of your life because it determines where you go for university. And unfortunately, I did not take that to heart. I basically flunked a lot of things, but here I am, and I'm actually glad that uni has taught me a lot of things too, right? Not just skill set wise in terms of broadcasting, but in terms of other things too, in terms of interacting with other people, learning how to have some self-control and some learn how to study. Number one, I didn't learn how to study, number one, because I didn't study. So like I did do I did learn quite a bit of skills as soon as I got into university. So, but in terms of what we want to talk about, what comes next, right? That was all the way from right now we were just talking about, all the way from high school and into university, but now we're about to get out of it, right? Now we're getting out of university and going into the work field or going, doing whatever thing that you want to do out in the future, right? It must feel a little bit weird though that you don't have to go to school anymore.
I don't think it will hit me right away because it's like I'm so used to kind of either having summers off or like working part-time and being off or doing other stuff. So, and I'm definitely continuing to do other stuff, but it's definitely, so I'm not gonna feel it right away, but it's definitely coming where it's gonna be like, yeah, everybody's going back to school in September, and a lot of us aren't. What is this?
Right? And it's like, yeah, it's probably going to be the first year where you don't have to go to school for a year, right?
Shocking, I know.
Shocking. And I know a lot of you guys out there probably were away from school for a long period of time, or maybe took a break in between high school and university and all that. I'm not exactly sure where you guys are at right now, but like I'm sure that it is a little bit weird of a transition, right? Whenever you leave school and then now you're setting foot into young adulthood for the very first time.
I mean, some of us are out of young adulthood, Ryan.
I guess so.
This program is diversified enough with ages and with everything else.
Okay, all right. I was just catering to the other students too, because I don't know where other students are at right now, but maybe you guys took a break, and it's a very different atmosphere from what I'm used to. I'm very curious to hear what you guys have to say about that. But for you, John, do you know what comes next after this?
Well, first we're going to take 2 weeks of playing video games and doing nothing. Actually, not doing nothing, doing all the stuff I've neglected to do while in university. Because university is more than just a full-time job. And when that happens, you let things slide a little bit more than you should. So, tidying up around the house, making sure everything's good to go, playing lots of video games, relaxing, taking a vacation before I start the wondrous, onerous job of job searching that I'm sure a lot of us will be doing it now or in a couple of weeks, which is always fun. You've already started, right?
I've already started, and it's not an easy process, but at the same time, don't lose hope, right? As Gareth said at the very beginning, as soon as you see an opportunity, take it. Even if it's something completely not something up your alley, it is an opportunity and it will get you somewhere. So do try your best to take every opportunity you can. But I'm glad you are taking a break, John. I think it's well deserved.
Yes, I think so too. The one thing that I will be doing no matter what though is puppets. Because I can plug puppets and ALANA likes puppets, and I know you're watching, ALANA, so puppets. I'm gonna still do puppets. Highland Impact Puppets on YouTube. Shameless self-promotion.
Sell out.
Shameless
Sell out.
Self-promotion.
Sell out. But I don't know what my next plans are going to be. I know I'm still probably going to be around campus, but I don't know if I'll have something else on the side too. We're not exactly sure. So right now we're still in limbo for me, I think. A little bit of a limbo area for me. But what about you guys? The viewers and the rest of you guys watching that are about to graduate pretty soon. You guys have any plans coming up soon? Leave your thing in the chat this way. Is it this way?
We still haven't figured it out.
We still haven't figured it out. I think it's this way. Leave it in the chat. We'd love to hear more from you guys. But without further ado, we do have one project that we have queued up.
We do. This is Breaking Habits by Christian Mizzoni. It's a little bit of a long one. It's 32 minutes. It's the only one that we're going to have in this block, but Christian gets it really special. He gets a block to himself. So I really got Super Size Me vibes from it. If you guys have seen that documentary, and if that's something that you're into, then you're going to love this video. Take it away, Christian.
Oh, sorry. Didn't see you there. My name's Christian Mizzoni, and if you're watching this, this means that you're about to be watching my new documentary, Breaking Habits. It's my general hypothesis with this documentary that Canada is not as healthy of a country as we think we are. So I'm going to put this to the test a little bit. Within the 30-day challenge, I decided to drop all of my major vices and replace them with good, healthy habits to see what kind of physical and mental changes that can have. At the start of the journey, as it is participatory, I did not know what I was going to find out. So hopefully you take something out of it and you're able to reflect on your own life and decide if that's something that you want to do too. Enjoy the show. The United States of America gets a lot of recognition as one of the most obese countries in the world, but it seems as though Canada is like the slightly less porky little brother that wants to be just like the big kids and is slowly but surely modeling its tendencies and bad habits around the people of the United States. In 2018, it was reported that 26.8% of Canadian adults were over the obesity line, and another 36 could be defined as overweight. A much older survey estimated that the economic costs of these health risks were around $4.6 billion a year. That was over 10 years ago. And with the number of overweight citizens increasing, the economic impact will increase too. But it isn't just the weight that's the issue. In the last decade in Canada, marijuana was legalized and tasty nicotine products that were intended to help smokers quit had emerged. These introductions have made it so that abusing of unhealthy substances in Canada has never been higher. But why is all of this relevant? While watching this, you might be thinking, okay, maybe I could stand to lose a few, but I'm not unhealthy. I'm willing to bet that most people have this mindset. I have this mindset. But is this the right mindset to have? Bad habits are everywhere. Bad habits lead to addiction. The truth is, a lot of people probably have an addiction to something unhealthy, and they don't even realize it. What are some of these bad habits? Can they be broken? Can they stay broken? And what can breaking these bad habits do to the body and the mind? I'm conducting an experiment on my own body. And these are some of the questions I intend to answer along the way. A lot of people start experiments by saying, I'm conducting this experiment so that you don't have to. Not me. I'm doing this because I feel like I should. Hopefully at the end of this journey, you'll be able to decide if you should too. My name is Christian Mizzoni. I'm a 23-year-old communication student from Calgary, Alberta. I'm a pretty busy guy. I am in my 4th and final year of school at Mount Royal University. I have a full course load, a part-time job as a bartender at Earl's, and a full-time girlfriend named Valerie. Easily my favorite of the three. I've always cared about physical health and appearance, but at times I lacked consistency. In high school, I was slightly overweight, and I hated it, so I decided to make a change. I was able to make quite a bit of progress over the next few years, until I messed around and tore my ACL during a beer league basketball game. The funny thing is, I can still remember the on-site medical staff at the time saying, well, you won the game, so hopefully it was worth it. No, Martha, it most certainly was not worth it. Between injury and surgery recovery, I was unable to walk for the better part of 3 months, and unable to physically exercise in an ideal way for the better part of a year. Unfortunately, life doesn't wait for you to heal. It moves on at the pace that it always does. And along the way, I didn't only lose some of those good habits, but I picked up some bad ones as well. Working in the restaurant industry, I have never been one to turn down a drink. But the injury timeline, in combination with the introduction of a worldwide pandemic, didn't do me or anybody else any favors. I also took up vaping very early into my adult life. Cool, right? Not so much. Though nobody really knows the long-term effects of vaping to this point, it doesn't take a doctor to conclude that pumping poisonous chemicals into your lungs for an extended period of time isn't exactly healthy. I've had extreme highs and extreme lows when it comes to physical appearance, but in either example was I truly healthy? In a lot of ways, I feel like this makes me a perfect subject for this experiment. If I were to quit the bad habits cold turkey and replace them with entirely good habits, consistent exercise, and an optimal diet, what would that do to my body and my mind? I intend to meet with a specialist to determine what an ideal diet and workout regimen looks like. I will then exercise this regimen with ideally no slip-ups for the next 30 days, to determine if that's enough time to make real and lasting physical and mental habit changes. To accompany this, I've identified 3 major personal vices: alcohol, nicotine, and junk food. I'm throwing all of these out of the window. To be clear, this is not a weight loss challenge. In fact, I have no specific measurable goal in mind with any of this. The only goal I have is self-betterment. What that's going to look like at the end of this process isn't clear. But my thinking is that if me, a relatively average physical specimen with several vices and a full stressful schedule, can complete this journey, anybody can. Over the next 30 days, I will have my work cut out for me. But it starts with me learning more about my own body, so I can begin to understand what's best for it. I had the opportunity to sit down with Brett Edwards, a local nutrition specialist and personal trainer. Brett's helped countless people achieve their dream physiques, and he's amassed nearly 10,000 followers on TikTok for gym-related humor and nutrition-based content. I met with him to learn a little bit about what an optimal diet looks like and if it differs from person to person.
I'm 26 years old. I started working out when I was about 15. I originally started in a sports performance class in high school. I was always a really skinny kid growing up, and so that's kind of what led me to want to start to kind of build my body up a little bit more. I used to get picked on and stuff because I was so skinny, and obviously I didn't like that. And so I started to get into the gym, and then when I started to notice those physical changes, I started to kind of get people to ask me more and more hey man, how'd you get such big arms, all this kind of stuff. And so that kind of just fueled me to continue on in the gym and stuff.
So within the scope of Canada in general, my whole hypothesis with this is that a lot of people in Canada aren't as healthy as they think they are.
Yeah.
I want to get your take on that a little bit. Do you think that the world, or Canada specifically, was healthier 20 years ago than it is now?
That's a tough question. I would say yes and no. So from what I've seen, especially with the internet and social media coming out, I mean, you can literally be looking at the most shredded physiques ever in the matter of seconds. And if you follow all these accounts, you're constantly being bombarded with all of that on a day-to-day basis. And so it's really easy to compare yourself and see that and go, wow, I need to start looking like that, and then get into the gym routine. So in terms of health, overall health and fitness, I would say the disparity between healthy and non-healthy is increasing rapidly.
A lot of people say that, online and whatnot, fitness and that kind of thing, it's about 70% diet and 30% gym.
Right.
And do you think that that's a fair ratio, or?
It's so specific to the individual. There's three different main categories of body types. So there's an ectomorph, a mesomorph, and an endomorph. So if you're an ectomorph, you're that crazy skinny guy. You can't put on, or girl, you can't put on weight. You have a really hard time building muscle. You can literally eat whatever. You can eat straight garbage and stay skinny.
Yeah.
Because your metabolism is just crazy fast. There's a mesomorph, which is a traditional bodybuilder style. So you can put on weight very easily, whether that's fat or muscle, but with the proper exercise regimen and the proper nutrition plan, you can have a very, very solid physique. Then there's the endomorphs, which are typically a little bit bigger individuals. They have a lot harder time losing weight. They're naturally more prone to putting on fat. And those type of individuals have to be very conscious of what they eat. So depending on the individual, so for example, with an ectomorph, I would say the 70-30 diet to exercise would be true, but it's very different than how that's gonna look for the endomorph, because the endomorph is gonna focus on eating less and eating a lot healthier, very minimal caloric intake, but still going to the gym, obviously, and implementing that, versus on the other side with the ectomorph, where they are going to be so focused on eating as much as they possibly can, consuming copious amounts of protein and just very, very high calorie content in order to have that same transformation that both sides are ultimately trying to converge towards.
Yeah, it's very individual. So, do you think I'll be successful in this?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think you have the willpower.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of people that are doing it, I think they would think that they're going to be successful in it. But I mean, it's because I know you.
Yeah.
I know you have the grit and the determination to do it.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would give up in the first week.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. Well, here's to hoping. That's the whole goal of the project is to determine if this is viable, not only for me, but for the average person who's maybe in the same shoes and
100%.
decides that it's time to make a pretty drastic change in their life. So
I think you'll have some fun with it. I think you'll be maybe regretting your choice a couple weeks in, but I think it'll be worth it.
Yeah.
And I think it'll be good for your habits long term too.
I think so, too.
It'll help kind of get you. I mean, they say it takes like 21 days to build a habit, right?
Yeah.
So it'll kind of get you into that routine, and then from there, I mean, maybe you'll start to like drink alcohol again, or use Nick or whatever. But I mean, you'll have those foundational habits, and it'll be significantly easier to stick to them.
Absolutely.
Talking with Brett was super helpful, as it allowed me to realize that I'm a mesomorph. Beginning to understand how calories work, everybody has a bodily maintenance, but it's clear that in my case, calories shouldn't really be the focus. I want to eat healthy. I want to control what's going in my body and understand what it does to me. And that's why I'm going to be focusing a little bit more on macros. Every item of food contains macronutrients such as sugars, fats, carbohydrates, and protein. On the back of every box, there's a breakdown on what the macronutrients are and where they are in line with the daily requirement. To help me with this, I'm going to be using an app called MyFitnessPal. MyFitnessPal is a great way to track all of your daily calories and macronutrients. So you can look down on an app and it will provide a list of exactly what you've put in your body that day. This app is going to make it super easy for me to track all of my daily goals. The best part about the app is that it can connect right to the Fitbit app, which I can use on my Fitbit Versa 3. This is going to make it so much easier, as I can always track how many calories I've burned in a day, and also use it to quickly input my food intake. The first step of this process is to make sure I can quit the bad habits themselves. Of these, I think the most important thing to start with is nicotine. Vaping has controlled my life for way too long. And I live in a household with a bunch of people that have the same bad habit. So I decided maybe it's better to do this by committee. I got a couple of my roommates on board with the idea, and as it is the start of January, it's almost like a New Year's resolution. One that I have to stick with if I want a good grade in school.
I think it's important to do it a couple days before we get into the rest of the challenge. Give myself, my body, and my mind a bit of a time to adapt, because I think if you do it all at once, it's probably not going to work out exactly the way that I'm hoping. Some of the side effects, I've done this before, and some of the side effects include some, drowsiness and feeling overwhelmingly sick, smoker's cold or smoker's flu or something like that. And you get it just from this withdrawal. So it becomes a lot harder to sleep. And then obviously that would affect my mentality and my ability to work out. So step one, get rid of the nicotine. Now we just need to find a fun way of doing it.
It would be too easy, in my opinion, to just stop. There had to be something more dramatic than that. The vapes had to burn.
One last vape, and then one big step for mankind.
All right. Oh, there's the last member of the equation. She looks excited. You ready?
Or something, being like they're starting to fire in the garage.
That was step one. That was the easy part.
Oh, we made it look a lot more difficult than it needed to be. It's gonna feel so much better.
I wanted to kill myself when I was at work without it.
It's gonna feel so much better. One of the benefits I noticed very early on was the improvement of my gut health. I always thought that had so much to do with the food that I ate, and it does. But I didn't realize how much vaping can impact your gut health. One of the worst things to get through the initial part of it, sleeping. When you remove something from your body that it's had for so long, it notices. And with addictive substances such as nicotine, it's not something that your body will react to very well. Well, this is day 1 of no nicotine, and it's approximately 24 hours after we'd thrown everything out. You know, I've done this before, and so far, this has been the easiest time around, at least on the first day. I always say usually the second day is the hardest, because the first day, it's just your mind messing with you, but the second day, your body is caught up to speed, realized it's not getting something that it usually does. But so far, honestly, I haven't been like in crazy need of it, and like a lot of the time it's the muscle memory thing. That's a good sign, I think. Perhaps it's for the project, like it's because I've got the camera on me, and so I'm more inclined to like get this done. But I'm feeling good about this time around. Then it was time to get my diet right, and it started by me throwing out all of the food that I could no longer eat for the next 30 days and replace it with some healthier items.
Yeah, that's definitely gotta go. Is Nutella bad for you? 10% of your daily intake of fat? Holy. Literally my absolute kryptonite. Okay, so because we're doing a simple carb, simple protein, kind of every single meal, so one of the first things that I would do is create my own hash browns, just because the ones that you can get at the store, the cued ones, they're pre-oiled, pre-seasoned, and therefore there's a lot more calories that you can avoid if you just make your own. And now we're gonna get to cooking, so.
Somebody told me that the best way to first start out on a diet is to eat like a dog, which basically means eat the same thing every day for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. While I don't think that's bad advice, one of the best joys in life to me is cooking. And I wanted to be as diverse as I possibly could with that. I definitely thought that I would be meal prepping a lot more to make it easier on myself. But after the first week or so, I found myself really taking joy in cooking. And using the app, as long as I was tracking what I was putting into every meal, I could make things that were quite diverse in flavor.
That's a decent plate of food for probably, I would guess, about 200 calories.
Sometimes I would even use the same ingredients and just arrange them in a different way. I think that diversity in ingredients are what allow people to enjoy food all the time, and it's important to enjoy food when you're on a diet. In Calgary, especially in the winters, the weather tends to fluctuate. We were fortunate enough to get some fall weather during some of the winter months, but now the winter has caught up with us. It's a little bit tricky motivating yourself to get to the gym when it's minus 30 degrees out, but I'm doing it. If there's ever a gym that you're paying for within 2 to 3 kilometers of yourself and you have free time, there's really no excuse not to go. Within the first week, I already started to notice some bodily changes. A lot of it was mental, but I was definitely feeling less bloated from the fast food items that I normally eat. When I relax on my diet, especially in the winter months, I tend not to look at myself shirtless very often. This project has already given me a mindset change. I want to track my daily progress. I want to be stepping on the scale every single day to see if there's any changes. And already, going to the gym has felt like less of a chore. It's especially fun to go when you're doing it with friends. When you and your friends all share a common fitness goal, it becomes less of an obligation and more of a leisurely activity. When making physical and mental changes, it's important to have people that hold you accountable. But not only that, people that motivate you to continue. And in my case, somebody to help me film at the gym, because it's a little bit difficult to do all by myself. And when the work's all finished, it's time to be able to play and relax a little bit. 2 weeks into the challenge, I had a date night with my girlfriend and my roommates that had been planned for a little while. To this point, there had been no slip-ups on the challenge whatsoever. But I decided to relax a little bit and have a drink with some friends. But when the drinks come out, so do the secrets. and I found out that my friends had been lying to me about their nicotine use for about a week now.
I didn't think that knowing that my friends had cheated would affect me the way that it did, you know? At the time, it's like no big deal, and you pat yourself on the back a little bit because it's like I'm the last one standing. But at the same time, it feels like subconsciously it gives your mind this like, I want this free pass too. Like there's no pressure on me to continue going because I'm the last one standing, right? Everybody else is messed up. So that should give me the right to mess up too and not feel guilty about it.
Still though, I was finding a way to put my nicotine cravings on the back burner. Now it was just about consistency regarding my diet and my exercise. Cooking has become very, very fun for me. As a matter of fact, it's a pastime that my girlfriend and I both enjoy. She saw me doing this challenge and got inspired to start eating cleaner herself. There's a lot of recipes online that make cooking healthy food really easy, and we've been really enjoying our time doing it. The food doesn't always quite look like it does in the pictures, but it sure as hell tastes really good. The gym has become easier and easier. It's crazy how much energy I've been able to find. In that sense, quitting all of my bad habits cold turkey has really helped the grind psychologically. That in combination with my work keeps me on my feet and allows me to burn calories relatively easy. As mentioned before, I love basketball. Basketball has been my favorite sport for as long as I can remember. I played all throughout junior high and high school. Even though I mostly rode the bench in high school, it's always been my escape. So when I was doing this challenge, I wanted to figure out how best to get cardio. Personally, I find running to be a little bit boring and a little bit repetitive. Basketball seemed like the obvious answer. So I joined an adult league with some of my best friends. I figured I could use this as an escape from school and the realities of life, and I could also use it to chip away and burn some calories. I was a little bit nervous going into this season because it was the first time I had played basketball, laced up the shoes, in an organized sense at least, ever since the injury. Last time I was injured, it was the same context. I never understood why I was so anxious before the games until it hit me. It was exactly that. When I'm out there, I'm as competitive as anybody. At times I forget what I had went through not too long ago. I want to play at 100% all the time. But the cruel reality of the situation is, you can't. You have to be conscious of injuries. You don't want to risk re-injury. And who knows? Maybe if I had operated with that level of consciousness about my knee, I would have been able to prevent what happened next. Yeah. So I injured myself again. Same knee, same feeling, same pain, same understanding of what it meant. Because of it, I was crutch-bound for the better part of a week, which really derailed this whole operation. Now, this documentary is not about injury recovery, but I feel like it's important to note this part of the story. Because when one part of your hard work derails, it's very easy to let everything else slip. And in a sense, that was the only excuse that I needed. Upon learning from the acute knee injury clinic based out of the UFC that I had retorn my ACL, it instantly became about physiotherapy, regaining as much movement as I possibly could, and making sure that I didn't lock my leg out. Sidebar, stimulation therapy is one of the weirdest things you will ever feel. I wouldn't recommend it if you never had to do it. And as far as my motivation went for maintaining this challenge, I have to be honest. This event definitely shifted the focus of my mindset. This is when I made my first real slip-up. I had some nicotine. I was in such a stressed environment that I was worried, and I took any excuse that I could to satisfy that mental stress. Regardless of this, as far as the physical aspect of the challenge went, I remained focused on staying as fit as I possibly could. Just last week, I felt like I was almost in as optimal of a physical state as I had ever been in. It's hard to go from that to barely being able to lift your knee up off of a towel. It's a little bit deflating. But I continued to push through. This is because the last time I got injured, I allowed myself to let go a little bit, and I gained some weight. I didn't want that to be the case this time. And once I gained my mobility back, through physiotherapy, I went back to the gym. The movements became slower and more controlled, which is probably the way I should have been working out in the first place. I wanted to maximize the amount that I did at the gym, in spite of my little bit of a handicap. So I woke up this morning feeling like my hair, especially at the front, is getting too long. I don't know what it is, but whenever I'm like feeling at my healthiest or I feel like I've lost a bit of weight or whatever it is, I always want my hair to be shorter. So we're just gonna honor that and go for a haircut. If anybody as a young adult doesn't have a proper relationship with their barber where they can confess everything and talk about life in general to get a new outlook, you need to switch barbers. Mine's incredible for that. I love every bit of our conversations, and it really puts things into perspective. I'm still on the right track here. And my progress shows as much. I've lost quite a bit of weight, which wasn't the intent, but I can understand why. Eating my calorie maintenance, but still maintaining higher physical activity, you're gonna burn some more calories than you eat. I was feeling good about myself, and I decided to remain as consistent as possible. We were on the final week of this challenge, and so far, I've allowed myself to only have 1 drink of alcohol and a little bit of nicotine. All the while, my 30 days was fast food free, and I was feeling great about it. I've found that when somebody has many personal vices, it's easy to depend on one when you quit another. For instance, the last few times I had tried to quit nicotine, I ended up eating more junk food because it felt like something had to fill the void. When all of them are quit at the same time, it only leaves you with good options. The next time you feel a craving for alcohol or a vape or anything, you end up going to the gym or doing push-ups. You end up going for a walk or a drive to clear your head. You end up drinking water. All of these things are very good for your physical and mental state, and I attribute my success in staying consistent to having all of these quit at the same time. And the results showed. Not only losing weight, but feeling better about how I looked. For the record, don't take your shirt off in a public gym unless it's 3 a.m. The process of post-production is it's taking its toll on my time, my ability to get to the gym as frequently as I would want to. Weighing myself this morning, I've managed to stay at about 163, which is still about 5 pounds down from when the initial project began. I haven't really seen a need to go out and change things for the worse. It's just been so easy to upkeep, and food isn't something that I have to think about all the time. Obviously indulged a little bit when the project was first over. Drank for some social occasions, had a pizza slice or two. But it's been really easy to kind of maintain the diet part of it. I'm very excited right now to be going to the gym. Something I've noticed is how different I feel when I don't go. It takes its mental toll on me. I feel like I'm able to get work done more efficiently and that kind of thing when I'm more energized after having worked out. But the real question is, would I recommend this? The answer is pretty obviously yes. I really do think that I could have done it all if it wasn't for the fact that I used my injury as an excuse. But watching back all of the footage as I'm editing this, I realized how much work I was able to do. This was amidst a busy schedule. This documentary is far from the only thing I had on my plate, and the progress is very visible. I was able to keep weight off, but I was able to look and feel better. And it affected my ability not only to work out in the gym, but to complete all my schoolwork. The key is in consistency with anything. Having the mindset to be able to complete this journey made me realize that I had the mindset to complete almost anything. 2 weeks later, I'm still fast food free, more or less. I've returned to alcohol a little bit, but only leisurely. And I'm remaining without a vape in hand. Consistency isn't just about getting to the gym. Consistency isn't just about what you're doing. It's about how hard you're doing it, how much you want it. Physical and mental health isn't a 30-day thing. It's a lifelong battle. But it's clear that in the now, these bad habits of mine have stayed broken.
And that was Christian's story, Breaking Habits.
Great job, Christian.
I think it's such a personal story that you should be very proud of sharing. And yeah, I think it's a message that everyone needs to hear, right?
I think I should go and get some weights now, you know, start working out.
You know, I recently started working out too, and I honestly feel the same way that, like, you know, it's not just about losing weight, it's about improving yourself. So I think that's such an important message, and I think that goes to everyone too, right? Everyone should learn to kind of improve themselves, not just through, you know, weight loss, but through everyday habits and vices that they have that kind of hinder their health long term. So great story, Christian, and thank you again for sharing such a personal story and your awesome journey through this.
Yeah, that's incredible, and all of the achievements that you've made. And yeah, it's super inspiring, and I should maybe go and I'm not a big fast food guy, but you know, maybe I should be a little healthier anyways.
Yes. Well, yeah, we do respect the journey that you had, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people also have that respect as well. So thanks again. We're about to go off onto a break.
Yes.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, we've been streaming for 4 hours now, which is a long time.
We've been here for 4 hours, but don't go anywhere. We still have 11 more projects to go. But before we do that, though, we have a very, very special message from certain people, along with some awesome photos to accompany them. Isn't that right?
Yes, that is correct. So without further ado, we are going to pass it on to a pre-produced segment made by our very own Karen and ALANA, who are, of course, professors with us at the program.
And right after that, we're going to go straight into break, into a half-hour break, in which we'll come back to view the rest of the project. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right here with you.
See you in a bit.
To the class of 2022, I bid you a fair adieu. It's been a ball. I'll miss you all. It won't be the same without you.
Congratulations, fourth years. You did it! You made it to the end, and we are so very proud of you and wish you all the best for whatever the future holds. Please stay in touch with us so we know where you end up and what your journey looks like once you leave us. Again, congratulations. You should be so proud of all your accomplishments, and we wish you all the best. Take care.
wake me up to another good morning, time to go. Got that smile upon my face, 'cause there's excitement in the chase, this I know. Yeah, I'm going for the ride and find myself, I am alive, and I soar. Still I run towards the wind and let the challenge draw me in, 'cause I want more. Oh, we are all looking for adventure. 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 Oh, wake up heart and wake up mind, and see the world is yours to find. And with every passing day there's more, calling you out to explore. Get up and go. There is joy found in the race, and I feel it in the place where I'm free. And I simply can't deny it, that I feel adventure calling out to me. Yeah, we are all looking for adventure. 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 And I'm living free, living free, living free, and I was meant to be. Living free, living free, living free, and I was meant to be. I'm living free, living free, living free, and I was meant to be free, meant to be free. my hand and see the world around you. The time is right, just let the light surround you. And step by step you feel it coming alive. The feeling deep down inside, and you've got nothing to hide. To reach the top you've gotta keep on moving. Don't let it stop, just gotta keep on moving. I know you're doing your best, you're stepping up from the rest. Just keep on passing the test, and then you gotta climb higher, climb higher.
And we're back.
We're back.
Hello and welcome again to the second part of the stream. This is part 2, which is the rest of the other projects that we haven't showcased yet.
There are some amazing projects still to come. I'm John Sandercock.
And my name is Ryan Yip. We're the hosts for this year's 2022 CMRU Project Showcase live stream. Just to lay a few ground rules in case you did miss it, down in the description below, we do have the schedule, the tentative schedule up and running.
We've been pretty good following so far. We haven't had any major technical hiccups or anything like that. So
yeah, and so that schedule will showcase basically all the projects that are lined up for this upcoming stream. So if you do want to check out that schedule so you make sure that you don't miss out the project that you want to watch, you should probably do that. And for the projects that you did miss, don't worry about it. This stream is being recorded and will be posted on the CMRU Broadcast YouTube channel, which is this channel right here. You will also be able to view the projects on cmru.ca, which is our campus radio station website.
And you're also able to rewind this stream live if you are watching it live. So you can go back during the break. We had some wonderful photos of all of us fourth-year people who participated in and are showcasing our work today. So there's lots of cool memories from the past 4 years, and just before that, of course, Karen and ALANA put together something of their own to showcase. But now we're going to move back into the videos that are in the second half.
That's right. Yeah, we got a lot planned for you today, so stick around. We're going to go all the way to the end of the stream, which is going to be around 6 p.m., so don't miss out on any of the projects. And if you do, well, shame on you. All right, John, you want to show off the next project?
Absolutely. I mean, that's what Rewind is for, isn't it?
100%.
So this is Elijah's next project here, and he did something really cool. It's really short, but it shows that there's a lot of work that went into especially the filming of this. I don't want to spoil exactly what it is, but I'll let Elijah show it.
All right, take it away.
Welcome, I'm Elijah, and this is an introduction for my short, Let It Go. The film centers around a fight scene with the main character fighting a hooded figure that is representing all the negative thoughts and narratives that we can have sometimes that we're fighting against. But sometimes the only answer to resolving the issue is letting it go, because holding on to those problems are what's keeping it there. So I hope you enjoy the film. I had a blast shooting it, directing it, all that stuff. So hope you enjoy watching it too.
Tá puro. Tá puro, puro.
And we are back. That was Elijah's project, yeah.
That is incredible.
That was incredibly shot and a good choreography, honestly. Who taught you that?
And the color and the music and the just everything that made up that piece, even the filming angles,
good shots, honestly. I think it was, I just, even without sound, I think it communicates like all the action of it in there, and then it also had that great emotion and feel. That it was just beautifully shot. So well done, Elijah. Honestly, good job. Next, John.
Hi. Yes.
You want to introduce your own project?
I'll let my past self that I recorded explain it more, but this is a 30-minute project, and about 15 minutes of it is using computer graphics, and that is all I will say except for past me to take it away. Stick around. I think it is incredible, and 400 hours of my life just in post-production.
Not biased at all, by the way. Almost everyone in Timia had heard about the videos. Supposedly, it's irrefutable evidence that our national government has been actively conducting unwilling experiments on its people over the last 5 years. Their goal was simple: to make the perfect, complacent citizen. At first, everyone was skeptical. Our government is known for being a dictator state that puts the needs of billionaires before its own. Heck, a lot of people blindly believe in every propaganda lie, as if God himself was saying it. But unknowingly experimenting on his population? It seemed too extreme, even for them. Nevertheless, speculation ran rampant online. But without any proof, many began to accept this as nothing more than an urban legend, nothing more than a national polybius. At least, that was the case. Exactly 5 years after the original thread started the rumor, a video was uploaded entitled, "The Proof of Timia's Complacency Experiments."
We are the group Marianaas, dedicated to freedom and privacy. Recently, we have uncovered the files that prove the rumors. Hundreds of gigabytes of raw, uncut footage of the complacency experiments. We as a group will not be releasing the videos. We would like to be the ones releasing it. However, the government censors are impeccable at their speed and accuracy of removal. Instead, we are looking for someone who believes that the censorship should be illegal and this government is corrupt. Solve the puzzle we've hidden in this video. If you're the first to solve it, we will give you the sole copy of the videos to upload to the world. The videos are temporarily on the Marianaas web, but they'll be in better hands with you. Good luck. Hashtag Timia's government is fucked.
At first, people thought this video was a joke, an elaborate prank. The video was obviously referring to the Marianaas web, supposedly the deepest place on the internet, more hidden than the deep web and the dark web. But in the 2 decades since the dark web's inception, nobody has ever gone close to accessing it. Most of what the group was talking about was thought impossible. At least, that was the case until the video, the original video, was censored. The government had never censored any speculation regarding the experiments before now. Online videos that reported on it, censored. Forums, censored. News reports, all of it censored. The news stations which ran the story originally released an apology, and that they were reporting on unverified information that has since been discredited. But why would the government be censoring this now? Suddenly, it became apparent to many people that the experiments were likely real, and the blanket banhammer of chatter was the government trying to prevent any clues from being posted online before they could get to the files and delete them. On the dark web, people started organizing searches. And that leads us to me. My name's Peter. In real life, I'm a boring janitor. But I don't live in the real world. Social anxiety is a bitch for that. Instead, I live online as the famous dark web data hoarder, Dead Hunter. I devote my life and computer storage to preserving anything culturally important, including that which the government or big corporations try to censor, destroy, or delist. I'm trying to ensure our society can be understood and appreciated both now and in the future. I knew that if I could solve the mystery, I may be able to change the minds of those who still believe that the government is the best thing since sliced bread. But I knew I couldn't do it alone. So, I brought on my only two friends. Meet Alex. Alex hates the government more than I do. And yet, that's exactly where he works. He DJs private government events. But Alex's ears are super good, which allows him to eavesdrop on private conversations and post the info to the dark web. And then there's Sam. You wouldn't know it, but Sam's a total badass and could beat my ass every day of the week. She's an ethical hacker with an insanely good memory. She tries to prevent the government censors from gaining ground. She's also taught Alex and I all we know about the dark web. My social anxiety prevents me from making any friends, and yet somehow, they found me. They're more than my friends. They're my family. Even though we've never met in person, I don't know what I would do without them. And that leads us to today, 72 hours after the video from Marianaas got deleted.
We are...
Guys, do you hear that?
Yeah, I do. It almost sounds like a muffled voice. Let's see if I can isolate that part of the track and slow it down a little. And... done.
Did that sound like Greek to anyone else?
No, Greek has nothing to do with it. Can you play that again, Alex? I think they may be using a type of cipher. Let's see. There's so many. I'm gonna try and narrow it down.
What if it's just a plain old Caesar cipher, where the alphabet has been shifted? The hint could be Peter's idea that it sounds Greek.
No luck. Although we can't exactly blame them for not making it easy. With all the attention it's drawn, I'm not surprised that they chose something more complex.
And I don't suppose there's just some master program with a complete list of ciphers you could run it through, right?
Well, I mean there is, but do you know how long it would take to run it through every known cipher in the world? By then, someone's bound to have it solved.
What if the code at the beginning means something, like gov is lie, is obviously an English abbreviation for government is a lie? Could the cipher we need to decrypt the message be that?
Oh, yeah, Alex, you're a genius. It could be a polyalphabetic substitution cipher.
I'm sorry, a what?
A polyalphabetic substitution cipher? So the first part, gov is lie, is the key to unlock a message. So now we just map the key and the undecrypted message on a chart, and... oh, I guess not. Well, I'm game for another suggestion.
What if we're half right?
What?
Well, they wanted to make this hard, right? What if they double encrypted the message? I'm sure if some average government agent tried to use a polyalphabetic cipher and saw this, they assume it's a bust like we did.
So, assuming we need another cipher to decipher the deciphered, what if we tried running the Caesar cipher again?
Wait, what? Why would we...
Because it's the easiest. Once you get through the first layer, the least obvious choice to make would be to use the least powerful encryption method.
Okay then, alright. Wouldn't hurt to eliminate it as an option. Oh, Alex, you genius. Those are words.
The words? They spell out coordinates.
Where to?
A warehouse in Ettertown. Isn't that where you live, Sam?
On it.
Wait. You're not going there right now, are you? At least give us a chance to come too.
No way. There's still so much we don't know, and it could be a trap or a dead end, and there's no way I'm jeopardizing us winning this thing by putting us all in harm's way. Besides, we're not ending this call. Y'all are coming with me, just in case I need more of your geniuses. And I'm gonna take this face mask with me, just so that they don't instantly recognize me, okay? Shit, that's a problem.
Those are government vehicles? How'd they get here so fast?
They're the government's. They probably got one of the rich tech moguls funding them to grant access to a supercomputer or something.
Well, if you can't beat them, might as well join them.
Are you crazy? You'll get yourself killed. Just hang out there and see what you can overhear or something, then go in once they're done.
Do you remember the last time the government showed up to a place like this? They torched the place, then swept the ashes. The fact they haven't yet just shows they still need something from that building. Sam may still have a chance to get in there before they destroy it all.
Roger that. Going in.
Damn it. How hard is it to find it? A puppet put us up to this. A frickin' puppet.
Video had the Marianaas' unique IP address. You more than anyone should know that this represents a credible threat to our great nation's security. Now, we better keep searching before the boss gets pissed.
Any ideas? This place is huge. If the government can't find anything, what chance do I have?
What if you... or you could... Yeah, I got nothing. Good luck, though.
Thanks for that, genius.
Wait a minute. What if the coordinates correspond with something IRL that leads directly to the box?
How so?
Each aisle and row has a 2-digit number, right? And the coordinates before the dots also have 2 numbers. So put the 2 and 2 together, and hopefully we don't get 5?
Well, I am at aisle 25, and there's a base 71. Guess it doesn't hurt to take a look, hey? Wait a minute. Is this another one of those statements about the wastefulness of our planet's resources? Or is it another puzzle from the puppet to solve? Huh.
Intruder! We know you're here. You really don't think we have cameras? Okay, malfunctioning cameras, but cameras nonetheless. Now show yourself and maybe you'll be granted the honor of dying in a labor camp for our great leader. It beats the alternative.
That doesn't sound good. Sam, get out, get out, get out!
Is that a camera?
Well, shit. I hope you caught all of that, Peter, because I'm going to run as fast as I can for as long as I can. And I'm going to be destroying this phone so they don't track you and this onion in case they find me. But, Peter, go destroy some governments for me, all right? After this, we're gonna meet up in real life
It's gonna be real great. All right, I'll see you guys later. Bye.
She's just gonna die.
Hey, we don't know that.
Yeah, but what we do know are the numbers. 98% of people on the run from the government get caught within 5 minutes. No one has been able to last long running from them, and nobody has managed to kill 2 government agents like that. And once Sam is caught, she's dead.
Okay, but I'm pretty sure those 98% weren't a freaking badass with those kinds of murdering skills. Plus, she has guns. If anyone can beat the odds, I'd take out a mortgage on my house and bet it all on Sam.
I mean, I guess. But it's just that you guys are the only 2 people I've ever gotten along with. That I've ever been able to have a conversation and not think I'm worthless and while doing it. If Sam is gone, then...
Hey. Sam isn't gone, but neither are we. If Sam can buy us enough time, we may be able to finish this hunt while she's still alive. We may be able to call off the agents and save her life. So what do we know?
Another ciphered message?
I don't think they would do that more than twice. Besides, that would favor somebody with a very narrow skill set to win. If the group really wanted somebody worthy to get this video, they would have made the puzzles to be more diverse.
Okay, so assuming this isn't another message, what does it lead to? And does the position of the text even matter?
And why, of all things, would they carve this on a damn onion?
Wow, we're stupid.
No, don't beat yourself up. I'm sure.
No. I mean, we're really stupid. What are we talking on right now?
The dark web?
Right, and what is the web extension that gets us here?
.onion?
And what do dark web addresses look like?
A bunch of jumbled letters and numbers. Wait, you're thinking the onion and the carved letters could be a dark website?
Exactly. And as long as Sam evades capture, we hold the only clue to get to it. But then the question now becomes, how do we get to it? I mean, which character do we start with? Do we go clockwise, counterclockwise, or randomly? There's like 16 characters to try.
Ugh, if we had Sam here, she'd be able to whip up a quick algorithm in no time. I've toyed with something similar before. It should let us know any results it gets, but it's not very efficient.
It's better than typing until our eyes bleed.
That's true. All right, I'll get this program running, and I'll message you as soon as we get a positive lead. You get some sleep in the meantime, okay?
I'll try.
Shall we? Got your VR gear ready?
I never leave my desk without it.
Hello, my name is Marianaas. Firstly, thank you for finding this. I am the head of the underground group, Marianaas. We've been hiding here in the Mariana web for the past 2 decades, gathering evidence against our government. We always found it funny what people speculated was hiding down there. Nobody expected a ragtag group of computer-savvy people with an immense hate for the government and little to justify it. That was until recently, when we were able to steal the video you came searching here for as proof. The same data you're seeking here today.
Yes, give us the data. The government is on our trail. We don't have time to lose.
Unfortunately, our group is now dead.
I'm sensing a backstory?
Oh, come on!
What you've been taking part in is an elaborate failsafe. You see, the government has been on our tails since we stole the video evidence. As a part of a bigger scandal of proof we were launching against them, we decided all to begin wearing wristbands that track our vitals. When the last life sign of our group was extinguished, it would trigger our original video to be published, and an easy dark web entryway into the Marianaas web would be established. However, what you've been waiting patiently for me to finish my monologue for does indeed exist. At the top of the pedestal behind me is a link to instantly download our files to your hard drive. The number above it is a countdown. Once I finish talking, you'll have exactly 2 minutes to initiate the download. Once the time is up, a massive power surge will be sent to the Marianaas web. When that happens, everyone connected to this server, bytes and flesh included, will be permanently eliminated. If you choose to not claim the files within 2 minutes, they will be deleted when the server goes offline. If you remain here when the server begins shutting off, the surge will kill you. Why didn't we just upload the videos on our own? Because the government censors would have pulled it instantly. We knew these files would most certainly not be released to the public. Whatever you decide to do with the data, just please don't forget us. Use our final legacy to make this world a better place and burn those dickheads to the ground.
That must be the government, and the only way they would know the web address is if they...
Sam! Peter, we have to run for it.
Stop! We have your friend.
How did you know that we would...
We're the government. We watch the internet. We know everything about you. Let's cut to the chase. We have your friend Sam. If you touch those files, we'll kill her. If you don't, you get to see her again.
Unless you have proof, we're done talking.
I know. I heard their chatter. But look, don't try to save me, alright?
It's not part of the script.
Well, I know I'm gonna be dead soon. They said they let me live, but it doesn't matter. I'm gonna be dead right here, right now, or in a labor camp somewhere.
I'm telling you to stick to the script.
What you need to do right now is to screw them so hard that not even their wallets or their billionaire daddies can save them. And Peter, I've lost...
No. What did you do?
Well, that didn't work. Prepare the DDoS.
If they DDoS the server...
It means they'll try to take it offline before we can get to the files.
And take us with it. Let's hurry.
Marianaas web doesn't seem to trace us offline again, so there must be some kind of protection on the server. Also, this would be super cool if we were moments away from
No, not you too. Yes. Yes! Yes! Yes!
Our inbox has been receiving a flurry of reports over the past few minutes of possible proof of the rumored government-run complacency experiments. We originally redacted our initial reports as we believed the speculation to have come from an unreputable source.
The amount of content being shared online has been leading many to believe that they are true. They seem to all originate from dark web user Dat Hunter, who some are speculating could be the winner of the Marianaas video that was uploaded a few days ago.
In the coming days, more and more news outlets began gaining the confidence to post articles about the videos. Some just reporting, and others analyzing the videos in detail. The government, facing increasing backlash from everyone, was forced to resign. After all, they couldn't censor this after it being exposed to pretty much everyone. Our neighboring country, America, doing what they do, decided to step in and help us establish a new government. I'm still not sure if that's a good or bad thing, but so far everything is stable. Or as stable as it can be, considering the government was overthrown, society is in disarray, those who trust the government blindly are going through a major identity crisis. But I have confidence they'll eventually recover and be all the better for it. Or they'll just mindlessly believe the internet conspiracies online about how their leader will come back from the dead. Yeah, probably the latter. America initially requested me to lead, and I, with the grace of a skittish cat threatened with a bath, declined their offer. I did, however, agree to take on an advisory role. After all, I had thousands of archived videos and documents of oppression, and they wanted to make sure that they didn't repeat history again. And that leads us to me. I imagine you're all probably thinking the same thing. Wow, Peter, you saved your country and are helping to rebuild it. You must be famous and have tons of friends. And the answer to that is, yeah, right. It is true that I'm famous now. Everyone always wants an interview, which isn't that fun when you still lack social skills with strangers. But the only thing everyone wants to talk about is that day. The day I simultaneously gave everyone freedom and sacrificed my friends. Nobody wants to be friends with Peter the janitor, but they want to be friends with Dad Hunter, the guy that saved the world. The loneliness hurts more than anyone could imagine. The silence is deafening. I have nobody I care about and no one to care for me. Nobody loves me, but everyone loves the person everyone thinks I am. But in a self-punishing sort of way, I'm almost okay with that. If it means millions of people get to have normal lives with friends and family, then maybe I can suffer for them. Even if I couldn't save my friends from death, I guess I've done something good. Maybe one day I'll actually have the balls to publish this video, to show everyone who I really am and what I went through. Maybe it'll help them understand. Maybe not. But until that day comes,
It's just like that dream where the catcher says we leave you.
And we're back. Hello.
We're back.
Good job, John.
Yeah, thank you.
That was your project?
Yeah, I'm glad everybody liked that. Conrad, I love your reaction.
Man, I can't believe it. No, honestly though, well done.
Well, thank you.
I think that was probably one of your most ambitious projects yet.
The most ambitious project, period. I'm surprised I pulled that off, but I'm glad I had wonderful actors like you and Diana and Anthony and Noah and Sebastian as the government agents. Those were all so amazing.
Now, speaking about amazing, we
And
have
actors.
And actors. We got a super awesome guest with us today. This is one of my close friends and has been close to me for quite a long time, ever since the beginning of this program, ever since we got here. He's probably one of my best friends. Say hello to the wonderful and fabulous Alex Bone. Oh, give me a second, man. I think I messed up here.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Hello.
Let's have a wonderful time.
Oh my God! What is that costume?
Something I threw together.
Man, that
just thought honestly, a little bit of shock value always goes a long way.
Threw me in for a wild loop. Not gonna lie, when I first saw you on chat.
You mean that isn't your real hair?
No. You should have kept it. You should have kept it as your original.
I can keep it on.
Oh, you should. I mean, it's up to you.
If you want
man.
me to.
It can get stuffy. That I know.
It's got the pom poms and everything, and it hides the headset.
All right. Well, we do want to ask you a couple of questions now that you're here, Alex, if that's all right.
Yeah, sure.
I guess we're alluding to the fact that you actually took a part in my short film that's coming up pretty shortly. I think.
In about half an hour.
In about half an hour. That is right. That is right. And you played the main part. I guess I just wanted to ask you, and don't like, just because I'm asking you this question, don't play favorites or don't make it sound like it's all positive and nice and dandy and all that. But we do want to ask you, what was your experience like in taking part in the short film, right? Acting and doing all that stuff.
It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. But having to get constantly sprayed with blood and driving home with that blood on me was a dangerous experience and an experiment that I would actually like to try again.
You weren't pulled over though, were you?
I was never pulled over, but I mean, it was dicey. I've seen other people were pulled over in front of me, and just one time that I go a little bit over the speed limit and they'll get me covered in blood. Oh.
Oh man, I'm glad you had fun though. Was there like a favorite moment? I don't want to spoil the film because we haven't seen it yet, but was there like a favorite moment that was in there?
The favorite moment where constantly I was sliding around on the ground acting scared for my life. That was fun.
You did incredible there, yeah.
Yeah, that also I remember I basically had to wall sit for a good 10-15 minutes to try and get those shots for you.
That's right. I mean, I appreciate you doing it, but you got to get those gains somehow.
You got to get those gains, baby.
Got to get those gains. We actually recorded quite a bit of behind-the-scenes footage. Unfortunately, we can't show them here. But did you remember the part where it was the elevator? Did you want to explain a little bit of the elevator BTS?
Oh, the elevator.
Oh, do you remember that?
So in one of the scenes, I was supposed to walk out of the elevator, and we were up on like the 11th floor or something. So I walk into the first time the elevator doors opened really slowly, so I had to go back in. So I go back in, and I'm just waiting for the elevator doors to open, and then suddenly the elevator starts going down. And I'm like, uh-oh, I don't have a card to get back up because you needed a card to use the elevator. And I don't have my phone either. So I just go down. I'm just like, they know I'm going down, right? They know I'm going down, right? Uh-oh. It goes like 5 minutes, 10 minutes later, and finally they come down to check on me. I'm sitting there, there's like a security guard just watching me out of the corner of his eyes.
It's probably one of the funniest moments we've ever caught on camera. I want to
yeah,
show
could
it
you hear
stream.
me? Oh no!
I'm pretty sure I was doing the camera on that. I'm pretty sure you said something nastier than oh no, but yeah.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah, slightly. No, I think
Not
that was probably
suffering psychopaths, but
not
yeah.
gonna lie. I think the most fun parts of doing movie production and actually doing stuff on set is all these behind the scenes that happens. You know, all of these things all these mishaps that just all of a sudden just appear out of nowhere. Which, by the way, you were a great sport, so thanks for that, man.
100%, man. 100%.
But we do want to ask you, where are you right now? Where are you in life? I guess it's been a long time since we've
It
seen
has
you.
been a while. I mean, after I dropped the course because I got into a car accident that caused me to have a concussion that left me unable to speak for long times. So I got that all fixed up, and I actually went into SATE into your competing program. And I'm in my last week of SATE right now, doing radio, and it's been a great time. And I just applied for a job in Brooks, and I'm hoping to get it. Not sure I've got it. I've gone through all the interviews and everything. He hasn't gotten back to me yet on that. But
it's a slight diss, you know, just like, hey, gotta get on.
But due to all the COVID and stuff like that, I actually had a pretty bad time for that because my mother passed away due to cancer. My dad hit his head at the same time, and he's been suffering from aphasia, so I've been having to take care of him. But it seems like it's finally going on the uptick. So here's to finally dealing with the situation.
Well, we do want to say our condolences to you, Alex, but we're glad that your dad is doing better, right, from before, and that you're feeling much better yourself, which is honestly all we could really ask for at this point. Now, you've mentioned that you're going to Brooks pretty soon. And that's radio, right?
That'll be radio, yeah.
That'll be radio, okay.
Hopefully. I don't know if I'm going to be going there or not.
Okay.
So
they haven't given me the full confirmation.
We could potentially be hearing you on the air if we tuned in through the internet to a Brooks radio station.
Yes. Yes, baby.
Now, we do want to ask, like, has your passion for media changed at all over all these years? Or has it kind of kept the same?
I mean, for me, it was mostly just I really like the radio side of things. I love the sound effects. I just like the sound design. I was not very good with the video. I wasn't very good with the broadcast news. So my passion is still completely and totally onto the radio side of things, and I'm having a great time with that.
That's awesome. I mean, like, do you have any advice for those who are wanting to go into radio? Because I think you're almost done school, right? Or are you completely?
I'm almost done the schooling.
Yeah.
Woo! I guess the biggest thing is to use Milkman Unlimited and just constantly looking for jobs in radio. It's a great place to go, and just constantly hound them. Just go like, hey, have you accepted me yet? Have you accepted me yet? And did you get it? Is everything okay? And just put your best foot forward always.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Alex. We're going to be looking at my short film pretty soon. So, I mean, we love it if you stayed around to watch it in its full entirety, even though you have already.
I'll watch it for you, baby.
Join us in chat.
Oh, yeah, or join us in chat. But Alex, thank you once again. We got to reconnect more, and we hope to see you more in more projects and stuff like that, since you're an amazing talent.
I would love to do more acting for more students. So give them my contact information, and I'll try my best.
Is there a way that people can reach you?
You could probably... Oof, that's actually a little bit difficult. I don't do a lot of social media, so... I'm actually on the Discord as that random guy. They haven't taken me off. I've been skulking around for years. You can contact me through that.
Okay.
That's probably the best way.
Sure thing.
And
all
now...
right, Alex. You can take that off now.
Oh, my hair can breathe.
Thanks again, Alex.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you later, okay?
We'll see ya.
Ta-ta.
Okay, bye-bye. And that is Alex, ladies and gentlemen. He's, again, a great friend of mine, and you're going to be seeing him star in my short film quite soon. But first, before that, we have an awesome and incredible project from Nayeli.
Yes, it's called I Think I Love You. I wasn't exactly sure what I was getting into when I first watched this, and I don't want to spoil it, and I'm pretty sure we might have an intro from her. I cannot remember. It's been so much work that we've put in, so we do have an intro. So she will explain it more, but we will pass it off to Nayeli for her project, I Think I Love You, and then a couple of more quite interesting projects, including yours, coming up, so stay tuned for that.
Let's go.
Hi, my name is Nayeli Renero, and I'm very happy to present to you my latest short, I Think I Love You. Now, this short follows a young man and woman, and throughout the short, we see just how far one is willing to go in the name of love. For this short, I decided to shoot it in a show not tell style, therefore there won't be any dialogue, but I have, however, placed a couple of significant details within the short that you have to make sure to keep an eye out for. This short was inspired by my favorite Netflix series, You, and without further ado, thank you so much and please enjoy the show.
And we are back.
That was Nayeli's project, I Think I Love You. And it's a very nice, crafted story. No dialogue needed, but there were a lot of emotions in it, I think.
Yeah.
So, well done, Nayeli. It was well shot, and it conveyed so much. Gareth said in the chat, a nicely crafted story, not having any audible dialogue really works well here. Yes, I do agree.
I do agree as well, and the filters and just everything that you put into that, the color correction, everything just looked phenomenal.
We have we don't have a lot of projects that don't have dialogue other than we saw Elijah's, and then now we saw Nayeli's that, we don't really see a lot of videos that don't have dialogue. So these two projects have been a nice demonstration of that, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. And now we have yours next, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm gonna shell out my own project now. Well, so upcoming next we have, my project. And I guess a brief introduction, since I don't have one, which I'm doing now, because it'd be awkward if I introduce my own project in another project,
Yeah.
A little weird. But anyway, my project, we put in a lot of work into it. You took a part in helping a little bit as well. And Alex, as we met earlier, also took a huge part as the main role of this short film as well. So this was done under a very tight budget, under tight schedules, very tight schedules, actually. And then... But the things that we managed to create here have been absolutely fantastic. So I just want to shout out to everyone that took a part in it. Shout out to your dad as well for starring as one of the roles as well. And without further ado, One More Page is up next.
Ah, Mr. Wells, good to see you finally make it.
Sorry, Oswald. Traffic was a bit of a shit show this morning.
Oh, I'm sure. You got the edits done?
Oh, right. These are the third drafts.
They should be. May I? So, how was your weekend?
It was great. Rode a bit, spent some time at the park just down the street. Rode a little more. It's just the usual, And I spent some time with my wife.
Your wife?
Yeah, we...
Right. Good to hear that things are well. What about the edits?
What about them?
How did you find them?
Oh, they were great. Thanks for doing this for me.
Not at all. And how's the money?
A little tight, if I'm completely honest.
Well, you won't be after your next cut comes in. Should be in a few days or so from today. You'll last, right? I'm joking, Mr. Wells. Of course you will. But I think we're good to go for this one. To be honest, I'm not sure what we're doing in these sessions.
You can't say that.
Oh, I disagree. Incredible work here as always. Did you not remember your book from before? And the one before that?
I was just lucky.
Mr. Wells, lucky is used sparingly around here.
I'm sorry.
As I was meaning to say, your talent is extraordinary. We just need to refine a few things.
Such as?
Well, picking up on some common mistakes would be a start. You should know by now what should be the focus in your work.
Yeah, right.
It's because of my help that you got this far. Don't forget that.
Okay. So, what now?
Write another one?
I'm sorry?
You wanted success, right? And you're rolling in it because of the things you write and people get off to nowadays. But we can have more.
I don't know about that, sir. Shouldn't we slow down a bit? We have been writing a lot lately.
Think about it, Mr. Wells. You can retire way earlier than most people. What do you know? 25?
24.
24. Phenomenal! People want to see the next big thing from you. Many don't even read on a daily basis anymore. But you made them love reading.
I do?
Yes. Who could argue? Who even reads anymore? It's 2010. Nobody reads anymore. And that's where people are wrong. And you are the game changer for those kind of people. People get back to reading.
Why are you saying all this?
To motivate you while you're still young. The people need you, Mr. Wells.
Mr. Wells, loved your story last week.
Thanks.
Anything else? Anything work as always?
God bless.
I'm home. Should have cleaned up a bit. She's gonna hate this. Oh. Right. You're no longer here. Success. Real success. What does it even mean to have? Oswald, do you know what time it is?
Brennan, shut up and listen.
What's happening?
We have a deal of a lifetime. Hey, get this, Brennan. You know Toroa Publishing?
The publishing company? Yeah, what about them?
They want to feature you. You know what that means?
Wait. Hold on. Feature?
Money, Brennan. Loads of money. We can reach higher. We can live large. Oh, man. That brand new Lambo I've been got.
That's amazing.
Oh, man. Now,
Holy shit! I can't believe it. This is it. This is the big time. This is success. This is success.
And then we'll send it in to get published by them.
What?
Yeah. You could do it, right? 3 days?
3 days for a draft?
What? No. For the final copy. Can you get it done by then?
That's pushing it a bit.
But it's doable, right?
I don't think so.
You can't?
It's a bit of a stretch, sir.
Brennan. You realize you're throwing away something big. You're never going to get anything like this ever again. Think about us. Think about you.
When do you want the drafts done by?
Tomorrow night?
All right.
Hello?
Where is it?
Where's what?
You know what I'm talking about.
I'm just finishing my last couple of lines here. Just give me a moment. Sent.
Great. Thanks for getting this done so quickly. I'll take a look tonight and... Did you send me the wrong file?
What?
I don't see anything.
What do you mean?
It's a blank PDF. Send it again.
I was sure that was the draft file. I'm sure I sent it.
Don't play dumb with me, Mr. Wells. What the hell have you been working on this entire time?
No, I have the script in front of me. It's all I've been doing all day.
I see one page, Mr. Wells, and it's not even close to completion.
No, wait. I can show you my screen. Can we just get a video call or... What? I don't understand.
Don't understand? It's pretty simple, Mr. Wells. I see nothing.
I'm sure I saved.
Great. Now we're throwing our chances away. You know what? No, you're done.
No, please. I can rewrite the story. I have a vague idea of what I did. I can get it to you by tomorrow morning.
Because I like you, Mr. Wells. Fine. Tomorrow morning. But you're done if I don't see a copy by noon.
Okay, thank you.
God damn it, I can't keep doing this. Tomorrow, noon. Got it?
Am I losing it, darling? No! Am I really losing this? Maybe it's a virus. What? She doesn't look like that.
Darling, what's wrong?
What? Go on.
Don't run. Don't leave me. Not again. Brennan, what's wrong? Did you finish it?
Fuck off!
The draft isn't done, is it? You should have spent more time on it. On me.
Love you. Always love you.
Brennan, please stop. It hurts. Please stop.
Hello?
Brennan, where is it? It's noon.
What?
No, you're done. You blew it. It's over. I won't be helping you anymore. And without my help, you know what that means? Nothing for either of us. That's right. It's your fault. I gave you your chance, and this is what I get. Unbelievable. You just take the fame and walk away with it, huh? Are you listening? Brennan? Brennan! Don't hang up on me now. You listen to what I have to say. You hear me?
Hey, what the hell are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here. Hey, stop right there!
Brennan, what are you... Where's your damn script?
What?
Brennan, I don't know what's wrong with you.
I'm serious. You're done.
Shut up!
Please, we can talk about this. Put the pen down.
All you ever cared for was how you were gonna get my money, my success. We're not gonna take anything more, asshole.
We can talk. Please put the pen. We can work on your script together. Let's put the pen down.
Why should I? You've been doing this to me for years now.
I'm not her.
Ah! You knew?
And that was my short film.
Bravo.
Your page.
Bravo.
Thank you.
Bravo.
Thank you, and thank you all again for helping me on making this project possible. I think I ran into a lot of difficulties, but you guys dug me out of that ditch, so thank you so much. And then just a slight little shill on my end, I'll also be posting this on social media, on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook, so be sure to check that out in case you did miss this on the stream, and tell your family and friends about it.
Send it to your friends and family. Why not?
Why not? So yeah, thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate it.
And now we're hopping over to another dark piece from Nick Meneses entitled Shrouded.
Shrouded.
Yeah,
I think Nick has been he's been making awesome horror shorts ever since he first joined the program.
Yes.
And I think this upcoming short is a combination of all of his experience into this one horror film that he made. So he did put a lot of love and care into it. So without further ado, shall we take a look?
We shall take a look.
Let's do it.
Hi there, my name is Nick, and I am proud to present to you my latest short film, Shrouded, starring my brother Geronimo. It is a short psychological horror film about a young man suffering from insomnia and microsleep who soon discovers that lack of sleep is not the only thing to worry about. This project, which has been 8 months in the making, is inspired by some of my favorite horror films from the classic era, and I am very proud to share my second short film with you. Thank you, and enjoy.
That was Shrouded by Nick Meneses himself, the godfather of horror in our program. Nick has been constantly pumping out a lot of horror films, and he's never failed to disappoint.
He's been doing some great work, and that was absolutely incredible. I love the black and white aesthetic. I love the shots. I love like the build up to it. Everything is just incredible. So good job, Nick. We also have popcorn here. Hope you have popcorn wherever you are, or an equally delicious snack.
Yes, of course. Please do, and please do watch all of these films. And if you need a snack, grab yourself a few. A bite or two. Yeah, a bite or two. We got a little bit of some time before we go into the next project. So I wanted to spend this time at least going back into what we've learned from our broadcasting courses. I know it's a weird topic to go back to, but I think we're not really thankful enough of our professors. I think we need to thank them more.
So thank you, professors. Thank you to our main professors. Thank you to our not main professors, even if we've only had you once or twice. Thank you.
Yes, I think we've learned quite a bit throughout first year, right? At least for me, I learned quite a bit from on the video side of things, because I was always audio, and then for some miraculous reason, the prof somehow convinced me that video is equally as important as audio. Though no, one takeaway I'd say I think was a good audio can save a bad video?
Yes.
Like that? Yes, that's what I've learned, and I'm just like, that is incredible. So I've learned quite a bit, and after watching all these films, I think they wouldn't have been possible and wouldn't have been well done if it wasn't from the help of our classmates and those who have taught us a lot of these things too. So we just wanted to say thank you for all of the time and effort that you put into the program in order to help us grow into people that wants to be part of the media industry.
Even those outside of the program that may have helped us with our productions, we're very grateful that you did come and help us with our productions and make something that we can actually showcase and that we can have a 7.5, 8 hour potentially live stream about, and it's mostly just the films. So we thank you very much. Where were you, Ryan, prior to first year? You said that you were focusing on audio production. What do you feel about your audio production prior to this program?
I think for me, I was very music focused, right? So I was focusing more on like the how the back end of the music, right? How is it recorded? How is it kind of displayed out in public? How is it performed, right? Does everything hook up and everything, right? And I think I was more interested in that before. And then it wasn't until I got into broadcasting that I found out there was a whole new world of even in audio production. There's a whole bunch more that I did not know. There was a thing that it even existed, which is surprising and very shocking, but I've learned all of that through the program, and even more through the internship that I went through, and then also the opportunities that was presented to me while I was still a uni student here. So, I mean, what about you? I'm sure you picked up quite a few things too.
Yes, I did. Prior to going into this, of course, I was still doing puppets before this, but they were I didn't know how to do video editing in the same way. If you look back to, again, shameless plug, Highland Impact Puppets on YouTube. If you look back to, I was uploading a lot of older videos in 2014, but if you look at like 2015, 2016, 2017, I didn't know what I was doing really. I was like slapping a title on them, a fade kind of thing, and that was pretty much it. You can actually notice in some of the videos that the export resolution isn't actually correct for some of this because I didn't know what the correct settings were or what a lot of it meant, but I was still going at it, and even in high school doing like filming high school drama productions and then trying to add special effects. I was trying to like keep an object in place, but I didn't know about positioning keyframes or motion tracking or anything like that.
This guy's a nerd for everything technical at this point.
So I was doing it frame by frame, but instead of like keyframing it frame by frame, I had to like cut the video frame by frame because I didn't know how to do keyframes or what they were. So, I mean, it's kind of painful to look at now, but I think it's just a testament to how well the professors have done, how well this course has done, how well just the camaraderie between everyone has done, and how much we can all kind of share, and I'm sure there's similar stories all around this program, even of those in second year and third year that have improved massively already and can't wait to share their skills with the world.
I think this program just gets better and better, right?
Yes.
As it goes on, right? I know, was it not too long ago, it became a bachelor degree program. And then I think from there, it just kept growing into a better and better program, which I can't be thankful enough for. And honestly, other than the technical stuff, I think the story writing aspect and just the overall narrative points that Karen and ALANA brought were absolutely phenomenal as well. And then it also taught me quite a bit about the news thing. Even though that, you know, I wasn't interested in news at first, I did have a little bit more interest in it as soon as we went through all of those, Burley, which was a weird program at first. But then just doing the newscast in the TV studio also was one of the most, that was probably a highlight of my broadcasting year. So, which was absolutely phenomenal. And also the equipment that we got to use was, you know, I still don't have my own camera or my own lights. And the fact that, you know, the Mount Royal University and the program offers that to us students is honestly incredible, to allow us to have some hands-on experience on using professional equipment that we will be using even outside of the media industry.
I think the news element also like really familiarized us with the equipment and got us familiar with stuff in general. I don't think half our projects, even though I don't like news as much as editing and everything else as well, I don't think our projects would be where they were today if we didn't have the structure of news to introduce us to stuff and the structure of everything else. So props to the profs and props to everyone else behind the scenes that we don't directly interact with, or those that we even do interact with but maybe not as much, like Terry and all those working behind the scenes to make sure that the profs get paid and have course curriculum and all of the stuff that I'm sure I'm forgetting and don't even really acknowledge that they exist, which I'm sorry. But all of those people that often, you know, don't get as much credit, thank you. You know who you are. Yeah. So thank you for helping out and making us into amazing people.
This was one elaborate thank you, but I think it's more than, you know, this is the least we can do that we can say to you guys. So without your help, none of this would have happened. So this is a giant thank you from us on behalf of all the BMS students that are graduating and are still in the program as well. Without further ado, though, we still got a few projects to go through. And
a few projects. We have 2 more blocks of projects, so you'll be seeing our wonderful faces again and again. But let's pass it over to Mason. And Mason has been doing, has created an episodic podcast. This is episode 2 from his podcast called Metal Medicine. Take it away, Mason.
Hi there. This is Mason Saville, and I just wanted to give a brief introduction for what you're about to hear. So this is episode 2 of my project Metal Medicine, which is a podcast that talks about metal music and the subgenre of metalcore, and I talk about separate songs in each episode and analyze the lyrics and go through my own experiences with the song. The song in this episode is by Currents, and it's called My Disguise. So I hope you enjoy, and thanks for listening. Hello, my name is Mason Saville, and you are listening to Metal Medicine, the show all about heavy music, the history of it, and how it has helped shape me. In today's episode, I'll be talking about the song My Disguise by the metalcore band Currents. Okay, so just a little bit of history about the band to get things started. So the band was formed originally in 2011 around the Connecticut area. And like a lot of bands from this particular scene, they kind of went through a lot of lineup changes and shuffling around before they eventually settled on a steady 5-piece. They would go on to release an EP in 2013, as well as another one in 2015, before finally getting their first full-length album, The Place I Feel Safest, out in 2017 through independent record label Sharp Tone Records. As a quick aside, if you're wanting to dip your toes further into metalcore on your own, then I highly recommend browsing Sharp Tone Records' roster, as they have many of the leading bands in the genre and do great work finding up-and-coming bands from all around the world and pretty much every genre in that fills the rock and metal sphere and all the subgenres that are contained within them. Anyway, back to the topic at hand. As I was saying, Krausert released their debut album in 2017, took quite a lot of acclaim from critics and fans, and they followed it up quickly with an EP 1 year later titled I Let the Devil In, which is where the song I'm talking about today is from. The song in question is, as I said, My Disguise, and it is track 2 on the EP and starts off like this.
There is nothing like the unfamiliar hand. It brings me back to when this song makes sense. Better to press, staring back at death, like pushing myself down the edge over what happens next. The pain, the cause, destruction of the...
This opening verse quickly establishes one of the central themes of the song, which is depression, and more specifically, finding a way out of that feeling of being at rock bottom and being able to connect to people who have also felt something similar at some point in their life. In a track analysis done by the band's vocalist and prime lyricist Brian Willey, he explained that the song is meant to express depression through the passage of time and tells the story of a person helping someone they cared about through this dark period of their life and how they are then put in a similar situation years later, which gives them this deeper understanding of what the person they cared about was really going through all those years ago. This theme and story is expressed pretty soundly in the second verse, which foreshadows the third verse, which I will get into later. But first, let's have a listen to the second verse. The opening line, I often think of the nights I stared into your eyes and you would tell me what it's like to want to die, shows the narrator of the song reminiscing about a time they spent with someone in their life who was experiencing depression and how they were not able to fully connect to this person and their feelings because they themselves hadn't been through such a thing. To me, this speaks to the idea of someone trying to offer comfort and encouragement to someone going through depression, but not really being able to get through to them because of their own lack of experience in the area. So all their words just end up kind of ringing hollow to the other person because they know that they've never felt such feelings, so what really could they offer, right? I think this is an important and pretty impactful statement to make because it kind of emphasizes how hard it is for anyone, but especially those who haven't been at this low point before, to really understand someone else's struggles. Even if they are a loved one and they feel like they know them on this deep level, there's still this lack of connection due to them not experiencing these same feelings in any capacity, so they just can't really understand it in the same way. But, as I said earlier, the third verse of the song is actually a kind of reflection of the second, but now with the narrator of the song actually being able to relate to and understand the dark feelings that the person he cared about was feeling back in the day, due to he himself now having experienced such feelings over the years. But, with that being said, I'll let you hear for yourself now and decide what you think. Here we see the same line of, I often think of the nights I stared into your eyes, and you would tell me what it's like to want to die, from the second verse. But then it is followed by, but now I know how you felt when you recalled those days. You almost left this place. I finally feel your pain. This change in the third verse signifies to me the passage of time and how now the narrator can reflect on what their loved one was going through and properly connect to their feelings, because they now also have felt that pain, or at least some kind of variation of it that gives them insight into what this person was feeling and the connection these two share now because of this shared experience due to these feelings. Again, these themes of time and the passage of it and experience and how these things inform the ways in which we are able to connect to one another is a very central idea of the song, and I think it's what makes the song really interesting to listen to and also to analyze. One other part of the song, My Disguise, that I think is worth discussing is the chorus, which I will play a clip of here and then discuss afterwards.
Fire!
follows a familiar structure in the metalcore genre where it includes singing instead of screaming to contrast the verses, which are predominantly more aggressive. But in this song, you do have singing, but you also have these screams beneath it that are layered up. So there's still a sense of heaviness in the vocals, and there's also quite a bit of aggression in the instrumentation hanging behind the vocals. In this particular song, I think this contrast suits the subject matter very well, to me at least, because I think it shows the turbulent nature of being in this position of rock bottom, and how the mix of anger and sadness that comes with it can often lead to these conflicting feelings and kind of ups and downs that this song kind of experiences and goes through with you. The actual lyrics of the chorus are in line with the overarching theme of the song, with the lines, "I'm trying to read through the feelings that lead me to the light. We say we feel alright while we starve to feel alive," further illustrating the feelings of darkness one experiences during depression, while also hinting at the constant fight one goes through to beat those feelings and reach the light. The line of "we say we feel alright while we starve to feel alive" is also an important one to me, because I think it shows how depression is more than just this overwhelming sadness, and it tends to manifest in different ways, such as apathy, which makes it hard to really feel anything or get motivation to do anything. That aspect makes the song quite unique in my eyes, as does just the general flow of the song, which goes from this super emotional chorus to the more angry and almost desperate aggressiveness that fills the verses. And on a personal note, while I heard the song not long after it came out with the rest of the EP in 2018, I didn't fully connect to it or the message it includes until the start of the pandemic, which I guess isn't too surprising given that the song speaks to a lot of the problems that come with the isolation that all the lockdowns and everything have caused, at least for me personally. The metalcore genre as a whole often deals with mental health in some capacity in song lyrics, but I think this song just feels different due to the emotion in lead singer Brian Willey's voice, and the emotion that's put into the lyrics, and just the authenticity that I think really rings through it. All of those facts, along with the song just in general being very catchy and aggressive, makes My Disguise one of my favorite songs by Currents, and I think a great example of how metal music is much more impactful and poignant than many people really think. Also, the song's got a breakdown and a solo within like a minute of each other, so what's not to love really? But with all that being said, I hope you enjoyed this episode of Metal Medicine, and I of course encourage you to give the full song a listen, and all of Current's previous work as well if you like what you hear. Next episode, I'll be looking at the song Winterfell by one of my favorite Australian bands, In Heart's Wake. In Heart's Wake served as one of my own introductions to the genre, so I am really looking forward to showcasing them here. But that'll be next time, so make sure to tune into episode 3, and I'll see you then. Goodbye, and thanks for listening.
And we're back.
John was headbanging.
Only towards the end there. I'm not a big metalhead, but I have to admit some of the sound bites that were in there were really good headbangers.
John, you need to listen to more metal.
Yeah, I'm
more of a metalhead than you are.
Yeah.
Actually, no. I do. I used to listen to a whole bunch of metal until hard rock rode around. But then, no, you need to listen to more metal so you can appreciate the real art of it.
Yes, but thank you, Mason, for sharing your love of metal with us. And yeah,
we're about to jump to a new one, which is we're jumping. Okay, complete polar opposite of where we're going.
But it's still music.
Still music, though. Yeah, we're still talking about music here. Nice work, Mason. By the way, good job. Gareth is saying good job. Yep, I agree. Yes, so we're about to jump into the complete opposite spectrum, which is Christian music.
Yes.
I think Tanner was really looking forward to showing this to everyone and putting this onto the stream. So Tanner, if you're here, I hope you are looking forward to this, and I'm looking forward to it. I wanted to see this for a long time.
Absolutely. I believe Tanner was in the chat earlier, so hope you're watching, and here's Tanner's.
Hi, my name is Tanner Hill. Thank you for watching Sing a New Song which is a documentary about Tequila Worship, the worship ministry out of First Assembly Church here in Calgary. They are world class and are pushing the envelope of original worship music in Canada. I got to be a part of the live recording at the end of February. This is a short version of a larger project that will be released in August. I hope you guys enjoy.
Good morning, First Assembly Church. Could you stand with me this morning? It is a very special Sunday. If you are not aware, we are actually doing a live album recording this morning. So this is Tequila Worship, and Tequila Worship is a collective of about 25 musicians, and these songs that we're singing this morning come from this house. Holy Spirit, we thank you that you're already in the room. We thank you for these musicians. We thank you for these songs. We thank you for the preparation that has gone into this morning, and we ask that you would fall afresh, Lord. And we know that these melodies, these lyrics, these songs, without your Spirit, it's just words, it's just music. So we ask that your Holy Spirit would come and fall fresh. That as we declare these songs of joy, hope, love, and celebration, that you would move in mighty ways. Lord, that strongholds would be broken, that sickness would leave, that fear would be banished, Lord, as we declare these songs and we sing these songs over our city, over our nation, and over the world. And all God's people said, amen. Let's worship, church.
The expression, sing a new song to the Lord, is used often in the scriptures. You know, the scriptures don't say, sing an old song to the Lord, although I think there's a time and a place to do that too. I hope and pray that many more churches in our nation, in our city, start to sing their own songs of what God's doing. And it's not easy. I've heard it said, and I've said myself, like, songwriting for the church requires a lot of courage. It's not for the faint of heart, because you're putting yourself out there, and you go to your leadership and say, hey, I've got this song, I'd love to try it on a Sunday morning. That's a big risk to even start out in that way. And let's face it, it's sometimes easier to just sing the top 10 CCLI hits. But there's just something about singing the songs of the house that's very powerful, I believe, and anointed. And that's a big part of the vision, for sure.
Write this down as the most important thing, okay? We write songs to move the heart of God. And I think that's really important, because we never want to write songs for an album or for a project. We want to write songs to move the heart of God. Any questions about that section, guys, of why we write? Any other thoughts about why we write?
I have a comment.
Yes.
In Jeremy Riddle's book, The Reset, he talks about writing songs for your community. Yeah. And he talks about how basically there's been a huge movement to write songs for the whole world, to make them super duper big. Right. And he talks about how he feels like, it's his opinion, but he feels like a shift is coming where communities are going to start writing songs for the community. Yeah. And the way he puts it is the wine may not go as far, but it will be sweeter. Wow. It's a downward movement, not an outward movement.
What is God saying to this community here in Calgary? Let's sing about that. What is God saying for the future of First Assembly and Tequila? Let's sing into that. Yeah, so Tequila itself is a gathering that's been happening on Monday nights for 32 years now. The question's always around lately, why do we even, you hear why church? Why do we gather? Why do we invest in this and that? And I'm a huge believer in why we gather, and we gather to minister to God. we worship him together as a community. There's something powerful about that communal expression of song and the word that you can't replace. And then we gather to minister to one another, and we know each other because we do this thing called church together. We know who's ill, who needs prayer, who's doing well, who's not doing well. And then we band together to do things together as a church that you can't do on your own. I've always been captured by that psalm. Psalm 63, it's always been, as a young man, I was always drawn to that passage. God, you're my God. I can't get enough of you. I've worked up such hunger and thirst for God, traveling across dry and weary deserts. So here I am in the place of worship, eyes open, drinking in your strength and glory. In your generous love, I am really living at last. Started singing. I think the first verse is more my own words. There's bits of Psalm 63 in there. I can't get enough of you is the one that stands out. Yeah, I love the arrangement that came out of that song. There was something special in the room, and I love that song. I love singing that song.
There's a passion deep in my soul. There's a longing for your fire. There's a river of healing water. Stir this water, fan this flame, bring me back to where we first met. Revive the fire that joined our hearts. Here I am in the place of worship. My eyes are open. I can't get enough of you. There's a feeling that only you bring. I am waiting for more of you. There's a warm wind that comes from heaven, breath of heaven, fill me up, bring me back to where we first met, revive the fire that joined our hearts. Here I am in the place of worship. My eyes are open. I can't get enough of you. Jesus, I will run come before you like little children, oh God, with hearts wide open, Jesus. It's by your Spirit you're saying to us this morning. It's by your Spirit you're saying to us. It's by your Spirit, Lord. We confess this morning. This is our confession. It's by your Spirit that you ignite the fire in our hearts. So we welcome your ministry, Holy Spirit.
It's very fulfilling, you know, when you work that hard on a song or a project, and you see it connecting with people and them meeting with Jesus. We're not just making a sound here. This is actually connecting people to Almighty God. And I don't think there's anything better than that. Well, I know there's nothing better than connecting with God. That I know.
Incredibly touching, Tanner. Thank you so much for sharing it. That was Tanner showcasing Tequila worship, which is honestly, like, I did not know that there were more local Christian bands here in Calgary, right? So, and I know that you could probably, you and I could probably appreciate it a lot as well, since I think both of us are Christians,
yes,
right, as well. So I think it was a very touching masterpiece that you've created, Tanner, and I think you should be very proud that you showcased it.
Very cinematic, very everything. I believe that's the first 15 minutes of a larger production, I believe you said in the intro, and that's just phenomenal. I want to see the full thing now. I don't know about you.
I honestly thought that this was like a music video that you grabbed from YouTube. Take it as a compliment, though, Tanner. Take it as a compliment.
Like not one of those bad music
videos.
No.
Yeah. I think it was honestly like really well shot. That I was just like, wait, is this really all you? And I guess you had a team too, but this is all you. Wow, this was really well shot, and nice filters with the black and white and contrast as well. So honestly, the entire thing was well shot and well produced. So good job, Tanner, and thank you so much for sharing it with us.
And now we go from one end of the spectrum back to a completely different end of the spectrum. Not like the first one, not like this one. Completely different end of the spectrum. We are going to play now for you an episode from Ben Goodman's How I Got Into. And Ben, please take it away.
Whenever I meet someone new, people will often ask, "What are your interests?" I respond the same way each time: comedy, music, and wrestling. To delve into why, I've decided to interview people from those fields to ask how they got into these subjects, and in turn, to better understand why I am into them. I'm Ben Goodman, and this is How I Got Into. Episode 2, Music with Helen Young. Let's face it, we all like music. Even the most boring, dull person on earth has to be into some music. What else did you be into then? White noise? Just the sound of silence? And no, I'm not talking about Simon and Garfunkel. Point being, we all love music, and it's one of life's greatest pleasures. So what makes me special then? Well, first off, rude question. Anyway, I'm someone who's into all different kinds of music. I grew up on country music as being from Calgary. It was basically like pumped through the airstream. Then as I entered my young adulthood, I got into rock, punk, and hip hop. I'm very much into pop music too, and grew up during the TRL days of the Backstreet Boys, NSYNC, Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, go down the line. I then later got into various subgenres and love delving into older genres I'm not familiar with. For example, I know way more about yacht rock than any 32-year-old should know. So much so that in a discussion with an older career counselor, as I was mentioning some obscure yacht rock acts of the 80s, he said to me, and I quote, "I can't even discuss this with people my own age," which I wore as a badge of honor for the rest of the day. I am a hit with the retirees, what can I say? Who are some of my particular favorites, you ask? Hopefully you ask that. Well, Weezer is my sentimental favorite band. Yes, including the later stuff, which I can debate at a later time. Dwight Yoakam was my first concert in the mid-90s at the Saddledome. I also love Steely Dan, The Grateful Dead, Amy Mann, Fiona Apple, and above all, the king, the Nobel Prize winner himself, Bob Dylan. The only man who could write a lyric where he rhymes sons of bitches and orphanages.
Born and raised me an army, some tough sons of bitches. I recruit my army from the orphanages.
And that is why he won the Nobel Prize right there. Love you, Bob, you hoodie-wearing weirdo. Since last summer, I have volunteered at the mighty CJSW, the beacon of arts, music, and general cool stuff in Calgary. One of the people I've gotten to know is Helen Young, who's both the host of my favorite show on the station, The Future Language, Fridays 2 to 4 p.m., and also the music director for CJSW. So who but better person to talk about music than someone who listens to music for a living? Talk about living the dream. What were some of Helen's earliest memories of music?
My parents were very much like folk fest CKUA parents.
Yeah.
So I think like some of my earliest memories are like driving around with them in the mountains and listening to like folk music like James Keelahan and just kind of like Gordon Lightfoot and stuff like that. And I think that like just from early on, I think that's kind of like maybe what just sparked this like love for kind of like well put together sort of like poppy folky songs.
Yeah.
So I just remember kind of like singing a lot like from early on. And I also went to church when I was young, and there would be like the church choir and like church music and all this, and so those songs would like stick in my head, and then I would just start like singing in the bathtub all the time, like all these like folk songs and like church songs. So I honestly, like, as kind of like silly as that sounds, I think that's kind of some of my earliest memories. Yeah.
This exposure to folk music early on was kind of a nice building block of getting into the heavier side of what Helen plays today on the radio. What was the evolutionary chain between Gordon Lightfoot and the music she plays on The Future Language? Billy Corgan, of course.
I remember in elementary what stood out was like Alanis Morissette and Smashing Pumpkins. Because I remember just going through a phase. It was like grade 4 probably, and it was like I was so obsessed with Alanis Morissette, Smashing Pumpkins, and like Green Day. So I just remember it was like to the point where I'm like, oh, like I'm gonna wear like denim shirts and like have long like hair with a severe part in the middle.
As someone else swayed by the dulcet, shrill tones of Billy Corgan, who's the current owner and operator of the National Wrestling Alliance, by the way, I fully related to what Helen was saying. Who wouldn't be won over by "The killer in me is the killer in you"? No, that wasn't a clip. Or Billy Corgan didn't just drop by my recording booth. That was me. An early teenage job for Helen exposed her to even more music, as she explains.
I started working at the library when I was about 14, I think. And they had these positions available for like really young people. Like I think you could be like 13 and you could be a page is what they called it, and you'd essentially just like be paid really like not very much to shelve books and CDs and things like that. So I think I got that job when I was about 14, and I would just do it in the evenings and weekends. And so I'd file away CDs, and that's when I started like exploring CDs, and I'd have like 100 things out at a time kind of thing. And then that's when I actually realized like, oh, my dad actually has really cool taste. Like all this time I'm like oh yeah, my parents and their folk music and whatever. And like, I'm a teen now and I'm into rock and like, that's not cool anymore or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Even though now I'm like, folk music rules, but anyways,
of course.
Teenage years are a different story.
It's a major moment in everyone's life when you realize your parents are actually into cool shit and not just some dorks. They have knowledge to impart, which includes passing down their pop culture. Back to Helen.
I remember like just exploring all these CDs because I was having to put them away, and then bringing some home, and my dad was like, "Oh yeah, like this, that, and whatever." I'm like, "Whoa, my dad like has sick taste," and so I just remember taking out stuff like Emerson, Lake and Palmer, and then I got really into like 70s prog, and my dad was like a prog head, and I had no idea, and he probably just never brought it up because it's like so niche, and he's like, well, why would my daughter like have any interest in this? But yeah, I got like hugely into 70s prog, like such a nerd about it, and like early Genesis, I was like big into like, yeah, King Crimson, kind of the usual suspects, but then just exploring it pretty deep.
King Crimson? Robert Fripp? Let's go! Sorry, I got hyped up at mention of King Crimson. I'll let Helen explain more of her formative favorites, which leads us into the king of the avant-garde weirdos.
And then I discovered Frank Zappa through the library.
Okay.
And that's like when everything changed.
Oh yeah.
So I have to say, like, kind of like high school, once I discovered Frank Zappa, it was like everything, my world had changed.
Shout out to Frank Zappa, someone who, believe it or not, I've actually not fully gone into yet. That will be future studies for me down the road, a graduate school degree in pivotal niche music oddballs. Speaking of Zappa, when asked for some of Helen's favorite albums, she had this to say.
Well, I have to say, like, not to go back to Frank Zappa, but Pivotal was We're Only In It For The Money, because it just, like, that's the one that kind of changed my life.
Yeah.
And so that's got to be kind of big up there. Also from that time was, like, Selling England by the Pound, Genesis. I just have to say those two, because, like, off the bat, because those were kind of, like, pretty important.
Right. Genesis, Selling England by the Pound. Oh, that's great. Genesis with Peter Gabriel at the time. Oh, tremendous. You love it. Here's some more faves.
But moving forward, I started getting into more kind of like, I like krautrock and stuff like that, which I think is probably kind of like a natural sort of progression from like maybe prog progressive kind of stuff. But so like Faust, like their album So Far, I think is like nearly perfect, so I have to throw that one out there. If we're gonna kind of touch on like the punk realm, there's this album called No Side by the Cums, which is like a Japanese kind of hardcore band, and it's like also nearly perfect, I think. But geez, like there's seriously, that's always a tough one, because like it's probably
I know.
It's probably one where I should like sit down and be like, oh.
I know, like I'm the one who asked it, and like if the tables were turned, I'd be like thinking like myself, like, oh, what would that be like?
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, and like there's so many, like, then I'm thinking like even just like David Bowie, like geez, Low, it's like also just so freaking nearly perfect. And
definitely
some excellent selections. The one she mentioned after, though, is one I'm in particular a fan of.
Yeah, I mean, there's like Velvet Underground, like White Light, White Heat is probably my favorite Velvet Underground, and I think like it's just fantastic. And like,
pardon my non-existent journalistic integrity, but fuck yeah! White Light, White Heat rips. It births so much noisy indie rock and punk that you hear today. It set the fucking blueprint. It's a true masterpiece, and Lou Reed and John Cale are genuine heroes of mine. Lou in particular. Okay, Ben, just take a breath. You're good. Get back into the game. CJSW's The Future Language is full of really cool, rare finds. Songs you can't just simply find on streaming services, which is what I really appreciate about it. I asked how Helen finds some of her music.
I remember, when I started my show like 7 years ago or something, like I was already a music digger, but I was like, geez, okay, 2 hours per week, like that's gonna start like really like adding up. Like I better figure out how I'm gonna find new music, maybe a bit faster than I am. So I always wondered like, what is the secret? Like how are people finding more music or whatever? So, and then now people ask me that question and it's like, there's no real clear answer, but it's like, I think for myself, like, definitely like going hunting for records and stuff has always been like a big part of it. And through that, I've met a lot of people who like have taught me worlds about music. So, and I'm still in touch with a lot of those people. So I'm often stuff's being put on my radar from like these fellow like music appreciators who really know way more than I do. So there's that, but then the internet is huge for like being so insanely saturated with like going down wormholes and stuff like that for music. And I know like Bandcamp is an incredible website that like you find one band that you're into, whatever, and it's like they've done such a great job of like the algorithms and things where it's like recommending artists and even all their articles like Bandcamp Daily and stuff like that. Like it's just like it's really developed this website is just developed so much that really helps. And then that's like definitely somewhere that I'm kind of discovering some new stuff all the time. Especially like if I'm trying to find out about like new stuff that's just been released. Because like when I'm kind of out looking for records or something, it's more like the focus isn't like what's brand new, it's like what is something that I've never discovered before too. So and then compilations are huge too for like finding out about new stuff.
1,000,000%. I agree.
Compilations, that's like I recommend comps like all the time because that's just where I'm like I remember at the Hillhurst Flea Market there was somebody who was set up there for a long time and maybe still is, I just haven't been for quite some time, but he would have this insane like early industrial collection and I never really like thought I was like, oh, I don't like industrial music and whatever, but I never really understood like the roots of it and like the really early stuff. And so he like taught me a lot. And I remember discovering this like compilation called the Elephant Table compilation. And it just opened my world to like this, or opened up my ears to this world of like early industrial music. And it was like, wow. And it sent me down this crazy path. And then now I'm like, oh yeah, this artist, this album from this artist, but it's all like stems just from this compilation. So
I can back Helen's point up about compilations being an amazing source of music discovery. They're also a great source of music preservation, as so many one-off bands, especially from the 60s and 70s, don't exist without record labels like the Numeral Group or Reminder Records, there's only a couple, for digging these rare finds and bringing them into a new generation. I listen to these comps sometimes, try to further research them, and oftentimes they're like only a band for a couple years. They put out one solitary song and that's it. So it's not just great music discovery to find these little herd gems, or nuggets, should I say, but also music preservation, so they aren't lost to time, especially in this streaming cloud-based world. As mentioned at top, Helen currently works as the music director for CJSW, deciding what makes up the CJSW chart list from the mountains of submissions she gets on a weekly basis. With her roots in the punk and noise scene, she's finding that expanding her interest in different genres that she wasn't as familiar with is making her a more well-rounded music fan.
It's kind of like forced me to also open up my horizons to different genres a little bit more and kind of like gain maybe a bit more of an ear for things that I just never like listened to otherwise. And I would always think of myself as being like, oh, I have broad taste and whatever. But like when it comes right down to it, I certainly have my biases. And so So yeah, it's like, okay, like I'm staring at a pile of CDs on my desk right now. But so it's like, oh wow, okay, blues music, never something that really like captivated me a whole lot, to be honest. But now it's like, okay, like let's see, like we kind of need to round out the music that is put on our chart list at the station. We have such diverse programming. So kind of like making sure that there is like a good variety of genres and music to choose from for our programmers. So yeah, so just as an example, it's like, oh, blues, something I never listened to, but like, let's throw this album on and sort of see. And I work with quite a few volunteers, which I personally think is quite important. Because I think that just having, like one set of ears on stuff is like, you know, you can think you have the most broad taste as you want. Not like I think I do, but like, you know, to a point. But at the end of the day, we all have our biases and things like that. So working with a good group of volunteers who, they'll listen to an album and they'll give it their review, and they'll kind of, it's kind of like a good learning opportunity as well to sort of like start to understand like genre tags and sort of like there's so much stuff that's kind of like crossover where it's like this could fit into rock but it also could fit into electronic, and so how do you sort of decipher like what library tag it belongs in, because like library tags, like kind of genres as we have to organize things is like pretty rigid. So yeah, genres, that's a hard one. But yeah, anyways, all's to say, it's an interesting job where I've learned so much as far as kind of like how do I listen to music, and that's also changed a lot too. How I listen to music has changed now that it's kind of like, this is what I do Monday to Friday.
As someone who is proud to consider themselves a programmer at CJSW, I find all of this very illuminating. She's learning more about every different kind of genre in her job and relies on others with a deeper expertise on genres she's not as familiar with to clue her in, a sign of a good leader. I wrapped the interview by asking what are some of the most memorable shows Helen has attended in her recent years in her adult life. This is what she said.
Somewhat recently was one of the best shows that I've seen in quite some time. Back on my birthday, actually, which was like such a treat. I went to the Bootlicker show, and they're like just incredible hardcore band from Vancouver. And dug them for quite some time, and I was like, oh man, they're coming and it's on my birthday. It ended up being like honestly one of the best shows that I've seen in recent times. I mean, Sled Island, I'm trying to think, because I've had some really good memories from Sled Island shows too. I do remember seeing television at Sled Island like 2017 or 16 or something. Yeah, and they played at the Olympic Plaza, and I don't know if it was circumstantial, like it was to me, I had such an amazing experience. It's a band, obviously, like it's freaking television, like I've loved them for so long. So I don't know what other people's opinions were, but for me it was like a big deal. It had just like finished raining, like it was just everything. It was outside. I just remember that's gonna always kind of be permeated in my mind as like that was something I'll remember forever.
The idea of seeing a band like Television, 70s New York art rock heroes at a venue like Olympic Plaza, for someone who's lived in Calgary, it's something you would never imagine happening. So I can only imagine what an amazing show that was. Helen had one more recent favorite show that she wanted to share.
Yeah, actually, and I have to say, if we're talking bigger shows, I drove down to Lethbridge and saw Judas Priest, like, I don't know, like 5 years ago or something. And I gotta say, like, they've been rocking a long time, and that was a fantastic show.
Breaking the law, 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 breaking the law.
It was great to talk to Helen about everything involving music, from her earliest memories to her current job helping keep Calgary's best radio station supplied with amazing tunes across all genres. Be sure to listen to and support CJSW. And no, I'm not just saying that because I'm a volunteer for them. They've been a pivotal part of Calgary culture since 1955, so we must support them. That being said, if you listen, you might hear yours truly every so often. Thanks for listening to How I Got Into with Ben Goodman. I've been your host, you guessed it, Ben Goodman. This podcast was produced in association with Mount Royal University's Broadcast Media Studies degree. Stay tuned for the next episode as I discuss how I got into wrestling with Ava Lawless. Intro music by Henry Mancini and his orchestra. Outro music by Hoyt Curtin. Thanks for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Ben Goodman and his show, How I Got Into.
Very, very well job. Well, wow. 7 hours of streaming and my English is finally broken once again.
It is.
Very well done. Good job, Ben. And, speaking of Ben, wouldn't it be nice if we could talk to him?
I was thinking, just now, I think it'd be great if we were to talk to the host himself about the project. Well, luckily for you and our superb acting skills, here we have Ben Goodman live with us right now. That is not the right.
What are your interests?
It's been a long day.
Here we go. Let's try again. Here we go. There we go.
There we go. Hey, Ben.
Hello.
Hi,
you
Ben.
Both of you have done a well job, I will say, this whole stream.
Thank you so much.
Well job.
And thank you for your hard work on your project, actually. You've done quite a bit. How long have you been working on this project so far?
Since January, because my project's kind of changing out. That's boring stuff, but yeah, since January, kind of contact, because I did 3 episodes. My 3 passions, as I said in the intro, comedy with a Twitter friend named Jeff De Silva, the music one you just heard with Helen Young, who I've worked very closely with for the past year, and then a wrestling one with the current RCW Women's Champion Ava Lawless. That was a wrestler. That's
Wow. And then I assume this wasn't was this like an idea that you were thinking of for a long time, like for this final project?
It kind of I've done a lot of audio pieces, not to bring up CJSW again, but last summer I did a lot of audio pieces, interview stuff, and that was kind of fun to do. And I was like, I'll give a shout out to the faculty when I was kind of waffling with ideas. Like ALANA was like, "You're so good with audio, you should do audio." And I was like, "Man, I still had this video idea." But then I was like, I should do audio. And so shout out to ALANA, shout out to the faculty, sucking up, but it truly helped.
Of course. Do you have?
Yeah. Well, you've been an OG member of this program. You've been here since 2016.
Since time immemorial.
Yes.
Since it became a degree.
Since it became. Wow.
I'm the living history of the program.
So what are the biggest changes that you've seen happen to this program over those years?
Oh boy. It's been interesting. Like you get the news focus and stuff. It's kind of because it's like we do the assignments. Oh, by the way, this hoodie, in case you're wondering, got this fall 2016.
Oh.
This is an original Mount Royal Broadcasting degrey hoodie.
Look at you go.
I
want that hoodie, man.
Offer Superstar Joe Horwood. Let me think here. It's changing a bit. Granted, I wasn't in the diploma program, so I don't know but just this is a horrible answer, but
no, don't worry about it, man.
I don't know. It seems like it's been going good and stuff, and horrible answer. Sorry.
No, don't worry about it, man. Now, we're just looking at the chat here. I think the audience actually has a couple questions for you, man.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Tanner actually wants to know how you got into wrestling. You want to explain that?
Yeah, sure. Summer of 1997, I got into it when Bret Hart, Calgary superstar, one of the all-time greatest wrestlers of all time, he was kind of his rise, and there's a pay-per-view in July, which is tied to the Canadian Stampede, Calgary Stampede. The pay-per-view is called Canadian Stampede. I attended that, and it was just like incredible. Like, and it was like I was an impressionable age. Like, you know, you're a child, and maybe like too young to watch, especially because like in 98, 99, like WWF at the time was like super hardcore with like, you know, flipping fingers and stuff. I didn't do that, you know. You're watching, you know, instead of cartoons, I'm watching Stone Cold Steve Austin like stun people. But I don't know. Maybe that's how I turned out how I did. I don't know.
100%. And speaking about wrestling, though, I remember you had quite a few shows that had to do with wrestling, and then an artist as well. Along with, you also took part in Scene Queen with Gio as well. Out of all of those shows that you've done, which one was your favorite and why?
Oh God, I mean, that's tough. Like, there's so many different things. Like you're saying, like the Just Steely Dan wrestling was like a mix of highbrow and lowbrow. Highbrow Steely Dan, like, you know, and then like lowbrow, as it were, wrestling stuff. Doing the talking about wrestling of the day, as I played every Steely Dan record and I did Grateful Dead and stuff. But Scene Queen was so much fun. Like doing with Gio, who was such an amazing host, and just like bringing bands into the studio. So that's definitely one closest to my heart. It was just like the camaraderie, which Ryan, you were a great help putting those shows on, and just like the, you know, we hadn't done anything like that before, and the faculty was so helpful. Remember Irv's son? We met Irv's son.
Right?
Yeah, not to brag, but I am bragging. Irv's son.
That's not a sight that you see often.
Yeah, wonderful son. But yeah, those. So I would say like, yeah, definitely. Yeah, doing Scene Queen was definitely my favorite, just for, you know, the experiences and memories and stuff.
I think all of your shows have been absolutely phenomenal, but Scene Queen definitely, at least for me as well, since I did take part of Scene Queen as well, but it was definitely a highlight of mine as well, for sure.
Yeah.
If you go back and look in the in our break section that we have, we actually have a photo of one of the bands with Gio in that globe thing. I don't know if you noticed. I don't know if anybody else noticed.
We did.
But it's there.
Yes.
It's there.
I will say, funny story about that photo, because I saw that pop up. Like, it's like Gio has the hands. The band's called Still There.
Yeah.
That episode, it was the last episode because before COVID happened, and like they're like have their hands, like they're shaking hands, and I don't know, hot take or not to break news, but during COVID you weren't supposed to shake hands and stuff. But that was like the Friday, March 13th, before the S went down and like everything got shut down. So just like this preserving image of handshaking before everything went sideways in the world.
A little bit of behind the scenes knowledge from you, which is awesome. Ben, we are running out of time, but I do want to ask you one final question, if that's all right. I guess once you've completed the broadcast program, where do you think you'll end up doing?
Radio, 100%. And Gareth said some nice comments in the chat. He wants me to keep doing a show like this, and I was thinking of doing anyway, but Gareth, because of you, I'll keep pumping out episodes or in some form. But definitely I'm still volunteering with CJSW all summer. Helen, who I interviewed, like, is not just like, she's like a good friend now. Like, she's helping me DJ, not to do a plug, but I'm like DJing at Cuff twice in the coming week, which I've never DJed in my life. I barely even use vinyl, so I could be like eating S, not to in front of like the Globe Theater. So watch me eat S, maybe. But yeah, it's fine.
Well, I'm looking forward to that. I don't know about you, Ryan, but I'm looking forward to that. Thank you, Ben, so much for coming on. Good luck with finishing up broadcasting and everything else that you're doing. And I'm looking forward to being able to turn on my radio one day and shout to whoever I'm with, "Hey, yo, I went to school with that guy."
Thank you so much, Ryan and John. You two are the best. You've been crushing it all stream. I look forward to watching the rest.
Thank you so much. Take care now, Ben.
Thank you.
All right, see you around.
All right, and that was Ben Goodman, and there's so many positive comments in the chat, and we want to thank you guys for all of your support for everyone that has shown their projects today.
Yeah, this has been amazing. We've had, I think, the equivalent of like all 4 years plus some family members tuning in throughout this entire stream. So thank you very much for tuning in and all your support and making this a worthwhile thing to do and hopefully to keep doing.
Now we have a few more projects for you, and we're really close to the end of the stream, but these projects, don't count them out just yet because they are quite phenomenal themselves.
Yes, I believe that we structured this specifically to have kind of end off on a really positive note. So these next few projects that you'll be seeing are more or less in the genre of comedy or have some funny elements within them. So first up, we have Darren Plett's production called Who Goes First, and I must say that this is just, from what I've seen, I haven't seen all of it, but from what I've seen, this is phenomenal.
Take it away, Darren.
Hi, my name's Darren, and I created a short film called Who Goes First, which is a whodunit mystery featuring a bunch of my friends as the cast. So sit back and enjoy, and thank you very much for watching.
Is this the house that called about the incident?
Yes, come on in.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nicole Noir, and I believe that Miss Claire over there called me about a situation that might need solving. In order to get this thing started, how about you show me the scene of the crime, shall we?
Oh, of course. Right this way. That's it.
Someone jumped the gun and took a piece a little bit early, did they? And none of you can figure out who it is?
It all happened so fast. We were in the other room playing a board game, and then all of a sudden I came in to serve, and this. I thought I knew my friends, but one of them did this.
Let's save the accusations for the interrogations.
Interrogations?
If we're gonna get to the bottom of the story, I need to speak to every single one of you. Is that clear?
I guess so.
Now it's time to set up for my favorite game, the game of lies. So, who's going first? Can you state your name for the record, please?
Hey, I'm Jock.
And where were you when the incident occurred?
I'm training for a marathon right now, so when everybody's like sitting around, I gotta just keep moving, you know? I decided to head out for a quick jog to get my heart rate up and to make use of that downtime. You can ask Newton's roommate, he saw me outside.
Do you know who could have done something like this?
Not me, I'm cutting calories, man. No cake for me.
When I got back though, Newton wasn't at the table. He lost the first game and he absolutely hates losing. I bet you anything he got mad and took that first slice as revenge.
It's Newton, right?
That's right.
And if I've heard correctly, you stormed out of the room after you lost the first game, is that right?
That's correct, I did leave the room. I had to use the facilities after the first game. You can check with Chaz. He saw me in the hallway afterwards.
Is there anyone that you can think of that had motive to do this?
Certainly. I have a suspicion that Brittany is the culprit. I saw her leave the table after I got back and go towards the kitchen. She was gone for a while before she came back. She can be a spoiled brat. I wager she thought she deserved the first crack at that cake.
Hello, Brittany.
Hello.
You left the room before the second game. What was that about?
Yeah, so like it's my mom's birthday.
I forgot to call her earlier, and I got a text from my brother to remind me, so I went to the back door to call her and say happy birthday. She's like really chatty and also was kind of judgy because she thought I forgot to, so it took a long time. Newton's roommate saw me. I think he was going out for a smoke or something.
So if you didn't do this, who did?
Like, I think it was Claire. She always needs everything to be so perfect. She went into the kitchen after I did, and it took her a while before she, freaked out. I bet some of the frosting was messed up or something, and she cut out a piece to hide it and blamed it on us.
Claire, my final suspect. Would you really sabotage your own cake?
Absolutely not. I went into the kitchen to get the cake ready to serve. I had to get the plates and cutlery out first, and I didn't look at the cake until I was ready to cut into it. That's when I saw a piece missing. Ask Newton's roommate. He came into the kitchen just as I found it.
I need to think. So let me get this straight. Everybody has a motive, and yet everybody has an alibi that can be confirmed by the exact same person. Well, I guess that leaves just one last person to interrogate. So you're Newton's roommate.
Yep.
So you happen to be a part of every single person's alibi when they were out of the dining room?
I guess so.
So then tell me exactly what you saw.
I got back from work and I passed Jock outside. He looked like he was dressed for running, but he was just standing there with his back to me. I came inside and saw Newton coming out of his bedroom. Looked like he'd been crying or something. Then I went to the kitchen to take out the trash, and Brittany was on the back porch yelling at someone on the phone. Something about her credit card being cut off. I came back in and went to the bathroom to wash my hands. When I walked back into the kitchen, I saw Claire organizing one of our countertops. Then she saw the cake and kind of freaked out.
Thank you, Chaz. So we have confirmed one thing, and that's that you all are liars. Jock, you weren't out for a jog at all. You were eating a chocolate bar outside because you're tired of cutting calories and didn't want anyone to know. Newton was clearly having a breakdown in his room over losing a board game.
Oh my god, why? It's so unlucky.
Brittany evidently phoned her mom on her birthday and ended up getting her credit card privilege revoked.
Happy birthday to you, Mom!
And then Claire couldn't help but organize a kitchen that wasn't even hers. So, is everything that I said accurate? Now, while you all may be liars, one thing's very clear. None of you stole the cake.
But who did it then?
You were present for every person's alibi. But what's yours?
I already told you. I came home from work. I met Jock and Newton when I came inside. Then I met Brittany out back. And then I met Claire in the kitchen.
No one saw you come through the kitchen and go to the washroom. Is that right?
I suppose not.
Who's to say you didn't snag some cake on your way through and then eat it before coming back through the kitchen?
I'd say that sounds like speculation.
I would bet good money that if we went into your room right now, we would find an empty plate with remnants of cake on it.
Fine, you got me. Congratulations.
And there we have it. So you came home, passed by Jock, and then Newton, took out the trash and saw Brittany, and then you came back in and took your chance in the kitchen alone to take a piece of cake back to your room and eat it.
Fine, it was me. I'm tired of being completely unnoticed. You guys never invite me to game night, and I live here. It was the perfect crime because you're so wrapped up in yourselves you didn't even think it was me.
I guess we never thought about that. We're so caught up thinking about ourselves that we never even considered you. Sorry, Chaz.
Oh, Chaz.
Oh, God.
Oh my god, yeah. Unbelievable.
Well, I dare say this cake crime has been closed.
Thank you.
Until next time, everybody.
Bye.
that was Darren's Who Did It? Who did it?
Well, who goes first?
Oh, who goes first? Who did it, though? Who did it?
Darren.
I guess. Well, good job, Darren. I appreciated that entire mystery film, and I think there were so many. What is it? There's so many parts that I'm just like, oh, I wonder who really did it. You know, I was looking through it. I'm just like, hey, I actually tried to solve it. It wasn't until the very end that I'm like, wait, Darren was in all of them.
In all of them, yeah. Now, I have a real mystery though. What flavor was the cake?
Oh.
Because that looked like a very delicious cake. I don't know if you homemade that, if that was just a prop or what, but that was a very delicious looking cake, and I hope that if it was edible, you took great pride in eating that cake for a job well done.
I guess we got to call the detective now. We need to figure out what flavor that cake is. So again, good job, Darren. We appreciate that. Your masterpiece right there.
And next up, we have Tequila Sunrise by Gio. And Gio will explain more about what this is in her wonderful intro. So take it away, Gio.
Hey everyone, this is Gio. You're about to watch my short film, Tequila Sunrise. It was actually a script I wrote for a different class, and it's much longer than what you're about to see. But this is just the first scene where two exes, Venice and Reno, meet up again for the first time in a year after their breakup. And hopefully you guys enjoy it. There are a lot of silly cocktail names and goofy moments and a lot of really intense conversations. So yeah, hope you enjoy it. This is cherry lemonade. It's like 10 a.m.
Yes, that'll be everything for now.
All right, you got it, buckaroo. Be back in a jiff. Hi.
Hey, hi. Hi. Sorry, did I keep you waiting long? I thought we said 7:30. No, you're fine. I just figured I'd get here early, scope out the place. Oh, have you never been here before? No, I have. Oh, okay, so just worried that the building moved. I wanted to make sure I knew where all of the emergency exits are. Electrical fires are very common in old buildings. You can never be too safe. Wasn't this place built in like 2007? It's over a decade. It's practically vintage. I'm pretty sure that the entrance is still in the same place. Well, you know, things change a lot these days. Oh, have you ordered yet? Or what is that?
Here we are. Enjoy your drink, but not too much. Oh, you brought a friend. What can I do, pal?
1 second, pal. Is that a tequila sunrise? Yeah. Who orders a tequila sunrise in bar with carpet? I do. My mistake. I didn't realize we were on MTV spring break. I'll take a tequila sunrise, please. Extra umbrellas.
All right, another tequila sunrise. You guys are just a bucket of fun.
Ah, you know it. So, how are you, Magnum PI? Well, you know, I'm my mistake. That was clearly a loaded question. I'll go. It's nice to see you. I think I actually spotted you over at Fairs Fair between the self-help books and the space operas. You know, it's pretty prudent of them to put those two things together. Have you read Ringworld? I'm sorry. About Larry Nervin's writing? No, about, you know, the whole thing. I think I'm gonna need a little more context here. Person, place, or thing. How many syllables? What does it rhyme with? About us. I'm sorry about freaking out on you last November. I didn't mean to leave things off the way that I did. I was just stressed out with moving and with work, and I just really needed you to know that it wasn't your fault. I didn't think it was.
Oh, here we are. Another tequila sunrise for the beautiful looking couple who know how to party.
Not a couple.
Thank you. You crazy kids, just let me know if you need anything. I'm just a hop and a skip away.
It's good to see you. How are things in Amsterdam? Everything's fine. You know, I think I was just a little homesick. Figured I'd pop over for the holidays, just for a week or so. Your dad must be pretty stoked to have you back right now. Oh, him and Dev actually came down to the shop not too long ago. I think they said something about wanting to become urban horticulturalists. Yeah, they're doing the whole vegetarian thing, and it spiraled out into a full-blown home garden. I'm shocked they haven't turned my room into a greenhouse yet.
Ooh, I am sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I did see them looking awfully close at the heat lamps.
Ugh. Guess it's only a matter of time now before I hear "Feed me, Seymour" from under my covers.
I'll do my best to keep all the sentient saplings away from you.
My hero.
I try. So, are you surviving on quinoa alone, or do you need me to take you out for a covert burger? You can blink once for yes, twice for no, and scream if you want to go faster.
I think I'll survive. Dev makes a mean rajma, but I was starting to get sick of all the beans.
Was?
Yeah. I have, technically, already left Canada.
Well, congratulations. I'm sure the scientific community will be very pleased to learn about your achievements in bilocation.
Astral projection, actually. It's really easy when you know how to align your chakras.
I knew getting you those Dutch Master Tarot cards for your birthday was a bad idea. You've gone all new agey on me.
I just wanted some time alone in the city. No, it's nice to be fussed over, but honestly, I think I just missed Calgary. So I told my dad and Dev and Angie that my flight was for yesterday, packed my bags, and checked into a hotel.
Wow, you missed Calgary. Okay, now I know you're malnourished. I can call over the waitress, and I'm sure she's willing to whip up a super fun order of fries for us.
Come on. I remember your face when we came back from that road trip to Seattle. You were practically dying for home sweet home.
Okay, that was different.
How?
I was not missing Calgary. I was tired of being the least cool person in any given microbrewery. Once I get a neo-traditional sleeve and a bleached undercut, I will go back and I will become one with the ecosystem.
Right.
Anyways, speaking of homesick, is Calgary even home for you anymore, like technically speaking?
No. No, I guess not technically.
That was a dickish question. I retract that. Moving halfway across the world must be pretty hard.
It comes in waves, you know, the loneliness. I keep forgetting I can't just call anytime that I want or go down to Milk Tiger and see at least a few familiar faces. I must have called Dad up a few dozen times the first few weeks, 3 a.m., just needing to hear a familiar voice. I called Angie a couple times too, but every time she answered, all I heard were beat drops.
Yeah, the rave life stops for no one.
So I've discovered.
Careful with those calls. If your phone gets a contact high, your music will never stop shuffling.
Duly noted, Doc. It's funny. I almost called you a couple of times too.
Really? Why didn't you?
I don't know, I thought I was maybe the last person you'd want to hear from.
Ooh, I don't think I was nearly as mad at you as you were at yourself.
Really?
Okay, so maybe at first I was really pissed. I mean, you left without saying goodbye. I had to learn from other people that you had already left. But I started missing you pretty soon after that. I think maybe a little part of me was hoping that you'd call.
Oh. I didn't know that. Well, next time I am homesick at sleepaway camp, I'll call you up first.
You should.
How about you? Plant Emporium sounds like it's doing well.
Oh, what have you heard? Please tell me everything. Don't spare out on any of the boring bits. I want to hear it all.
Nothing, actually. People have been pretty tight-lipped about mentioning you around me, but I figured if something tragic had happened, I would have heard about it by now.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually going pretty good. I mean, people have been really into becoming plant parents recently and creating like curated home jungles. So luckily for me, business has been on a little bit of an upswing.
Look at you becoming the little gardener that could.
These days I'm more like a shoddy accountant who could than an expert gardener. I was actually talking to my financial advisor and she made a comment about things going so good I must be cooking the books. I don't know what that means. I kind of thought it was just something people said on courtroom dramas, like screaming objection or I fucking the prosecution.
Well, I'm sure you can snag a Suits box set for 50% off if you're looking for legal advice or flirting tips.
Ooh, Harvey Specter, the poor man's Don Draper. I'll keep that in mind, Nelson.
I'm glad to hear the business is going well, though. You must be glad you stuck around.
How are we doing over here? How about some fresh drinks?
Ooh, don't do that.
Do what?
try to work in an I told you so.
How about a Bahama Mama?
I'm not. Ooh, you are, and I'm not actually that interested in hearing it. So.
I'm just saying.
Maybe a sex on the beach.
Maybe you made the right move in staying where you are.
You know, leaving was actually my decision and not yours.
Know that.
Or a little juicy screw.
You don't actually own a patent on leaving either. I could have left without
I know.
you at any point I wanted
know.
to.
I'm
Maybe
sorry.
a little pop my cherry.
And stop saying that too.
Okay. You guys just take your time, and I'll be back if you need anything.
What do you want to talk about then?
I don't know. How's Angie?
Fine. How's the business?
You already asked me that one.
Right.
Look, can we just go back to where we were a few minutes ago? We were doing so well.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe a change of scenery is in order. I think we've gotten everything we're gonna get out of this place.
I second that. Waitress over there has been staring at us like she's about to invent steal their skin and wear it as a coat pie. Flambéed.
Ugh. I probably shouldn't have ordered my drink with Rehypnol in the rim then.
You're gross.
Simp.
We'll say it again because I just realized we were muted. That was Gio's project, Tequila Sunrise.
Very, very, very well done. Very simplistic, like in terms of aesthetic and not too much going on in the background, but at the same time, very well done, very well delivered. Great focus on the actors as opposed to the environment or anything else. Yeah, that was
great dialogue writing too.
Yes, incredible.
I think it was really natural, and of course, Gabby's cameos has been absolutely phenomenal. I think those were the highlight as well. But honestly, this whole project and this whole short film that you've done, not Gabby, Gio. It's been a long day. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're starting to slip into tiredom. How do streamers do this?
How do streamers do this? Well, maybe they do take extended breaks for like an hour, 2 hours, maybe. I don't know. But sorry, we're going off on a tangent. But we appreciate the work that you've done, Gio. I think I've seen your script a little bit in the script writing course that we took together. So just seeing it actually like in person has actually been amazing to actually see, right? So
yeah.
Phenomenal job, Gio. So we have last but not least. This is the 22nd project.
The 22nd and final project. And this is called The Breakfast Disaster by Natalie, and she'll explain some more, I believe, in her intro. But thank you guys for watching, and we'll show this last one and then come back for some final thoughts.
All right, let's do it.
Hey guys, I'm Natalie Gonzalez, and today I am here to tell you that I made my first ever short film. It's actually a comedy dramedy short film, and it's called The Breakfast Disaster. I made it with my friends. I also did it by myself, but I am just here telling you that I hope you guys like it, I hope you guys enjoy it, and I hope you share it with your friends and family. Cheers.
Oh, shit.
Shit, one egg? What are you eating? Oh my god, what's the noise? It's smoke! Oh my god, the bacon is burned. Oh, it's raw. What am I gonna do? Oh, I have an idea. Oh, it's empty. But I hate these. Ugh. It's frozen. What am I gonna do? Oh my god. Oh wait, I have an idea. So expensive. Fuck no. Not today.
You suck. Don't do this breakfast anymore. You forgot to put deodorant on this morning. You stink. Think of something else. Aliens are coming. Run, bitch. You're gonna be late for work. Do something easier, dude. You're always trying so hard. All you need is food in your stomach. Stop trying so hard to make bacon and eggs work. It's not worth it. You know the answer. You've had to see brilliant this entire time.
Wait. Toast and butter. That's what I need today.
Fuck.
That was Natalie's The Breakfast Disaster. What a way to close out the set.
What a way.
It was really comedic. I really enjoyed it. And yeah, that last bit actually got me too.
I mean, I watched this particular one previously, but I was catching new things that I hadn't caught in that last one. So I think that just speaks to the work. So.
I think I lost it at the egg part where you like cracked the egg and then she just tossed it into the
I mean, I don't know how much baking you've done, Ryan, but I have felt that way when baking like cookies or something and I get eggshell in there. It's like, you know what? No.
I would just toss it back in.
I don't want to have to fish the little eggshell out and then have it like run away from my finger, you know?
Yeah,
It's just
Tanner's
not
saying
nice.
that just pocket the Cliff Bar in the fridge and call it a day. Yeah, I mean, we honestly could have, but we like our breakfast to an extent. But I honestly, I think whenever I'm in a rush, I usually just grab like a snack bar and just leave.
I mean, that poor bacon. You have to think about the bacon here. It got burned.
Oh man. Thank you, Natalie, for the comedic bits and to end off the stream. Which, by the way, speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, and all who are watching, unfortunately, we have to call it here.
Yeah, I mean, we're literally out of content. You could listen to us chat for hours, but I'm sure that we don't want to do that. I think we should end it on a high note, like it has been. And
that was all 22 projects that that we've made as a fourth year. So round of applause, everyone. Round of applause. Good job, everyone. Good job.
I know
Well
there's
done.
third year projects as well. I imagine some of those are appearing on CMRU.ca by students for you. Yeah, Gareth says thank you. Great stream today.
Thanks.
And
Thank
for
you,
putting
thank
everything together. So thank you guys.
No,
for
thank you guys for
tuning
tuning in. No, honestly, yeah, thank you so much. You guys did incredible work, and to those who are watching that are not part of the broadcasting program, we thank you for watching this stream. All the students put a lot of time and effort into each and every single one of their projects. So just having the opportunity to showcase these into one single stream is the least that we can do for our year.
And if you aren't in broadcasting and want to be in broadcasting, I hope that this has somehow convinced you to pursue that and to go into broadcasting. Or if you know of somebody who needs to go into broadcasting, send them our way.
You get to make a whole bunch of cool stuff here. There's a whole bunch of you get to learn about news, you get to learn about commercials, you get to learn about actually producing short films, documentaries, all the bunch, all in this one program with the help of our lovely profs. So if you haven't checked it out yet, or you were thinking about checking it out, at least give CMRU.ca a look further, and also maybe consider joining the program if you're thinking about joining a degree.
Yeah, it's super fun. And I mean, with that, that's it. That's it for me.
That's it. Yeah.
You'll be around next year, but that's it for me now.
But as we close off the stream, as we call it a day, we do have one final video to send it off. And then, I guess we hope that this happens next year again.
Yes, this video, though, isn't any video. This is a video produced by The Irv.
Yeah, by the Irv himself. But once again, thank you so much. Again, this video live stream will be on the CMRU Broadcast YouTube channel afterwards. So if you did miss a few projects along the way, feel free to check that out. Also, all the projects are on the CMRU.ca website for you to check out freely as well.
And thank you again to everybody who is in chat saying thank you. I know that is the most Canadian thing to say, but thank you for your thank yous. And we've had a blast. And now I think it's time for us to go to bed because we've been up for a while.
Yes, we have. All right.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye now, guys.
The Calgary Canucks.
Unfortunately, the Calgary Canucks headed into the playoffs, as you know, as the 7th and final seed.
Hello, my name is Mason Saville, and you are listening to Metal Medicine, the show all about heavy music, its culture, and how it has helped shape me.
Yes, well, no one ever really paid that much attention to me, But of course, who would when they have you to fuss over?
Whenever I meet someone new, people will often ask, "What are your interests?" I respond the same way each time: comedy, music, and wrestling.
Mental illness is not bad, and we need to treat people with mental illness the same as we would treat people with a physical illness.
The first part to being Métis is carrying that lineage back to the Red River in Manitoba. That shows through your family tree.
Okay, so in 2015, we went on a world trip.
2 weeks later, I'm still fast food free, more or less.
Yeah, I don't know. I've had, I don't know. This is not very good. And yeah.
training for a marathon right now?
Hello. Absolutely not.
Listen to me really closely, Rosie. Theo is not the sweet guy you think he is.
The beautiful looking couple who know how to party.
Not a
Thank
couple.
you.
That comes from heaven.
They're more than my friends. They're my family.
And it's the stories that remain on this earth. And those stories become something of knowledge, strength, and understanding of who you are inside.